Hello and welcome to another Tri-tutors video. In today's video we're going to be unpacking the approach that I would recommend for your English paper 2 for IEB. So firstly, understanding the time frame and the mark allocations. We're dealing with a 3-hour paper for 100 marks. Question 1 is our Shakespeare essay, which I would recommend you take 5 minutes to plan, 50 minutes to write. Then you have your novel essay for question 2. Same story, 5 minutes planning, 50 minutes writing. Question 3 is your compulsory transactional writing, 5 minutes planning, 25 minutes writing. Question 4 is your optional transactional writing, 5 minutes planning, 25 minutes writing, and then checking time for 10 minutes. So one of my key tips for this paper is planning, and it is absolutely essential. Even in your reading time, you should be starting to think of how your essay is going to turn out. Please watch my videos on literature essays so that you can understand the process of planning. With IEB, they tend to give you some obscure, enigmatic, puzzling quote, and often the topics themselves are actually quite long-winded, and so people sort of freak out, or they think, oh shoot, I only have 3 hours, let me just start writing straight away. I would highly recommend that you don't do that. Give yourself the time in reading time, give yourself the 5 minutes before you start writing each of those essays to unpack the topic, to understand what the topic is trying to say, what is the question that they're asking. And once you've figured out that question, then it's going to be a lot easier for you to pick out the relevant information from your literature to actually utilize in that essay. So please take the time to plan and practice it before you write the exam, that 5 minutes planning and then 50 minutes to actually write the essay. Because in my experience, when I have the planning next to me, and I always do my planning on my question paper, but you can do it in your answer script as well. Just remember to cross it out afterwards. But if you have your planning, then you literally have a framework, and all you have to do is then go ahead and write in full sentences. And that planning is also going to help you, because if you watch my literature essay skills video, you'll see in the introduction you have to have a very clear idea of what you're going to be saying, because you need to have your 3 points in that introduction itself. So that planning is going to be absolutely critical. And then for the transactional writing, maybe you don't need the full 5 minutes of planning, but I do think it's helpful to plan because it has its own set of expectations, and it is mostly in an essay format. And so understanding what you're going to be putting in your intro, in your body paragraphs, and your conclusion is significant. That checking time is crucial because in this paper, all the spelling and the punctuation and the sentence structure, it all counts as part of the rubrics that are used to assess these pieces of writing. So please ensure that you go back, you reread your text very carefully, and you add a comma here, take away a comma there, make sure your spelling's correct, etc. So I've spoken a little bit about it already, but let's talk about literature essays, because you have 2 of those, 30 marks each. So as I said, planning is absolutely critical. Make sure you plan out your different paragraphs so you understand what your argument is. And before even planning out my paragraphs, I would decide what the topic is about, and I would literally write out my argument on my page, on my question paper, so that I understand exactly what I'm writing, what I'm trying to prove. Once again, if it sounds obscure, go check out that other video where I explain what I mean by argument. Make sure your argument is clear in every single paragraph that you're writing. That's significant. And just going back to planning for a second, your quotes, which you've obviously been studying, write those down beforehand. So have them next to you on your question paper, and then as you're writing your paragraph, you will notice where it is suitable to integrate those quotes. What it also does is, writing your quotes down, it clears up your brain space so that you're not thinking of remembering those quotes. You have them down on the paper, now you just have to integrate them. Remember your style. You can score big marks with style, or you could lose a lot of marks because of style. So make sure, contractions, don't use contractions, don't use the first person, use formal language, subject, verb, object, use the present tense. Try and integrate your quotes as far as possible. Be confident and assertive in your response. Don't say this may happen, or don't be hypothetical in any way. Make sure you stick to the point, you provide your evidence, you link, you back up everything that you say. Moving on to transactional writing, and here you have two 20-mark questions. I think a lot of people focus on that literature essay and they sort of think the transactional is irrelevant, but it's 40% of this paper, so it is really significant, and it is a lot easier to score better on the transactional, to score well on the transactional than on the literature essays. So really don't discard this. This paper I would definitely go in order for. Do your Shakespeare essay, do your novel essay, and then only look at your transactional writing. So with transactional writing, you need to have a clear shift that happens in your brain from the literature essays to the transactional writing. And that shift is your intention and your purpose of writing these. So a literature essay is very academic. Your intention is to argue a particular point in a very academic, sort of objective manner, and distanced manner. Whereas transactional writing, this is the one time in IEB English where we actually want to hear your own voice. We want to hear your personal voice, your personal opinions on current affairs. We want to see your critical thinking, and we want you to show that it's your thinking. So we want the I, me, my. We want you to be telling us what you think about the world. So it's very different to literature essays. So really make that distinction in your brain as you shift over from the essay to the transactional writing. Remember your 6 formats that you need to know, and then importantly, this is quite similar to summary actually in paper 1, but remember your intention and your audience, because that is critical to understanding the expectation of a transactional writing piece. So if you're writing a speech for your fellow grade 12s, then it's going to be a lot more informal. If, however, you are writing an open letter to the president, then it needs to be very formal, and it needs to be very, methodical in how it's laid out. So remember that you're still writing an academic paper, you're still an English paper, so you can't go too informal, you can't go too crazy with that. But the markers are looking for, has the student really grasped, okay, this is a blog post? Have they grasped that it's supposed to be somewhat informal? Have they grasped the audience that they're catering to? Are they providing decent study tips for a grade 8, or are they providing study tips that are geared towards adult learners? Does it actually make sense but within this particular audience and topic? So keep that in mind. Remember that prompt that they give you, the passage, like it almost like looks like a comprehension text or article. Remember that it's just for inspiration. This is not a reading paper. This is called your writing paper. You do not have to use that. Please do not quote from that. It is just for inspiration. Let's say your topic's on rhino poaching and you don't know anything about it. That little extract is supposed to just give you a taste for what it's about. So it's just supposed to inspire you and get you thinking, and sometimes you have to write in response to that article, but you do not have to quote from it, and you do not have to worry too much about it. Definitely read it, but remember, I want to hear personal voice, so I don't want to just hear what the text is saying. Some general advice is go through some past papers. I know that they change the set works, every couple of years, but go back and see if there are any on the IEB website. You can also look at the supplementary papers. And the transactional writing ones, those are really good as well, because you can just see the types of questions that they ask and the topics that you should be aware of. So if you can find your set work, like the Tempest was tested last year, brilliant, go have a look at that, see if you can unpack that. And if you don't have time to write a full essay, just try it in your head, and even on paper, try and plan out that essay. How would you argue it? What would you argue? What quotes would you use to back up your perspective? And also, I'm sure that your teachers gave you some extra essay topics for the new set works that you are studying. Go back to your prelim papers, your June papers, even if you don't have your actual essay, but you have your question papers. Go back, try and plan that, try and see if you're ready, and get into the zone of thinking critically under time conditions. Studying. The general misconception about English is not a studying subject. You need to study your content, you need to study your quotes, you need to be aware of all your characters, all the storylines, all the quotes that you need to be integrating. So watch my video to figure out which quotes you need to be studying to integrate them appropriately. Remember your mindset in the examination. Just like paper 1, you are getting unseen texts or unseen topics presented to you within a time limit. So you really need to have this critical mindset in the exam. Don't freak out when you see the essay topics and it looks complicated. Take a highlighter, take a pencil, circle the keywords, try to understand what's going on. What are they asking you? Write it in your own words, come up with your argument. But you can only do that if you have a positive mindset. And remember, with essays, we don't want to read an essay that's not sure of itself. We want to read an essay that is incredibly sure of itself, that has a clear argument and a clear understanding of where it's going and what needs to be done. So even if you're not feeling it, fake it till you make it. Act confident, act assertive, write assertively, write confidently. And lastly, focus on the intentions of each task. So a literature essay is to present a critical argument. Transactional writing is to showcase your personal voice within an academic way. So make sure you understand that intention. You know, in paper one, we spoke about the intention of each text and analyzing it. Now you're actually writing the text, so you need to be aware of what your intention is. Is your intention to convince someone of something? Is your intention to inform someone of something? So keep that in mind. So wishing you the best of luck. I hope that you will find the paper to be maybe not easy, maybe it needs to be a little bit challenging, but doable. So good luck. Hello everyone and welcome to another video. Today we're going to be talking about literary essays, which are essentially essays that are based on literature, whether that be a Shakespeare play or a novel. So as always, you have to prepare before you go and write your exam. So I'm going to walk you through 5 of the main aspects of a play or a novel or any form of literature that I will focus on if I know that I have to write a literary essay in my exam. So number 1 is plot. Now this is pretty obvious, but you have to go through your text, go through summaries, revise your plot so that you know all the sequencing of all the events. Everything regarding plot is super important when it comes to writing anything about literature. The second thing is the character name. So oftentimes it's like, oh, that guy, the protagonist, yes, but you can only do that so much in your essay. You have to know every single character's name, so all the important characters. And another thing, especially with Shakespeare texts, is the spellings of the names can be a bit complicated. So I implore you to, before your exam, go check the character list at the beginning of the novel or at the beginning of the play and just study those spellings. Also remember, you can't just know the characters' names, you got to know how they relate to the plot. The third thing, which takes a little bit of time, is themes, because this has to do with the analysis of the text. Yes, so you need to go through the text and see what sort of themes crop up. Is it war? Is it love? Is it peace? Is it conflict? All of these different themes you need to analyze and be able to write decent essays on, because it is likely that your literary essay topic will be based on a character or based on a theme. The fourth thing to remember to revise is quotes. So I recommend that you keep a notebook which you fill up with all different meaningful short quotes that you find throughout the text, because it will add so much credibility to your essay if you are able to quote directly from the text. And number 5 is vocabulary, and this is an important thing to have in every single aspect of the English exam, but specifically for literary essays, because you can do so much preparation for them. So go through your text, go through your characters, see, okay, maybe this character is brave. So now go find some synonyms for brave, so that if you ever get an essay question on that specific character, you're not just saying Tom is brave, Tom is very brave. You can say different things using different vocabulary and different synonyms. So now that you've done all that preparation, the day of the exam arrives, and now you need to know what you need to do in order to get those maximum marks. So the first thing that I would highly recommend is planning. Lots of people overlook this. So as soon as they get the exam paper, they just start writing. I would definitely recommend that you plan. So my belief is if you take 5 minutes to plan, it'll actually save you time later on, because what typically happens if you just start writing without a plan is that you forget what you've written before, you forget what facts you've used, you don't have an argument, so then you take loads of time going back and trying to find out what you were actually trying to say. So an important thing here is not to take too much time, yeah? So I would say 5 to 10 minutes maximum you need to take to plan your essay. So once you have the topic, you have to be thinking about it and you have to plan in a specific way. So while you're planning, these are some things that you need to keep in mind. You have to keep in mind the structure, right? So every single literary essay has to have an introduction and it has to have a conclusion. the body needs to comprise of 2 to 3 distinct paragraphs. And when I say distinct, I mean it needs to be based on a specific point. So I don't want you talking about the same thing in every single paragraph. It needs to obviously make sense as one cohesive essay. Yes, so you need to have 3 different points, 1 per paragraph. Then this points back to your preparation, but try and include at least 2 quotes per body paragraph. So sometimes, obviously, it is a bit tricky in an exam to remember all those quotes, but if you continually look at them every single day in the preparation leading up to the exam, then you are sure to remember them. And this is also why I think planning is so important. Get those quotes down on paper. You can just do it on the side of your question paper so that you don't have to keep remembering and trying to remember what they were. So just get them down as you get into the exam and you're allowed to start writing. And number 4, this is something that I always have to remind myself, is to only write what the question is asking. So sometimes you do so much preparation for a specific text and you just want to write everything down in 75 pages, all that you know about every single character and every single plot twist. But no, you have to only answer what the topic has asked you to answer. Okay, so now let's get into the actual planning. Now, this is a system that I have used since school and I still use when I write my English essays at university. It is such an amazing system and it is so helpful in planning and in getting your argument across in your essay. And this is the PEEL method. So PEEL stands for Point, Explain, Example, Link. So I'm going to explain that a bit more now. So for every single body paragraph, you need to have a specific point. What are you trying to say? You need to then explain that point in relation to the topic. So why is this point important? Then you need to give an example from the text. And this, I think, is what some people leave out, is they might just get too theoretical. Or alternatively, what people do is they just write about the example. They just tell me the story of the text. And that is not what you need to do in literary essays. So I'm going to show you an example later. But number 4, which is super important, is to link. So some people forget this. You need to be able, at the end of your paragraph, to do a sentence or 2 that links your whole paragraph to the point of the paragraph, and more importantly, to the point of the entire essay, to the topic itself. So this is how my planning tends to look before I write an essay. Obviously, it's not going to be all neat and tidy in an exam, but if you're going to do this as a preparation task before the exam, writing a practice essay, then definitely try and outline this, right? So you have your introduction, which you don't need a ton of planning for, and your conclusion, but then for every body paragraph, I'll put down my point, my explanation, my example, my link, and then some quotes that I'm going to include. So here's an example. So I've given a very simplistic topic. So this is the topic for the essay. Sarah is an exemplary role model to young girls, right? So the first thing I have to do is I have to come up with my 3 main points that I'm going to put in each of my paragraphs. So why is she an exemplary role model to young girls? Well, she's brave, she's intelligent, and she has good manners, right? So obviously your topics are not going to be as simplistic as this, but this illustrates it well. So now let's say I'm going to focus on the bravery element. Yes, so this is going to be my planning for that specific paragraph. So I'm going to say, okay, my point is that she's brave. Yes. Then I'm going to explain that. So I'm going to say bravery is an important quality for role models to portray, and it is a trait that young girls should aspire to attain. So obviously these are not in full sentences or anything of that sort, because this is just planning. But do you see how I've tried to explain why I'm putting bravery? So it's not just random, okay, I'm talking about Sarah's bravery. No, it's bravery is an important quality for role models to portray, and that is why Sarah is an exemplary role model. So now my example. So this would be straight from the text. So I'm going to say she stands up to her bully and she isn't afraid to use her voice. Yes. So obviously yours is going to be a lot more detailed because you're going to know the text very well. This is just a random made up example. So you're going to give me an example that shows her bravery. And then lastly, you have to link it. So then now I'm linking it to the entire topic as a whole. So I'm saying Sarah's bravery characterizes her or categorizes her as an impeccable role model to young girls. Yes, so I've linked the point of my paragraph and my explanation to the main topic of the essay. So I hope that you paid attention to that, because that is super important, because now we can move on to actually writing the essay. So it's actually quite funny, but when you write a literary essay, for me, so much more effort goes into the planning, into the actual writing. So now I want to talk about the introduction. So there is a sort of formula that you can follow that works perhaps 95% of the time. And so I encourage you to utilize this sort of formula in inverted commas to try and add structure and planning, or not planning, structure and cohesiveness to your essay. So I always like to start off in, and then the author's name, so like in Shakespeare's play, and then give a bit of context that is related to the topic that you have been asked. The next sentence, you have to rephrase the topic. Do not just merely repeat the topic. You got to rephrase it and set out your argument. So if it was like Sarah is an exemplary role model, then I would set out my argument that said Sarah is an amazing role model to young girls. Yes, so I'm going to tell you my point of view from the get-go. Don't leave me in suspense. From reading your introduction, your marker should know exactly what your argument is going to be. The third sentence is going to be you giving your 2 or 3 main points in summary. So that is why planning is so important, because as soon as you write the introduction, you actually have to know what you're going to say. So this would be from our example earlier, like the bravery and the intelligence and the good manners. Yes, so I'm going to summarize that into 1 or 2 sentences so that the reader or the marker knows what is coming. And lastly is the linking or concluding sentence. So I'm going to sum it all up, but I'm going to get going with my essay now. So with regard to the body, we've spoken a lot about the body in our planning, and this is really helpful because now when you actually have to get to writing it, you just have to focus on your sentence structure and your vocabulary. If you follow the Peel method, like I've shown you with the planning, then it's super easy to just take all that information, take all the quotes and just integrate it into well-constructed sentences. And then moving on to the conclusion. In the conclusion, there are 3 things that you need to make sure that you include. So, number 1, you got to restate your argument. Yes, so constantly restate it. Think of yourself as a lawyer. Yes, so you are constantly reinforcing the whole time what your argument is, that this man is innocent, for example. You also have to remember to list your points again, and this is why vocabulary is so important and why I put vocabulary and synonyms in at the bottom of the slide in capital letters, because you have to know how to change up the words that you're using so it doesn't sound super repetitive and boring. And thirdly, you must remember to put a concluding reinforcement of your point of view. So yeah, vocabulary and synonyms, I cannot emphasize that enough. And with regard to literary essays, you can definitely plan for that by making, by using the dictionary in your planning notes, in your summaries, and by researching your characters and finding different words to use to describe them. Okay, so now there's some general tips. So the first one is check out rubrics in advance. So no matter what syllabus you're doing, you can go online and you can literally Google it, and you'll find for every single paper, you'll find a rubric for the essay. So you can see exactly what they are looking for. Another thing, which I did mention slightly before, but I'm going to re-mention it because it's super important, is to read the question. So read the topic and make sure you follow the word count and don't start talking about something that is completely unrelated, because that is very easy to do. The next thing is formal language. So this is pretty obvious, but some people seem to forget it. So you can't use like I've been saying this entire video. No contractions, no slang. This is an academic piece, so please don't use like I or me or my. No contractions, which is like can't, rather say cannot, and definitely no slang ever. Punctuation is also super important, so some people may forget this, and I'm often appalled at some of the punctuation of certain students, even in matric or in grade 10 or in 11. So please make sure to pay careful attention to punctuation. Don't make your sentences too long. Make sure you have a full stop in there. No comma splices allowed. Linking to punctuation is you hopefully going to be including a lot of quotes, and that means that you need to have inverted commas for these quotations. Yes, don't just put a quote in as your own words. Definitely make sure that you use inverted commas. Next thing is you have to underline the play or the novel title. So some teachers prefer it underlined, some teachers prefer it in inverted commas. Whatever their preference, you just have to find out. or otherwise my preference is underlining it because I think it's easier. So definitely make sure that you differentiate between the actual play and your writing. And this is especially important in a play like Hamlet, where Hamlet is the name of the protagonist and it also is the play. So you have to make sure that you underline the play or the novel title. Next thing is to integrate your quotes. So when I say like use quotation, some people will be like, as this character said, dash, and then they do their quotation. No, you must integrate your quotes into your sentences. So for example, Sarah is brave, and I can put brave in inverted commas because that may be an actual direct quote. Yes, obviously yours will be longer. So, but it's integrated into my sentence. It's not just randomly standing there, and it's not like she said this, he said that. Yeah. All right, vocabulary, we've already discussed it. So try and vary that as much as you can. Another thing is to practice and ask your teacher to mark it. So some people are under the impression that their teacher does not want to help them, that they're lazy perhaps, I'm not sure. But definitely write essays, send it to your teacher. I'm sure, in my experience, teachers have always been super happy to mark it because it shows that you're really putting in effort and you're really trying. And if you have a tutor, definitely submit them like 5 million different essays to check because their feedback is going to be so important to help you improve. Right, we're almost done. Another thing is to limit your time beforehand. So in an exam, obviously, you're not just going to have one literary essay to write. So make sure that you tell yourself, okay, I'm going to spend 5 minutes on planning and then 40 minutes to finish this essay. And try and keep to that as much as possible. Also try and use this in your preparation, right? So when you're writing your practice essays to submit to your teacher, make sure you set a timer. Try limit your time. See where you're going wrong. Are you taking too long in planning? Are you taking too long in your introduction? So make sure that you limit your time so that in the exam, you're going to be all set. And then finally, try to proofread. So I would not recommend that you proofread during an exam straight after you've done your literary essay. I would recommend after everything in the entire paper is completed, go back to your literary essays and proofread it. Cross out any unnecessary words perhaps, put in some punctuation marks, and yeah, just carefully read it through. So I hope that you enjoyed that video and that you learned something, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye for now. Hello and welcome to another Tri-tutors video. In today's video we're going to be discussing how to select and integrate quotes when writing your literature or literary essays. Now I have made a whole video on literature essays, but I'm going to focus specifically on this skill with regard to literature essays because it is one of those make it or break it skills. If you're able to integrate your quotes, you have a much better chance of achieving within the next simple band. So first we need to understand, why am I expected to quote? And if you go back to that literature essay video, that skills video that I made, I think it was about 2 years ago now, you can actually understand that the entire point of a literature essay is to prove an argument. And so if you're going to provide a quote from the text, from the literature that you're actually discussing, you are going to be emphasizing your argument and reinforcing your argument and making your argument more credible. And so that's why it is really important to quote, and it is an expectation. Your marker is looking to see that you have read the text thoroughly and that you've critically analyzed it and that you've engaged with it. We don't want to see an essay where it doesn't even look like you've read the text or that you've made the effort to actually go and study some of the important parts of it. So my advice would be to aim for 2 quotes per body paragraph. So if you're an IEB student, you are typically going to be writing an essay with 3 body paragraphs, which means you need around 6 quotes in your essay. If you're a DBA student, maybe you're writing 2 body paragraphs, and so therefore you need around 4 quotes. Now the minimum I would say is 1 quote per paragraph, but if you can do 2, then it's so much better. So before the exam, you need to ensure that you are studying the correct quotes, and this comes into this preparation aspect of it. Remember, you can't just show up, you sort of know the play, and then you're going to make up the quotes on the spot. The quotes have to be legitimate, and trust me, your teacher will know because they have read the text many times. So you need to study quotes which are suitable to prove a variety of themes and characters. So you don't want to go and study a quote that is very obscure, that only relates to one particular theme or one particular character, because then you're going to land up studying a whole bunch of quotes, maybe like 50 quotes, which is obviously too difficult to study all of them accurately. So you need to ensure that you are selecting your quotes very carefully. So you want to select a quote that tells you a lot about a character, but also tells you a lot about a theme. And in that way, that quote is a good investment of your time to study. You must use quotes between 5 to 7 words. You don't want to go learn an entire paragraph off by heart. And some teachers don't like when you quote just one word. Some teachers don't mind it, but other teachers prefer if you quote something of substance. So my suggestion would be don't just quote one word, because there are those markers who don't like that. Rather quote something of substance. And what I mean by that is, it mustn't be a quote that just uses, normal everyday language, the way that you would describe something, right? Because that could just be a description that you can just use in your explanation. It must be a quote that is really meaningful, that has very strong diction, that tells you a lot about that character or that theme in a very particular way. The next thing is to study quotes with limited pronouns and or obvious tenses to avoid overusing square brackets. So I think there is a little bit of a tendency, once students learn about square brackets, that they use them all the time, right? So square brackets are when you want to slightly adjust a quote and you want to make it a different tense, or you want to adjust the pronoun so it flows in the sentence and it's integrated. But if you use too many of those, it actually defeats the whole point of using a quote, because you're using more of your own words than the quote itself. So you need to be very careful in the selection of quotes. And this slide is basically just talking about that selection of quotes to ensure that you're not studying quotes that have a whole bunch of pronouns and a whole bunch of references to the past tense, because it's going to be more difficult to integrate that into your argument or into your paragraph. So understanding what quotes to learn, that's the first step. And some people like to write out these quotes on a list, which I think is a really good idea. Some people like to highlight it in their book so they can see the context that it's in. Either one works, as long as you know that you have a list of, let's say, like 10 to 20 quotes in your head when you go into that exam. Remember as well, and it's something I'm going to talk about, and I do talk about this in the literature videos, is that your quotes, even though they're said by a particular character, it doesn't always have to prove something about that character. So character A can say something about character B, and you can use that quote to elucidate your argument about character B. Also remember that quotes are not necessarily said. Obviously in a play it's all said, it's all dialogue, but in a novel it can just be a description. It doesn't actually have to be the words that someone says. So moving on to actually integrating your quotes. So you need to ensure that this is done really skillfully. You don't want to see in an essay when you're marking it, and you don't want to write it, this quote shows, or I've seen a lot of essays where people just put the quote as a sentence and then they say, this indicates that. No, definitely not. We do not want to see that. We want to see the quotes being a part of that paragraph, a part of what you're saying. So you need to ask yourself, is my selected quote relevant to the point of my paragraph? Is this quote actually doing what it's intended to do in terms of proving my argument, or am I just using a quote for the sake of using a quote? Obviously, we want to ensure that this quote is relevant, that it proves a specific point. And that's why I said you should try and find quotes related to themes and characters and define them in your head. This proves this about this character, this proves this about this theme. Because in the essay topics are usually centered around themes and characters, or themes or characters. So make sure that you select a quote that is really important to relaying that particular point, that it is relevant to what you're saying, and that it's a quote of substance. And then the big question, if I read this sentence aloud, would it be obvious that there was a quote from the play that made an appearance in the sentence? This is an important question regarding the extent to which your quote is integrated. So an integrated quote means that you can read it as part of the sentence, and if I read it aloud to someone, they wouldn't even know it was a quote because they wouldn't be able to see the inverted commas. So make sure that when you are writing your quote in there, that you have integrated it in such a way that you can just read it aloud and it would flow smoothly, right? So it obviously supposed to be a quote of substance, and maybe the language would give it away that this is a quote, but the sentence must flow. I don't want to see he said this or this shows that. It must be a part of the sentence. I hope that was helpful. I'll see you in the next video. Hello and welcome to another Tri-tutors video. In today's video we're going to be doing an overview of Shakespeare's Othello. So I'm just going to give you a little bit of insight into the characters, the plotline and the themes involved. So firstly, in terms of our characters, we have Othello, who's our protagonist. He is also the tragic hero in this play. He is married to Desdemona, and he is the Duke's sort of go-to in terms of military general. He is an important general. He is very successful in battle. We then have Iago, and Iago is the antagonist, the villain in the play, and he is going to attempt to get revenge on Othello. He is a very cunning character, but a very clever character, and he's going to manipulate Othello into ultimately, causing his demise. Rodrigo is Iago's sort of stupid, silly sidekick. He doesn't understand that Iago is manipulating him. Rodrigo is in love with Desdemona, who obviously Othello has married, and so he's going to land up giving all of his wealth away to Iago because Iago has promised to somehow make sure that Desdemona will fall in love with him. He is ultimately betrayed by Iago at the end of the play. Desdemona is Othello's wife. She is Brabantio or Brabantio, there are different versions of this name, daughter. She is a Venetian woman, a young Venetian woman. She's seen to be very beautiful, and she is accused of cheating on Othello. She is quite an innocent, naive character, and she obviously did not cheat on Othello, but Othello does not believe her when she says that she has not. Brabantio, that's Desdemona's father. He is a senator, so he's quite high up in the Venetian sort of governmental system. He is extremely racist with regard to Othello and Desdemona's relationship. He's quite important in Act 1, but then he's not so important later on. Then we have the Duke, also just important in Act 1 in setting things in motion, because Act 1 takes place in Venice and the rest of the play takes place in Cyprus. So the reason why they go to Cyprus is because the Duke has ordered Othello to go and defend Cyprus against the Turks. Cassio is Othello's lieutenant, so right at the beginning of the play, Othello promotes Cassio over Iago to the position of lieutenant, and this causes Iago to, become jealous and put his plan in motion to destroy Othello. Emilia is Iago's wife. We only really meet her in Act 2. She is also Desdemona's attendant. She's quite important in terms of inadvertently assisting Iago in his plot to make Othello think that Desdemona is cheating on him, but she also ultimately reveals the truth, which causes Othello to kill himself out of, sheer desperation and remorse. So let's have a look at the plot. So this is a very, very condensed summary. Cassio is promoted by Othello to the position of lieutenant. Iago becomes jealous and wants to take revenge on Othello. Othello and Desdemona's secret marriage is revealed to Desdemona's father by Iago and Rodrigo. Othello is sent to fight with the Turks in Cyprus. Iago then manipulates Othello into believing that Desdemona is having an affair. Emilia steals Desdemona's handkerchief, which serves as proof to Desdemona's betrayal, because it is planted in Cassio's possessions. Othello becomes extremely jealous and kills Desdemona, and then ultimately in the last scene, Othello kills himself upon finding out the truth. So that's just a very, very short recount of what happens. So here are some major themes that come into play within this story. So appearance versus reality. We see this with regard to many of the different characters. How they appear, how they seem is very different to their reality. And the most important one is Iago, because he appears to be on Othello's side. He appears to be a trusted advisor, a trusted friend even. And yet in reality he is plotting Othello's demise. And it's not just with regard to Othello that he serves to illustrate this theme, but actually is in his interactions with everyone, with Rodrigo, with Desdemona, with Emilia. Friendship and loyalty, this is quite significant as well, because Othello believes that Iago is honest. He believes that he is his friend, whereas to Iago friendship is expendable. love. This is a key theme here because the entire plot has got to do with this loving relationship between Othello and Desdemona. In Act 1, we hear about how they fell in love, and the question is, are they actually truly in love? Is this relationship ever going to last due to the foundation on which it's set? And that's a question to consider when they describe how they fell in love with each other. But also this love proves to, ultimately be betrayed. And Iago manipulates this love and turns it into I don't know if you could call it hatred, because Othello still apparently loves Desdemona, but ultimately it leads to both of their deaths, to Othello and Desdemona's deaths. So this theme of love is important. Jealousy is extremely important. Obviously the whole plot is set in motion by Iago's jealousy of Othello, of Cassio, but also he manipulates Othello to become jealous of Desdemona, which causes Othello's downfall. Passion versus reason. This is an important one, and for me, you can argue many different perspectives on this. Are these characters acting out of passion or reason? Do they change over time? So for me, at some points Iago is acting out of passion, some points he's acting out of reason. Othello, he starts off acting out as reasonable and rational, yet he turns into this passionate person who doesn't listen to rational thought and logic. So that's an important theme to grapple with. Reputation and honor. This is incredibly significant with regard to many of the characters. Once again, Cassio has a famous quote where he is absolutely horrified that he's lost his reputation. Iago manipulates the situation and Cassio loses his reputation, and he's absolutely devastated by this. Iago's reputation is arguably, the cause for so much of the drama and the tragedy, and it's seen to be false, right? Because his reputation is this honest, friendly, dependable man, and yet he's the opposite of that. And Othello's ultimate urge to kill Desdemona comes from protecting his own reputation and his own honor, and he can't believe that his own wife would just disregard his honor, his reputation, but also her own by cheating on him. Racial prejudice. Being an outsider, Othello is subjected to racial prejudice in a very alarming way, especially in Act 1 when we have Brabantio's confrontation with Othello, because he's very angry that he has married his daughter, that Othello has married his daughter. Betrayal and trust. This links to that love, friendship and loyalty, and even appearance versus reality, because it appears that Desdemona has betrayed Othello's trust, but in reality she hasn't, and Othello to an extent betrays her. And then in all Shakespeare's plays we have the theme of fate versus free will. So what happens to a person, or what happens in a storyline, is it because of the character's free will? Have their actions caused this, or is it fate? Was it always destined to be? I hope that video was helpful, and I'll be posting some more detailed videos on Othello in the future. Hello and welcome to another Tri-tutors video. Today we're going to be talking about Shakespeare's Othello, and specifically we're going to be talking about Act 1. We're going to go through a scene-by-scene plot analysis as well as a themes analysis for this act. Please remember to like and subscribe to the channel so that you can follow along for Act 2, which is coming soon. So Act 1, Scene 1 is set in Venice. Rodrigo and Iago are immersed in a conversation. That's how we start off the scene. Rodrigo is upset as Desdemona is now married, even though he has been paying Iago to secure Desdemona for Rodrigo. So Rodrigo is, this sort of stupid character who, well, he's not incredibly intelligent in the sense that he trusts Iago and he really believes that Iago is going to secure Desdemona for him and make Desdemona fall in love with him. I suppose we can't call him too stupid because Othello falls for Iago's manipulations as well, and Iago is merely using Rodrigo's money. Iago is angry though at this stage because he has just found out that Othello has promoted Cassio to the position of lieutenant instead of him. Now, Iago's motivations are going to continue to grow and change throughout the play, so just pay close attention to this, because in every soliloquy that he has, remember a soliloquy is a moment where the character's on stage by him or herself, and we really get an insight as the audience into their thoughts and their feelings, their true thoughts and feelings. And that's quite important for Iago, because he doesn't actually reveal his true intentions to any of the characters. He's manipulating everyone at the same time with different narratives and different stories. So pay attention to his soliloquies, and in his soliloquies he's going to keep changing his mind as to why he's doing something. He's a bit of an opportunistic villain. So at this stage it's because of the promotion, later on it's because he thinks that Othello's been sleeping with his wife, later on it's something else. Iago reassures Rodrigo that he hates Othello. And they discuss how Othello the Moor, sorry, there's a spelling error there should be an E for the, has eloped with Desdemona. So Desdemona is this young Venetian woman, and Brabantio is her father, and he is a senator, so he's a very important man in Venetian society. And there's been this secret marriage, and so they discuss this, and they decide they're going to go wake up Brabantio and sabotage Othello's marriage, because Brabantio is going to be angry about the marriage. They speak of Othello using racial slurs, and Brabantio comes out of his house fuming, and he goes on a search to confront Othello. Iago quickly leaves the scene to pretend to be on Othello's side. Moving on to scene 2, Iago goes to Othello and pretends to be caring towards him by warning Othello of Brabantio's anger. So he's just caused this whole big situation by revealing to Brabantio that Desdemona and Othello have eloped, and then he comes to Othello and he tries to act like the cool guy and say, no, I'm just warning you, Brabantio is coming, and he's very angry. Othello is not too worried about this. He's convinced that his honorable reputation and his royal roots will hold him in good stead when confronted with Brabantio. But we're going to see that Brabantio does not care about this at all. He is blinded by racism and anger. Brabantio violently confronts Othello and accuses Othello of using dark magic to bewitch Desdemona into marrying him. At the same time, Othello refuses actually to fight physically with Brabantio, as Brabantio seems to want to do. And he rather says, let's talk. And he also says, well, the Duke has called for me, so do you really want to fight with me now? So notice how Othello acts in this scene, and contrast it to later acts and later scenes when he acts more driven by passion instead of reason. Act 3. So this is where the Duke is now telling Othello what he needs him to do. He tells Othello that a Turkish fleet is threatening Cyprus. The Duke supports Brabantio's anger at first, because Brabantio is a senator and he's very important, so as he walks in angry, the Duke is like, do whatever you need to whoever has offended you in any way. But then he quickly changes his mind when he realizes that Brabantio is angry at Othello because Venice desperately needs Othello's military skills in this battle. Othello makes his defense for marrying Desdemona, and he asks for Desdemona to be brought before her father and the Duke to corroborate the tale of how they fell in love. So he goes on this whole story about how he and Desdemona fell in love, and this is quite important, I think, that he asks for Desdemona to be brought, because it shows that he is reasonable, that he respects Desdemona as well. He's asked for her to come and tell her version of the story. Like, don't just believe me, believe Desdemona as well. And Brabantio is forced to accept the marriage. Importantly, to do with their theme of love, the reasons they give each other for how they fell in love was that Othello had told Desdemona all of these crazy stories of his history, of his past, of his background, of what he's been through. And also the reason why Othello was even in contact with Desdemona was because Brabantio keeps on inviting Othello to his house because he's fascinated by all his stories. However, he clearly does not want him to marry Desdemona though. So there's a bit of a double standard over there. But the reason Othello says that he fell in love with Desdemona was Desdemona fell in love with Othello because of hearing all these stories. She was fascinated by all these stories, and Othello fell in love with Desdemona because she pitied him for all of the trauma that he's been through. And that's an important thing to note, because later on this relationship is going to obviously fall apart very dramatically and very tragically. So was this basis of this relationship strong from the get-go, or was it always going to be susceptible to some sense of destruction? Moving on, Desdemona requests to accompany Othello to Cyprus, and the Duke agrees. Othello trusts Iago to accompany Desdemona to Cyprus. So Iago is an ancient or an ensign in the army. He is close to Othello. He is Othello's friend, and here we see the amount of trust that Othello has in Iago, because he will ask him to accompany his newlywed wife to Cyprus. Iago has the speech about a garden, and this is an important speech because it shows the audience an important aspect of his character. Apologies for the full stop in the middle there. He says, "Our bodies are our gardens, to which our wills are gardeners, but we have a reason to cool our raging." And this is significant in terms of the theme of passion versus reason. So for Iago, he is very cunning, he is very manipulative, he is very critical and very analytical. So for him, he's saying that we have control over our actions, so we shouldn't be governed by passion. He says we have reason to cool our raging. So when we get too passionate, or when we get too jealous, or we get too caught up in something, human beings have this sense of reason which we can tap into, and that reason will cool our raging. And so this is significant because on one hand, Iago can be seen as a very passionate person in the sense that he's driven by jealousy, but at the same time, from this we can see that he's very he implements reason in his decision making. He is very rational. Whereas Othello later on is going to be driven by passion, he's going to be driven by jealousy instead of thinking logically, and so he doesn't implement this reason to cool our raging. But I think this also shows Iago's cunningness and his methodology in terms of how he's going to manipulate the situation around him, so that Othello thinks that he's being logical, but he's actually not. Iago convinces Rodrigo to pay him more money to secure Desdemona for him, and this is going to lead to, quite an interesting storyline between Iago and Rodrigo, where Rodrigo is eventually going to literally pay Iago all of his money, and he sells all of his land for Iago, even though he has not seen any progress in terms of Iago's promise of securing Desdemona for him. Iago makes plans to defeat Othello. He adds another motivation here. There are apparently rumors that Othello had an affair with his wife Emilia. Iago's speech at the end is important. It's a soliloquy, so we've already mentioned what a soliloquy is, so look out for all of those long soliloquies that happen, because remember, Iago is never truthful to actually any of the characters. He has a different narrative that he shares with each of them. So make sure that you read those soliloquies carefully to understand what is actually going on in his head, what are his plans, what are his motivations, what is he ultimately trying to achieve. And so lastly, let's chat about some themes. These are, for me, the main themes that come up in every single act, or most acts in Othello. And the themes are really important to discuss because these are usually your basis. They usually form a basis for your essay topics that you might get in an exam. So appearance versus reality, and we're talking specifically about Act 1 over here. Obviously, we have Iago with appearance versus reality. He appears to be loyal to Othello. He appears to be a friend to Othello, but in reality, he is plotting his demise. Brabantio also appears to like Othello by inviting him to dinner, but he's extremely racist, and in reality, he's racist, and he doesn't want him to marry Desdemona. Friendship and loyalty, we've sort of discussed that already in terms of appearance versus reality. Love, we discussed that in quite a bit of detail earlier. The love between Othello and Desdemona obviously is now we're seeing, the foundational points, we're seeing how it develops, and later on we're going to see how it transforms into absolute disaster. Jealousy, well, we see here that Iago is jealous of Cassio, he's jealous of Othello, and through that jealousy, the plot will unfold. Rodrigo is also jealous of Othello because he is married to Desdemona. Passion versus reason, we discussed that quite a bit in the earlier slides, so I won't spend too much time on that. Reputation and honor. This is something that Othello believes is going to make Brabantio happy about him and Desdemona's marriage. The fact that he has a very strong reputation. He is a very, very reputable and honorable man, and an honorable military general. Racial prejudice. Brabantio uses many racial slurs, as do Iago and Rodrigo, to undermine and to criticize and to act abhorrently towards Othello. Betrayal and trust. Well, here we have, remember, Othello trusts Iago so much that he's going to let him be responsible for getting Desdemona to Cyprus. We're going to see how that develops. And then fate versus free will. For me, free will usually reigns supreme in Shakespearean plays. That's just my opinion. But here we see that Iago is plotting Othello's demise. And we see he doesn't have a full plan yet, but he's working on creating this plan in Act 1. And so that to me seems to be free will, because he's actually making the conscious decisions. Thank you so much for watching. I hope that has been helpful. Please like and subscribe. Hello and welcome to another Tri-tutors video. In today's video, we're going to be unpacking Act 2 of William Shakespeare's Othello. Act 2, Scene 1. So from this act to the end of the play, we are situated in Cyprus, and this is a marked difference from Act 1, which was set in Venice. Venice is representative of order. We have the Duke there, we have senators, we have people in charge, we have a certain way that things must transpire, certain processes, whereas in Cyprus there is more freedom. And so this is going to be significant because this is when Iago's plan can come to fruition, and Iago can set about manipulating Othello and manipulating the other characters, because there isn't that sense of Venetian order. The war with the Turks is called off as the Turkish fleet succumbs to the storm. So there's a big tempest, there's a big storm, the Turkish fleet is unable to even make it to Cyprus, and so there is no war. So this is quite a big deal, because we have the war being introduced in like the previous scene, Act 3, Scene 1, and by Act 2, Scene 1, no, there's no more war. And obviously this is going to give space to Iago's plan, because now there's no actually war for them to fight. There's nothing to, almost in inverted commas, distract them. Now they're going to be dealing with their personal issues, and Iago's plan is going to go off without a hitch. Cassio arrives first. Remember, Cassio is Othello's lieutenant. He was separated from Othello at sea due to the storm. The next ship that comes is Iago, Emilia, and Desdemona. So remember, Iago was given the responsibility of bringing Desdemona. Emilia is Iago's wife, but she is also Desdemona's attendant. And as they arrive, there's this conversation between the three of them, and we hear Iago say many, many sexist things about women. He talks about them being wildcats in their kitchen, this idea that women have this problem with appearance versus reality, that they appear to be these innocent people, but behind closed doors, they're actually not so innocent. And during this exchange, we see Desdemona defends Emilia from Iago's taunts, and I think that's significant because Emilia doesn't say much in this scene, but later on she's going to be a key figure who goes against Iago and ultimately reveals the truth to defend Desdemona's honor. Othello finally arrives, and he and Desdemona make a show of their happiness to be with each other. They proclaim their delight and their love and their happiness, and all is very well. And now we're going to have Iago seeing this, and he is going to put his plan into action. So what he does is he instructs Rodrigo to pick a fight with Cassio to compromise Cassio's honor. And then we have a soliloquy where it is revealed to the audience why he is doing this and what he wants to do. So remember, we said we need to watch the development of how his motivations develop, and how his plan ultimately develops. So he informs the audience that he's suspicious of both Cassio and Othello of sleeping with Emilia. He plans to manipulate Rodrigo into helping him execute his plan. Iago claims he wants to get Othello's praise as well as get revenge on him. Iago's plan is not entirely specific yet, but he's figuring it out. So here we don't just have he's not just going to try and manipulate Othello, he's going to get Cassio involved, and he's going to get Rodrigo involved. Act 2, Scene 2 is really, really short. A herald basically just announces the end of the war, so that's a key plot point. There is no war. We're going to be focusing on sort of the domestic lives of these main characters. Act 2, Scene 3, very big scene. We have the action really starting in this scene. So Cassio and Iago are speaking, and they are discussing Desdemona's beauty and attractiveness, and they really discuss this at length, which is quite sort of strange. Iago entices Cassio to drink, despite Cassio's protest that he prefers not to drink as he reacts badly to alcohol. So he tries to resist Iago's offer of some alcoholic beverage, and Iago insists that he drinks. Iago has another soliloquy where he sets out his planned development, which includes the step of making Cassio drunk and provoking him to do something offensive in front of a group of people. And this is significant because this is going to deprive Cassio of his reputation, which is going to lead to Iago's next step of the plan. Iago speaks with Montano about the virtue of Cassio and tells him of Cassio's drinking problem. This shows the complexity of the web of lies Iago is constructing and elucidates the theme of appearance versus reality. So Montano is the governor of Cyprus, and Iago, this point really just solidifies the complexity of the theme of appearance versus reality, because Iago speaks to Montano and he says, Cassio is such a great guy, what a wonderful person, but you know what, he has this drinking problem. So he's making up the story about Cassio's drinking problem, which theoretically, if we think about it, isn't maybe needed. It's sort of it's showing us the extra mile Iago is willing to go. And so here we see the reason why, for me, it elucidates the appearance versus reality is it shows that Iago is not being truthful to any character. So even in his interaction with Montano, he's spewing a specific story. So even though when he's lying about a story, he makes up a different story for every single character that he interacts with. And so here he tells Montano that Cassio has a drinking problem to further undermine Cassio and to really degrade his reputation. Rodrigo provokes the drunk Cassio and Iago's orders, and Cassio drunkenly fights with Rodrigo and then Montano, because Montano gets involved. He's like, oh, this guy, he has a drinking problem because what Iago has told him. Rodrigo acts blindly here. He just does what Iago says, and Iago, once Cassio is fighting with Montano, Iago orders Rodrigo to go cry mutiny. So that's a quote from the text. Basically, go and, wake up everyone, go tell everyone there's been this fight, there's been this mutiny. And this is all part of Iago's plan to make sure that Cassio's reputation and honor is diminished. Othello arrives and believes Iago's falsified version of events. He trusts Iago to the highest degree. He doesn't ask any questions. Iago tells the story, and Othello listens to him blindly. And when you're reading the story of what Iago says, when you're reading this account, just notice how manipulative and how smart he is, the way he does it. He says, I'd rather have my tongue cut out than speak badly about Cassio. And he really, really paints this picture of being this really trustworthy, honorable man who just wants to tell Othello the truth. So he's really, really clever. And you can see the power of rhetoric as well, the way he's able to use his language to convince Othello of what Cassio's done, which is bad, but also he's going to be so powerful with this language in that he's going to also convince Cassio that he's still his friend. Even though he has just betrayed him, Cassio is going to believe that Iago wants the best for him, which is quite a skill to have. Cassio is demoted and he's devastated at the loss of his reputation. So he is absolutely mortified. He feels like the fact that his reputation has been taken away from him and his job title, that he is, nothing. He has lost an integral aspect of himself. And there's a very good quote for that as well, which I think I put on the very first slide. He says it's like, it's an immortal part of him, and he feels bestial now that he doesn't have his reputation. So this theme of reputation and honor is incredibly significant, because he feels like his reputation and honor is what makes him a human being, and so losing this reputation is really devastating. Iago pretends to be Cassio's friend and advises him to petition his case to be restored to his position of honor to Desdemona, as she has remarkable influence over Othello. So Iago says to Cassio, you know what? Desdemona has so much influence over Othello now, Othello's very angry with you, so don't go talk to him. But as a friend, this is what I would do. I would go and talk to Desdemona, and Desdemona will then talk to Othello about you and convince him that you should be reinstated. And Cassio is completely on board with this plan. He thanks Iago. He says brilliant idea. And then Iago explains to the audience what he's doing here. He says when Desdemona attempts to persuade Othello to forgive Cassio, he will make Othello believe that she's doing this because of her love of Cassio. So he plans that Cassio is going to speak to Desdemona, ask her to petition him. Desdemona, being the sweet person that she is, will go and speak to Othello and ask that he reinstates Cassio, and Iago will show or manipulate Othello into thinking the reason why she's asking this is because she loves Cassio and that they're having an affair. Rodrigo wants to give up and return to Venice as he feels that securing Desdemona is a lost cause. He doesn't see any progress, but Iago tells him to be patient, and he goes on a bit of a rant about being patient, and Rodrigo's like, okay, fine, I'll be patient, I'll wait a little bit longer. Iago explains to the audience that he will manipulate the situations, that Othello will see Cassio and Desdemona together and become incredibly and irrationally jealous. So on top of Desdemona now telling Othello to reinstate, or trying to convince Othello to reinstate Cassio, he's going to show Cassio and Desdemona together, and that's going to be sort of this one level of proof, in inverted commas, that Desdemona is having an affair. Iago hurries to set his plan in motion. He's like, let's get straight to it. Alright, so our themes, and as we mentioned in our Act 1 video, the themes are very important because they are usually used as the foundational element of potential essay topics. So in this act, appearance versus reality, we clearly have Iago in this position here, and we have it in terms of his interactions with Othello, with Rodrigo, and with Cassio. Friendship and loyalty, also really significant and very much linked to appearance versus reality. Othello, undoubtedly and unquestionably believes Iago's tale of events because he believes that he's loyal to him and that he's a friend. Cassio also believes that Iago is his friend, and that is what is going to lead to such terrible things. And also ultimately Othello is going to feel extremely betrayed by Cassio when he's convinced that Cassio is sleeping with Desdemona, and that's going to lead to the breakup of this friendship. We also see that loyalty for Othello, when he sees that Cassio has done something so horrendous and he's been fighting in a drunken way, he feels like he's lost, that Cassio is maybe not loyal to him and his cause and what he stands for. And so therefore he's very strict and harsh in the way that he punishes Cassio. Love, I suppose the love comes in scene 1, but maybe not in scene 3 and the big chunk of Act 2, but we obviously see Desdemona and Othello's love for each other. Jealousy, well, Iago is just driven by jealousy at this point, and his plan is ultimately to make Othello jealous. Passion versus reason, this is really important. In Othello's reaction to Iago's tale about how Cassio drank and how he provoked this fight, I want you to consider whether his reaction was driven by passion, like anger, or if it was driven by reason and rationality. I would say to an extent there is that element of passion there, because he listens to Iago's story. He doesn't ask for Cassio to say anything or to corroborate the story or what actually happened. He listens to what Iago says, and he's very angry. When no one's talking to him, when no one's telling him what happened, he keeps pressing them. And so I think that his reaction is driven by passion in this instance, which is significant because it sort of starts this downward spiral of Othello, the fact that he's feeding into what Iago wants him to do. Reputation and honor, significant with Cassio. Remember, he is horrified that he's lost this integral aspect of himself, but also with Othello, because his reaction to Cassio's betrayal is also deemed to be, related to his reputation and his own honor, because if he's not seen to have punished Cassio for these actions, he's seen to have associated himself with them, which would have ultimately diminished his reputation and honor. So the fact that he acts so viciously or very harshly, and he makes this harsh decree to Cassio, is an act of preservation regarding his reputation and honor. Also, Iago's reputation and honor, because his reputation and his honor is believed Yeah, it is seen to be, it appears to be the one that should be listened to. And you'll notice throughout the play, everyone calls him Honest Iago, Honest Iago. His reputation precedes him, and he's actually the one who admits that reputation may be false, because his reputation is ultimately false. But for Cassio and Othello, reputation and honor is such a key aspect of their lives, and this was important in Shakespearean times. It was important, in these old Venetian times as well. Racial prejudice, there's always this underlying racial prejudice when these characters are interacting with Othello, especially when, like for Iago and Rodrigo, when they're acting in a they're trying to resist Othello and they hate him. There's always that undercurrent, but the predominant evidence for racial prejudice can be seen in Act 1. Betrayal and trust, so we discussed that. Cassio has almost betrayed Othello's, sort of doctrine of honor. And Iago betrays everyone ultimately, even though they trust him a great deal. And then fate versus free will. So here, once again, for me, free will usually reigns supreme. But we do see elements of destiny and fate here, because if Othello is going to act that way regarding Cassio, we can see how he might be led to believe, or how he might be led to act in a certain way, in a violent way, like he will, or in a passion-driven way, like he will when he encounters Desdemona's supposed affair. But also in terms of free will, because Iago is acting, right? Nothing's just happening because of destiny. He is acting, and those actions are leading to further actions, which is ultimately going to lead to the tragedy. I hope that video has been helpful. Please like and subscribe, and I'll see you back here for Act 3. Hello and welcome to another Tri-tutors video. In today's video we're going to be continuing our discussion of Othello, specifically looking at Act 3 today. And as you can see on the screen, we have one of the most famous quotes from this play that Iago says to Othello in this act, warning him, or warning in inverted commas more like, about the dangers of jealousy. He says, "Oh, beware, my lord, of jealousy. It is the green-eyed monster which doth mock the meat it feeds on." So let's get into a scene-by-scene analysis, and then we'll talk about our themes in this act. So Act 3, Scene 1, we have a bit of a comedic interlude, which is very much appreciated in this very tragic play. And it's comes about as Cassio is asking to speak with Emilia. Remember, Emilia is Desdemona's attendant, so he's trying to speak with Emilia to arrange to speak with Desdemona, because he's going to follow Iago's advice. He wants to plead with Desdemona to speak with Othello on his behalf. Act 3, Scene 2 is not very important. Othello is just sending some letters in this scene. So let's move on to Scene 3. So in Scene 3, the Act 3, Scene 3 is a very important scene. We see a lot of the different themes come into play in this scene. So Desdemona assures Cassio that she will petition Othello for Cassio's reinstatement. And we see Desdemona is very sweet, she's very sort of moral, she's very loyal. And she says to Cassio, "No, don't worry, I totally understand. I'm going to definitely ask Othello to reconsider this punishment that he's given you. You are a loyal person." And so obviously she doesn't realize it now, but she's digging herself into a very bad situation. Iago is then talking to Othello, and he draws his attention to the fact that Cassio and Desdemona are conversing alone, which obviously was his plan all along. And as they're walking by, he's like, "Oh, look, Cassio and Desdemona are sitting together." Iago deftly and subtly manipulates Othello into questioning Desdemona's faithfulness. And if you read this part, if you're going to read any part of the play in a lot of detail, I would highly suggest this particular scene, because the way Iago manipulates Othello is so masterful. He doesn't actually say anything. He just says something between the lines, and then he gets Othello to say the actual thing for him. It's absolutely remarkable. It's sort of this masterclass in manipulation, in the power of rhetoric as well. Othello and Iago discuss that appearance should equate to reality, yet it is not so. So there's a lot of, as I said, the discussion of themes here, and not just the themes coming into play, but Iago and Othello literally discuss so many different themes. in an overt way. They are literally discussing appearance versus reality, and Othello is sort of wistfully wishing that appearance equated to reality, which we obviously know it does not. It is quite ironic that he is speaking about this very theme to Iago, who epitomizes the sort of segregation of appearance and reality. Iago warns Othello of the dangers of jealousy, so that's where we had our quote that we discussed right at the beginning of the video. Othello is torn by Iago's words regarding Desdemona, and so I've got a typo there with Iago's name, so please ignore that. But it's really important to note that in this scene we have Othello at the start of the scene. He is still very much believes that Desdemona is faithful to him. Iago sort of manipulates him and he starts thinking about this, and at this point though, even in we're like the middle of the scene, he's still like, you know, I get what you're saying, but Desdemona is 100% faithful. By the end of the scene, we're going to see he's completely switched sides. So he's completely gone the opposite route. I don't know if we would say like a 180-degree shift. He has completely changed his mind. There's a theme of destiny and fate, and we spoke about that in previous videos. And I've spoken a lot about how, you know, perhaps for me, there's a lot of free will, because I think that characters choose their own fates or choose their own destinies. But here we have this theme of destiny and fate, because Iago has expressed doubt in Desdemona, and we're going to see that the ending of the play is now predetermined, because Othello is not going to be able to get this image out of his head. He's not going to be able to ever believe another tale that's going to be told, and we're going to see that different people tell him the tale that Desdemona is innocent, but he's not going to believe them. So once this seed of doubt has been rooted in his head, the ending of the play with this tragedy is almost predetermined, and that's why we have that theme of fate and destiny. Desdemona mistakenly drops the handkerchief which Othello gave her as a gift, and this is obviously significant because Emilia sees the handkerchief and she gives it to Iago, because her husband Iago has been asking for this handkerchief. He's actually asked her to steal it, and she didn't want to steal it, but Desdemona dropped it, so she picked it up, she gave it to Iago. She doesn't know what he's going to do with it. Iago plants the handkerchief in Cassio's belongings. Iago knows that he has successfully poisoned Othello's ear, and there's a wonderful quote, I don't know if it's in the scene exactly, but just this image of like, it probably is somewhere in the scene, but pouring pestilence into his ear. So he has poisoned Othello's ear, he has fed him lies, and now Othello is not going to be able to get away from that. Iago recognizes that this misplaced handkerchief will serve as enough proof to convince the jealous Othello that Desdemona is cheating on him. So because Iago knows that he has manipulated Othello so powerfully, he understands that he doesn't actually need much proof in order to make Othello act on these doubts and these assumptions. And so he knows that this handkerchief, just by placing it with Cassio, is going to serve as enough proof to convince Othello to, you know, kill Desdemona, and you know, this is how he's going to get his revenge. Othello transforms into a jealous, aggressive, and passion-driven person who demands Cassio and Desdemona's brutal death. So here we have that complete shift. He completely changes from being this very reasonable, rational, honorable man to being jealous, aggressive, and passion-driven. Iago still epitomizes the theme of appearance versus reality as he vows to obey Othello's demands. And just notice how strong Iago's manipulation is. He's able to turn Othello in a single scene. So as we were speaking about earlier. And then we're going to move on to scene 4, where this is going to be heightened, because now Othello and Iago have been talking, and now we're going to see Othello interact with Desdemona now that he thinks that she is cheating on him. So Act 3, Scene 4. Desdemona naively continues her attempts to convince Othello of Cassio's loyalty and to reinstate him. So she keeps asking Othello to reconsider Cassio's punishment, and obviously we know that she is digging herself into a grave at this point, because he is interpreting this as, oh, she's having an affair with Cassio, and that's why she wants to help him. Desdemona is distraught that she has lost the handkerchief, and Othello then demands to see the handkerchief. But Desdemona panics because Othello's tone is extremely harsh, and she lies and she says that she hasn't lost the handkerchief, she just doesn't have it with her. Iago and Desdemona remark how out of character it is for Othello to be so angry and jealous, and there we can see the effect of the manipulation. And Cassio asks Bianca, who is a prostitute that he has been sleeping with, to copy the embroidery pattern on the handkerchief he found in his belongings. So, important note about Bianca is she sort of is in love with Cassio, but Cassio does not care for her at all. And this is going to be important in Act 4 because of how Iago manipulates this relationship between Cassio and Bianca. But in this scene, we understand, the audience understands that Cassio does have the handkerchief in his possession. Note that he does not know it is Desdemona's handkerchief because obviously there is absolutely nothing going on between Cassio and Desdemona. And he asks Bianca to copy the embroidery pattern, this sort of like innocent request, because he likes the pattern. And this is going to lead us very nicely into Act 4, as I said. Alright, so some themes. These are the same themes that come up every single act, but let's discuss them in terms of Act 3. So appearance versus reality, obviously very significant in this particular act, because this is where Iago is really making the biggest strides in terms of carrying out his plan. He is going to appear like he is just nonchalantly asking Othello, why is Desdemona and Cassio sitting together? Or just casually noticing some things. And that links to the next one, which is friendship and loyalty. So he pretends to be Othello's friend, just saying, maybe you should be considering it. And as I said, if you read that scene, you'll notice how subtle he is, how his manipulation is so incredibly masterful. But in reality, he is putting his plan into action. Okay, love is threatened in this act, and this act serves as a sort of prerequisite or as a precursor to the threatening of love later on. Jealousy, we have the big quote about jealousy in this act, and jealousy is significant because this is how Othello is driven to abandon his rational self. He becomes extremely jealous, and he wants to ensure that Desdemona and Cassio are, they pay for their crimes due to his jealousy. Passion versus reason, once again linked to that jealousy. Othello he abandons reason, he gives into passion. He's going to, later on, he's just going to believe, weird and baseless grounds of supposed evidence that Iago brings as to why the fact that Desdemona is cheating on him. So he gives into the passion, he abandons his reasonable outlook on life. Reputation and honor. This is very important because one of the reasons why Othello reacts so drastically to hearing that Desdemona is cheating on him is because of this theme of reputation. He believes that Desdemona is firstly damaging her own reputation and her own honor, and he cannot believe that she would do that. But furthermore, he sees it as she is challenging his reputation, his honor, and she's putting that on the line by cheating on him with Cassio. Racial prejudice is not a key theme in this particular act. Betrayal and trust links to that friendship idea. It's going to come a little bit later in more clarity. And fate versus free will. We discussed that key aspect of once Othello actually knows that, or has this seed in his head, has this idea in his brain that Desdemona is cheating, the ending is almost predetermined, but it's still going to take his actions to make it happen. I hope that has been helpful. Please don't forget to subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you for Act 4. Hello and welcome to another Tri-tutors video. In today's video we're going to be exploring Act 4 of William Shakespeare's Othello. Please be advised that there are 3 other videos that come before this in terms of Act 1, 2 and 3, and there's also a video about the overview of Othello, and I think that it would be helpful to watch those videos before unpacking this Act 4 summary. So Act 4 Scene 1. We've just left off Act 3, where Iago has manipulated Othello into believing that Desdemona is being unfaithful. And so Act 4, Scene 1, Othello becomes more and more affected by Desdemona's alleged affair, and he actually falls into a trance. And this causes, after he has manipulated and convinced Othello that Desdemona is cheating on him, Iago is now going to provide some proof for his theory. He knows he doesn't have to provide a lot of proof, and it doesn't really have to be substantial proof, but just a few elements of proof, or proof in inverted commas, are going to ensure that Othello believes him 100%. So he manipulates and masterminds this plan where he instructs Othello to hide while he speaks with Cassio. And he tells Othello he's going to be asking Cassio questions about Desdemona, but actually he's asking Cassio questions about Bianca. And Bianca is the prostitute that Cassio does not take seriously. She's the one who Cassio does not respect, and so he starts laughing about Bianca when Iago asks him these questions, and it shows that he really does not respect her. He mocks her. And Othello overhears this, and he misinterprets Cassio's words as being about Desdemona, and he deduces that Cassio is mistreating Desdemona, which makes him furious. So we have this sort of weird reaction of Othello, because he's deeply in love with Desdemona, even though he's deeply furious that she is supposedly cheating on him. And so he gets angry at Cassio for mistreating Desdemona, even though he is going to, in the next act, kill his wife, even though he apparently still loves her. Othello vows to kill Cassio and Desdemona, but he simultaneously recognizes Desdemona's gentleness and kindness. So he definitely is, set on killing Cassio, because Cassio is sleeping with his wife apparently, and also is mistreating Desdemona and talking badly about her, not respecting her. And he also wants to kill Desdemona, even though he recognizes that she's so gentle and she's so kind and she shouldn't be mistreated. Iago makes a suggestion that Othello strangles Desdemona instead of killing her with poison. Lodovico arrives from Venice. So remember, if we go back to cast our minds back to Act 1, Scene 1, we started off in Venice there, and in Act 1, Scene 3, Othello is sent to Cyprus to deal with the attack of the Turks, which never actually happened. So they're still in Cyprus, and Lodovico arrives from Venice, and he has instructions from the Duke, which says that Cassio is to be made the governor of Cyprus, and Othello is to return to Venice. And in this exchange, Desdemona is there, and Othello hits her. He strikes Desdemona. And this is a critical point in terms of the theme of violence, in terms of the theme of passion versus reason, but also in terms of the theme of reputation and honor, because Lodovico has just come from Venice. He hasn't seen Othello's rage sort of unfold. And he questions Othello's reputation, and he says it's nothing like the behavior he would have expected of Othello. He says that actually no one in Venice would believe that Othello would do such a thing to his wife because of his reputation being so stellar. If we move on to Act 4, Scene 2, Othello confronts Emilia, who is Desdemona's attendant, and he inquires about Desdemona's activities. And Emilia passionately confirms that Desdemona is absolutely innocent, that there's no reason to believe that she is being unfaithful in any way, shape, or form. Othello confronts Desdemona, and he demands her to confess all her sins. And Desdemona pleads her innocence, and she says that she has not done anything. But Othello does not listen. He is convinced that she is guilty. And this goes back to that point where we said this theme of fate or destiny, because now that Othello has this inkling that she might be cheating on him, he's going to take that as fact, and he's not going to believe anything. So sort of Desdemona's fate is predetermined. Fate is predetermined in that moment in Act 3. And we see here Emilia is going to say Desdemona is not being unfaithful. She's innocent. Desdemona is going to confess her innocence, but he will not listen. Iago and Emilia comfort Desdemona, who is deeply upset by Othello's accusations and temper. So Othello accuses her, he's very angry, and he storms off, and Emilia and Iago come and they comfort Desdemona. Iago, obviously this shows our appearance versus reality theme very clearly. And as they're talking, Emilia comes to the conclusion that someone must have manipulated Othello into believing this untrue narrative, which of course she has deduced this correctly. This is exactly what's happened. She just doesn't realize that it's Iago at this point, but soon she will. Then we have Rodrigo popping up again. Rodrigo confronts Iago about how he has given Iago all his money, but Iago has failed thus far to secure Desdemona for him. So if we recall, Rodrigo paid Iago a lot of money, and in this scene, actually, it's somewhat comedic but somewhat sad, where he says, you know, I've sold all my land. He has literally given Iago all of his money because Iago has promised that he hates Othello very much and that he will help Rodrigo to get Desdemona for him, which obviously hasn't happened. And so Rodrigo says to Iago, hold on a second, I feel like I've been taken advantage of, I've given you all my money, I'm going home now, like, you have betrayed me, you have not helped me in my quest. But Iago is such a master manipulator that he turns it all on Rodrigo, and he somehow convinces Rodrigo to assist him in killing Cassio. He makes up a whole story about how Cassio is standing in the way of him and Desdemona getting together, and so now he must help him in carrying out his plan to kill Cassio. And we obviously know that Iago has no intention of coupling Desdemona and Rodrigo together, but this is his ulterior motive. He needs to get revenge on Cassio, he needs to get revenge on Othello, and in order to do that, he is going to get Rodrigo to assist him in killing Cassio. If we move to Act 4, Scene 3, this is a scene between Emilia and Desdemona, and so the image on the very first slide of this video shows a production of that. Emilia and Desdemona talk about the types of women who cheat on their husbands. So this is almost a little callback to Act 2, where Iago, Emilia, and Desdemona are talking about women, and here Emilia and Desdemona are talking about, you know, have affairs and being unfaithful, and they're talking about the types of women who would cheat on their husbands. And we have a very sort of revealing moment, because Desdemona says that she would never have an affair, like at any point, for any reason, and that's almost this, you know, this crippling tragedy, is that Desdemona's been accused of this, and her personality is that she would never do such a thing. Whereas Emilia says that she might have an affair for certain reasons, and she brings different reasons as to why she might have an affair. And ultimately Desdemona bids Emilia good night, and the next time Emilia will see Desdemona is on her dying, you know, as she is dying, on her bed after Othello has killed her. So if we talk about our themes, some key themes in Act 4, obviously appearance versus reality. Iago is fooling everyone. He's fooling Emilia, he's fooling Desdemona, he's fooling Othello, Lodovico. He is, you know, he has a narrative to tell to every single person, and he appears like he's on Othello's side when in reality he's not. Appearance versus reality, we can also look at Desdemona in this case. So in this instance, to Othello, she appears to be guilty of cheating on him, but in reality she is not. I mean, the proof in inverted commas points to the fact that she is, but she's really not. Friendship and loyalty linking to betrayal and trust, because we can see this with Iago and Rodrigo. Rodrigo believes that Iago is his friend, when in reality he's not. He's just using him, and he is ultimately going to betray him in Act 5, Scene 1. Love is also significant, because when Othello confronts Desdemona about her alleged affair, you know, he does not believe what she says. So I mean, I think a key aspect of love is trust, and so the fact that he doesn't believe her is, you know, really calls into question their love. So that's significant. Jealousy is obviously what drives everything. Passion versus reason, that's incredibly significant, because Othello, we see him acting more passionately in defense of his reputation and honor. And then the fate versus free will, that we can point it back to Act 3. You know, is this fate or is this free will? I think another theme we need to add in here is violence and aggression, which I suppose we could link with passion versus reason, but the fact that Othello physically strikes Desdemona is important to recognize, and that calls into question, you know, whether this actually is a loving relationship or not. I hope that has been helpful. Please don't forget to subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you for Act 5. Hello and welcome to another Tri-tutors video. In today's video we're going to be unpacking the final act of William Shakespeare's Othello. This act only has 2 scenes, but they are jam-packed with a lot of action. So in scene 1, here we have Rodrigo trying to kill Cassio. So remember, if you think back to Act 4, Iago has manipulated and convinced Rodrigo to assist him, and he's convinced him that Cassio is a threat, and so he must try and kill him. Cassio wounds Rodrigo in self-defense. So Rodrigo tries to stab or kill Cassio. Cassio notices and he stabs and wounds Rodrigo in self-defense. Even though Iago promised Rodrigo that he would assist him, he does not provide backup. So Iago is there in the background. He's seeing this happen. He told Rodrigo he was going to help him. Obviously, he's Iago, so he doesn't actually help. And Iago goes around the back and he secretly wounds Cassio. So Cassio believes that it is Rodrigo. Gratiano and Lodovico hear the disturbance and come to investigate. And Iago also emerges, and I've put here after hearing the disturbance in inverted commas because obviously he caused the disturbance, but he comes and pretends like he's never heard of this before. Iago then sees Cassio tells Iago, like, this man, I don't even know who he is, but he tried to kill me. And so Iago goes and he kills Rodrigo for his attack on Cassio. So really quite brutal here. He just murders Rodrigo. And Rodrigo finally realizes in his dying moments how manipulative and evil Iago really is. Iago continues to weave his web of lies, and he begins accusing Bianca of being involved in Cassio's stabbing. So we can just see the extent of Iago's manipulation here. It's not a really important plot point, the fact that he starts trying to convince Cassio that Bianca was a part of this in some way, but it really just continues to paint him as a real antagonist. Moving on to Act 2, this is where we have the real tragedy. So obviously we've started with those tragic consequences with Rodrigo dying, and now we're going to have lots more people die. Well, our 2 main characters and another character as well. So Othello commands Desdemona to pray for forgiveness, but he will not listen to anything that she says. And so that's really important for our themes, as we discussed, because he is not open to discussion about whether she's innocent or not. He says, pray for your forgiveness, you are going to die. Othello then kills Desdemona, and Emilia, who remember is Iago's wife and Desdemona's attendant, enters the room and hears Desdemona's last words, which she says, "A guiltless death I die." And that's a really important quote because it shows that she is not guilty in her death. She is, Othello has killed an innocent woman. Emilia says that Desdemona was an angel and that Othello is a devil. So Emilia is horrified. Remember that Othello actually came to Emilia earlier and asked him if Desdemona was truthful and, faithful to him, and Emilia said yes. And so she's really devastated by Desdemona's death. Othello reveals to Emilia that it was her husband Iago who told him of Desdemona's affair. So before this point, Emilia had been in the dark about that. Remember, she had stolen the handkerchief for Iago, but she didn't know what Iago was plotting. Remember, she did think that there was someone manipulating Othello, but she didn't know it was Iago, and now she finds out. Iago arrives and proclaims that he only told Othello what he thought, and then Othello interpreted it in the way he saw fit, which is fundamentally true. If you think back to, Act 3, Scene 1, where we spoke about Iago being extremely manipulative and very subtle in this manipulation. So he doesn't say to Othello outright, "Look, Desdemona's having an affair," or "I would watch Cassio and Desdemona closely because they're having an affair." He just says, "Observe her well with Cassio." He just says, just my thinking, like it's just for my own thoughts, nothing else. So he's quite true in this regard, in the fact that he tells Othello what he thought, and Othello then took it upon himself to interpret it and to go all crazy and, choose passion over reason. I mean, obviously you can contend that and say that, Iago was intentionally manipulating Othello, which is true, so you can spin it the other way. But I would say, based on the evidence, this is quite a true thing, and Othello has taken it out of proportion. Which Iago knew he would, but Othello still was the one who took on what Iago said. Emilia tells the truth of Iago's plan and how she stole the handkerchief per his request. So she's trying to defend Desdemona here, trying to show Othello what an evil thing he's done, and she starts professing the truth. And Iago tells her to stop speaking. She doesn't. She continues to tell the truth, and Iago then kills Emilia. So that's very dramatic as well. He kills his own wife. The characters then finally recognize Iago's villainies. They finally recognize, after all this time, everyone's calling him honest Iago. Finally, they're like, okay, he's actually not so honest and truthful and good. Othello then tries to stab Iago, but Iago does not die. And while they're standing in this room, Othello calls for Cassio and he asks Cassio for his forgiveness. Othello then asks to be remembered, which was the quote on the very first slide here. He asks to be remembered in a fond manner, in a favorable manner, because despite what he's done to Desdemona, the rest of his life has been honorable. And then he kills himself. And that is the end of Othello. So just like in any Shakespeare, we need to ask the question, well, not any Shakespeare, but a Shakespearean tragedy, which Othello is definitely a Shakespearean tragedy. We need to ask, is our main character, is our protagonist, is Othello a tragic hero? So a tragic hero is a protagonist who is very honorable, who has a good reputation, who's noble, and yet they have one fatal flaw. They have one form of hamartia, one fatal flaw that leads to their demise. So Othello definitely falls into this category because his one fatal flaw is his jealousy and his easy trust of people, which takes this honorable man and turns him into the shell of his former self, where he is killing his wife and doing terrible things and having terrible thoughts. So I would definitely argue that Othello is a tragic hero. And with a tragic hero, it's very important, if you get an essay about it, to talk about how Othello was before and contrast it with how he was after. So tell me how before he was noble and reputable, and use all those quotes to back it up, and examples in the sense that he was asked by the Duke to go and lead the army in Cyprus. That's a very honorable man. And then at the end, how he turns out to be incredibly violent and not wicked, but he goes very violent and aggressive, and he does not represent his honorable personality. He's lost his honor, and he's a desperate plea at the end to protect that honor again. So here are our themes again, the same themes that have cropped up in every single act. So appearance versus reality. Obviously here we have Iago. He appears to be this honest man, but in reality now we finally figure out the rest of the characters finally see in reality he's a villain. Friendship and loyalty. I think we can see this in a positive way with Desdemona and Emilia. They really are loyal to each other. They really have this very strong connection and friendship, and Emilia dies trying to tell of Desdemona's innocence. But then you also have the counter to that, which is Iago and Othello, and also Iago and Rodrigo. I mean, Iago manipulates them both. Iago betrays them both. Love, that goes back to that question that I posed right at the beginning in Act 1 about the ways or the reasons that Desdemona and Othello give for loving each other. Is that really substantial? What does love really mean? Because clearly that love didn't last very long, and clearly it has its limits. Jealousy, obviously Othello's driven by jealousy in his action to kill Desdemona. Passion versus reason, we also spoke about this, in that Othello acts on passion rather than reason. He doesn't think it through, he doesn't think rationally, he just acts out of passion to kill Desdemona, to try and restore his reputation, which ultimately undermines it. Reputation and honor, there we spoke about that again. So here we've seen that Iago's reputation is false, that maybe we should call into question this whole idea of reputation. But we also see how important reputation is, that Othello's final words are, don't remember me as this, remember me as how I used to be. Remember me as this honorable person. And so we can see how important legacy and honor are. Racial prejudice, it's always present by the fact that they keep calling Othello the Moor. as though that is his entire identity, so that's always present throughout the play. Betrayal and trust, we discussed that when we spoke about friendship and loyalty. And then fate versus free will. So that's obviously significant as well. And I think definitely this shows us free will because Othello is the one to, in inverted commas, pull the trigger. Obviously, there's no guns or anything, but he really does cause the death of Desdemona. He kills her. And so that to me shows a sense of free will. And the fact that he wants to preserve his legacy and he commits suicide, that's also a form of free will. He chose to enact those actions and to make those decisions. I hope that this has been helpful. Please subscribe and like the video. Hello and welcome to another Tri-tutors video. In today's video we're going to be analysing some important quotations from Act 1 of William Shakespeare's Othello. Now the reason why quotations are so important is that we need to be able to select the right quotations so that we can study the right quotations in order to integrate them into our literature essays. Quotes serve the function or serve the purpose to provide evidence for whatever we say. So we need to have quotes in our arsenal for every major theme and every major character so that whatever we're saying about that character, whatever we're claiming about that character or that theme can be backed up with evidence. We're going to go through the different quotes now, and you'll see in brackets I've put which character has actually said this quote. Now, that doesn't mean that that quote applies to that character. So Iago may say something, but it could actually work when proving something about Othello or something about Cassio. So bear that in mind as you're going through it. It's really important to make sure that you study a variety of quotes across all different themes and all different characters. So today we're just going through Act 1. You are not expected to know all of these quotes, right? That would be absolutely impossible. There are many quotes here, and we have 5 acts of the play. But selecting the quotes that are going to, that make, some sort of resonant impact on you, something that you can remember. And remember as well that you don't have to study the entire quote. You can learn 3 or 4 important words from that quote, and you can integrate that into a sentence really nicely. So I do have a whole video on how to integrate quotes in your essay, so I definitely would advise that in terms of the skill, but now we're going to focus on the actual content. So if we look at Act 1, Scene 1, these are all in order, so you can actually go through your Othello text and you can highlight them. Iago says, "I know my price, I'm worth no worse a place." This is when he is upset that Cassio has been promoted, and he says that he knows that he is deserving of that position. When he talks about Cassio, he says he is mere prattle without practice, meaning that he, maybe a studious soldier, but he doesn't actually know how to be a good soldier in the field. He did not deserve that promotion. Preferment goes by letter and affection and not by old gradation. Iago claims that you get promoted these days not because of your merit, but because if you know someone and they like you, then you'll get promoted rather than based on your merit or based on your position. "I follow him to serve my turn upon him." So this is Iago, which is this is an important quote because it shows us he is going to be manipulating Othello throughout this entire play. He says, "I follow him, I'm going to agree with him, I'm going to be his friend in order to ultimately stab him in the back." "I'm not what I am," another quote saying the same thing. He's saying, "I'm not what I seem to be." This quote, "thick lips," Rodrigo says this about Othello, and this is a racial slur, and so if you wanted to prove something about the racism evident in the play, you could use this quote to prove that. "I have charged thee not to haunt about my doors. My daughter is not for thee." So this is Brabantio, who is Desdemona's father, and this is when Iago and Rodrigo, they make this plan. They're going to go and tell him that Othello has married his daughter, and Brabantio says to Rodrigo, "I've told you not to stop coming here," because Rodrigo's been obsessed with Desdemona, and Brabantio said you can definitely not marry her. And this is important for later on. Once he finds out that Othello has married Desdemona, he's like, "Oh, I wish Rodrigo would have married her." So you can really see the extent of his racism. "My house is not a grange," Brabantio says that. "You'll have your daughter covered with a Barbary horse," another racial slur over here, which Iago says to Brabantio to really get him upset with Othello so that Iago can enact his plan. "Treason of the blood." Brabantio says this about Desdemona's elopement with Othello. Charms by which the property of youth and maidenhood may be abused. Brabantio talking about Othello's marriage to his daughter Desdemona, and he says she's been hoodwinked. She has, she perhaps has been tricked into this marriage. Oh, would you have had her? This is when he says to Rodrigo, oh, if only you would have married her, even though he's literally just said that, like, stop irritating me. I don't want you to marry my daughter. I may command at most. This is Brabantio talking about his status and his position. He's like, I'm going to deal with this, and he has power or status. Moving on to Act 1, Scene 2. My services which I have done the Signori shall outtongue his complaints. So Othello says this when Iago warns him, and warns in inverted commas because he has actually stirred up all this trouble in the first place. He says Brabantio is coming. He is going to be mad at your marriage to Desdemona, and Othello says, I have done so much for Venice, and whatever whatever complaints he has, this will actually outweigh it because I've done so much for this country or for this state. I fetch my life and being from men of royal siege. So another thing, he says, I actually come from a royal line. So there should be no problem with my marriage to Desdemona. He is quite naive at this point in terms of the racism he's going to encounter. And he believes that because he is from men of royal siege, because he has this royal bloodline, and the next quote, my past, my title, and my perfect soul shall manifest me rightly. Othello believes that he is actually suitable for Desdemona because of all of the things he's done for Venice, because his roots or his background is is from a royal place, but he doesn't anticipate that Brabantio is not going to care about any of that. By Janus, this Iago says to this Othello, and this is a Roman god who is the god of duality, and so this is a really nice addition by Shakespeare over here, because by referencing the god of duality, it is foreshadowing how Iago is being, this dual character, how he's saying one thing but he's actually meaning another, and how he is pretending to be Othello's friend when he's really not. He comes to bad intent. Iago warning Othello, once again warning in inverted commas. And then this is how Brabantio approaches Othello. He is screaming at him, and he says, thou foul thief, thou hast enchanted her, mine's not an idle cause. And so he basically says to Othello that he has stolen Desdemona, which is some racism there, some sexism there, lots of things going on. He accuses Othello of enchanting her with magic, and later in scene 3 is going to do the same thing. And then he also says, mine's not an idle cause, because this is when Othello's called to the Duke, and Othello's like, okay, do you really want to fight me right now? Because the Duke is waiting for me. And Brabantio says, no, but mine's not an idle cause, meaning my issue with you is not something trivial. I'm going to come with you to the Duke. Act 1, Scene 3. A Turkish fleet and bearing up to Cyprus. So this is a plot point that is important. The second senator says it. He's not obviously important, but in terms of the plot, this is important because this is going to set everything in motion and lead to the rest of the play happening in Cyprus. Valiant Othello, we must straight employ you. So this the Duke says to Othello. You can see the use of the word valiant. It really showcases Othello as this brave and courageous military general, and we must straight employ you. This really shows how he's absolutely necessary for this mission. And then Brabantio starts on his whole thing about his how he does not want Desdemona to be married to Othello, stolen from me and corrupted by spells and medicines. So he accuses Othello of stealing her, and that he has corrupted her with spells and medicines, that she has not done it. She has not married him out of her own doing. He has manipulated her. That's his accusation. And Othello responds, and he says, rude I am in speech. He says, let me tell you what actually happened, although he puts himself down here. He's like, rude I am in speech, I'm not actually really good at public speaking, which from his next big speech is clearly not true. So you can interpret this as him being perhaps humble, or you can interpret it in a number of ways, but he does claim to be rude in speech, meaning like he's not very good at public speaking, but that's really not true if you look at his next speech. to fall in love with what she feared to look on, against all rules of nature. This is Brabantio once again. He claims that Desdemona could not have fallen in love with Othello because how could she fall in love with something that she feared? And he says that their relationship is against all rules of nature. So once again, you can use these quotes if you want to prove this theme of racism in the play. Send for the lady. So Othello, or Brabantio, is screaming at Othello, the Duke's listening, Othello's listening, and what Othello does is he says, send for the lady, which means like bring Desdemona, and let her actually tell her version of the story. Her father loved me, oft invited me. And so then Othello begins his whole tale, and he is going to explain to Brabantio and the Duke how they fell in love. And what's really interesting is you see the sort of double standard that Brabantio has, because the reason why Othello and Desdemona fell in love with each other, or why they even knew each other, was because Brabantio invited Othello often to his house. And so he's fascinated by Othello and all of his stories, yet he has, because of his race, he does not want him marrying his daughter. So you can really see in this line the duality of the character. Othello recounts his whole story, and he says at the end, if I had a friend that loved her, I should but teach him how to tell my story, and that would woo her. So he is recounting Desdemona's response to him telling a story of all of his troubles and how he got to where he is and all of the different things that he's done. And Desdemona basically gives him this big hint that she's interested in him, and Othello says that afterwards, upon this hint I spake. So after she gave me this hint that, because she basically says, if Othello had a friend and who was attracted to Desdemona, then he should tell him how to tell the story, and that would woo her and that would impress her. And so upon this hint I spake. So upon hearing this, Desdemona clearly is interested in Othello. Othello acts on it and speaks with her. And then this is a really important line. He says, this is his reasoning for why they fell in love. She loved me for the dangers I had passed, and I loved her that she did pity them. And so this is important because if you know the rest of the play, then their relationship is going to come under a lot of scrutiny, and it's going to ultimately end up not being very solid. And so to understand the foundation of the relationship and their definition of love is important. So the reason she fell in love with him because of all the things that he's accomplished, all the dangers that he has mitigated in his life, and she fell in love with him because she fell in love with him because of that, and he fell in love with her because she did pity them, because she felt sympathy for him, and she could she felt this very strong emotion for him, and so that's why he fell in love with her. And so the question is this a strong enough foundation for love? It seems to prove throughout the text that perhaps this is not, because their relationship is going to go sour quite quickly. The Duke responds to Othello's story, and he says, I think this tale would win my daughter too. Meaning that, wow, what a tale, what a story. This is something that would definitely, all Othello's traits, I think my daughter would also fall in love with him and, marry because of the story. Take up this mangled matter at best. So Duke says to Brabantio, the Duke obviously really needs Othello. He needs him to fight the Turkish forces. And so he says to Brabantio, initially, remember when he walks in, when Brabantio walks in so angry, the Duke's like, do whatever you want, you are in charge, like you can sort of enact any punishment to the person who's made you angry. But now he's like, take up this mangled matter at best, like just make the best of the situation, this is what it is. Desdemona arrives, and she proclaims Othello to be her lord instead of her father, so she has changed her allegiance. She says, I may profess due to the Moor, my lord. I'm glad at soul that I have no other child. And so Brabantio now is really angry, and he says to Desdemona, because of your actions, because of how you've betrayed me, remember he said earlier, like treason of the blood, he says, I'm glad I don't have any other children to put me through this. Othello said to the Duke he accepts the task of defending Cyprus, and he says, I do undertake these present wars against the Ottomans, the Turks. And Desdemona then, upon hearing that Othello is going to go fight in Cyprus, she says, the rights for which I loved him are bereft me. She says, he is going on this mission for one of the reasons that I loved him, because of his bravery. And then she asks, let me go with him. And the Duke agrees to that. And then this is a really important line. Othello says to the Duke about Iago, he says, "My ancient, a man he is of honesty and trust." So my ancient, that's his rank in the military. And he basically is going to give Iago the responsibility of making sure Desdemona gets to Cyprus safely. So you can really see how he trusts him so much. She has deceived her father and made thee. So Brabantio really is quite drastic here, and he is insulting his daughter. He says to Othello, you must keep an eye on Desdemona because she's deceived me, so she may deceive you. So a pretty harsh thing for a father to say about his daughter. Iago, it then switches, and we see Iago and Rodrigo speaking. And Iago makes this claim. He says, "Our bodies are gardens to which our wills are gardeners." And this means that he is using this metaphor. And he's saying that he's talking about this theme of passion versus reason, which I've spoken about in previous videos. But he's basically saying that we have reason to cool our raging. So as much as we can feel a desire or we feel anger, we have this methodology or we have this way as human beings to cool our raging, to actually think things through, to not just act in passion, but to act with reason and rationality. He then tells Rodrigo, "Put money in thy purse," and he actually says this quite a few times in the speech, so you can highlight all those different times. I think he says it about 3 or 4 times, and he's basically saying to Rodrigo, "Give me money, and after you give me money, I'm going to go and continue to make sure that Desdemona leaves Othello and is with you." Obviously, he never actually has intentions to do this, but he is manipulating Rodrigo. These Moors are changeable in their will. So Iago claims to Rodrigo, these Moors, this type of people, Othello is going to become moody, he's going to be changeable, and Desdemona is not going to fall out of love with him. She will find the errors of her choice. She's going to see that she made a mistake, and she's going to come running to Rodrigo. That's Iago's claim, which obviously he doesn't really believe, and Rodrigo just takes the bait. He even says to, you can see Iago as this dual character. He says, "Thou art sure of me." He reassures Rodrigo. He's like, "You can trust me. I hate the Moor." That's a pretty simple quote. Not the best quote because it's not something very substantial, but it is a thing that Iago says, which demonstrates his perspective. Put money enough in your purse. So Iago once again to Rodrigo. Oh, sorry about the spelling error there. He says to him, get a lot of money, get a lot of cash so you can give it to me. And Rodrigo is extremely, what should we call it? He's prone to manipulation. He's extremely gullible. He says, "I'll sell all my land. I'm going to get all the money I possibly can, all the cash so I can give it to you. I'm going to sell all my land. And it is thought abroad that twixt my sheets he's done my office." So now we have Iago's soliloquy, where he's going to go and he's going to talk about his intentions, what his plan is, and he is an opportunistic villain. So he is going to create this plan, and he has got so much, ammunition. He's going to keep creating more motivations as he goes along, because his current plan didn't work, right? To expose Othello and Desdemona's marriage did not work. So now he's going to start on his new plan. And he gives another reason for why he's against Othello. He says, "There's a rumor that's circling that he slept with my wife." And he continues on to say, he doesn't know if it's true, it's just a suspicion. But anyways, he wants to get revenge. He admits that Cassio is a proper man, but he's going to use that aspect of him to, he's going to use Cassio's sort of properness or his merit against him. And he's going to somehow, he hasn't figured out the details yet. We'll see later on he figures out the details. He's going to convince Othello that Cassio is too familiar with his wife, that Cassio and Desdemona are too close. And he says that of Cassio, "He hath a person and a smooth disposed to be suspected, framed to make women false." He says that Cassio is the type of person that people would believe would want to seduce women, or that he is a seducer of women. So he seems to be the person, he's handsome enough that he could be a threat to Othello. He then remarks upon Othello, "The Moor is of a free and open nature that thinks men honest." And this is really important, and it links to what happens later, but also what Othello and Iago talk about later, about how perceptions of people. Othello claims later that he wishes the perceptions of people were actually mirrored as true. And so Iago says that Othello automatically thinks by default people are honest. He has a free and open nature, and so he's going to exploit that. And then Iago's big plan, or sort of message at the end, he has this plan and he says Helen Knight must bring this monstrous birth to the world's light. He's like, with a little bit of the devil's help, we're going to make this plan succeed and we're going to bring it into the world. And so you can really see the intentional nature of what he's going to do and the chaos he's going to create. They don't have quotation marks, these quotes, but these are all quotes. Obviously the brackets are just explaining to you who said what to who. I hope that this was helpful. Make sure you write down maybe like 10 to 15 of these quotes for Act 1 so that you can study them. Also write next to them anything that I've said about them. For instance, what theme they relate to, which character they relate to, and hopefully you can create a nice quotes list which you can refer back to whenever you need to study in order to write an Othello essay. Thank you. Please like and subscribe, and I'll see you in the next video. Hello everyone, and welcome to another Tri-tutors video. In today's video we're going to be discussing some important quotes from Act 2 of William Shakespeare's Othello. Remember that quotes are really important to study so that you can integrate them into your literature essay body paragraphs, so that you have a piece of evidence in order to prove the stance that you've taken and the argument you are pursuing. Please make sure that you watch the video on how to integrate quotes. That's a really important one in general, on how you need to be selecting quotes, how you need to be integrating them into your essay. And then I've also done a video on Act 1 quotes, so I would definitely recommend that you watch that first. So we're going to go through a whole bunch of different quotes. You obviously do not have to know them all, but I would recommend you choose the ones that you think are going to prove your arguments the most. Remember, the best quote to study is a quote that can be applied to different characters and different scenarios. In brackets, I've always put who says the quote, but remember, that's not necessarily who the quote is about. So always make sure that you remember that, or actually that you take note. If you're going to study a quote, write down the quote in your quotes list and always put in brackets what it's referring to, what character it's referring to, what theme it's referring to, so that you know when to actually use it in your essay. So let's get into the quotes. Act 2, Scene 1. In terms of plot, our wars are done. That's just a simple one. The fact that once they arrive in Cyprus, there's actually no wars to fight because the Turkish fleet have not been able to arrive due to the tempest, due to the storm. The man commands like a full soldier. This is a quote by Montano, but he is talking about Othello here, and he's talking about how Othello's reputation precedes him. A maid that paragons description and wild fame. This is Cassio talking about Desdemona, and he says that she is such a beautiful woman, and basically Othello is really lucky because she's beautiful. You are pictures out of doors, bells in your parlors, wildcats in your kitchen, saints in your injuries, devils being offended. This is one of Iago's lines, and this is when he is just insulting all women altogether. So if you do get an essay about maybe women, about Emilia and Desdemona, this is a quote that shows you sort of what they're up against in this society. Iago says that women are innately tricksters, that they pretend to be something in public, but in private they're actually these devils, he says. Oh, fie upon thee, slanderer. This is one of Desdemona's first lines in Act 2, and this is her response to Iago's claim about women, and she sort of stands up for herself and Emilia and says, stop saying these terrible things. I think it's a really interesting line because Desdemona is the one to speak up against Iago, and later on we see she doesn't necessarily speak up for herself when when Othello starts accusing her. I mean, she does talk, she does say she hasn't done anything wrong, but it's actually then Emilia who's stronger in terms of the way that she responds to it. So I just thought this was interesting because it's sort of like this inversion. For I am nothing if not critical. This is a really good line because Iago says it about himself, and that's very true. He says that he's a critical person, which is like a hallmark of his personality. But does foul pranks which fair and wise ones do. Iago's another comment about women. He says whether women are beautiful or ugly, they are still going to be tricksters. They're still going to trick you and fool you. And deception is a very integral theme in this play, because Othello believes that he's been deceived by Desdemona when in reality he's being deceived by Iago. He speaks home. Cassio says this about Iago, and it basically means he speaks bluntly, like he doesn't coat his words in anything, he just says what he thinks. I think it's interesting because Iago is critical and he is blunt, but at the same time, everything he says is laced with so much meaning because he is constantly manipulating everyone around him. If such tricks as these strip you out of your lieutenantry, this is Iago. He talks about Cassio, and he basically has this little aside. Remember, aside is when a character has like a quick line or two to another person on stage or to the audience, and the rest of the people on stage can't hear. So this is after Cassio has greeted Desdemona and Emilia, and he does this big whole, he's he comes across as a ladies' man, so he does this big sort of gesture. And Iago has this little moment where he whispers, this ladies' man personality trait of yours is going to eventually strip you of your lieutenantry, which is, we know it's going to happen at the end of this act already. If I were now to die, there now to be most happy, for I fear my soul hath her content so absolute. Sorry, I don't know why I put a random apostrophe or inverted comma in the middle of that. But this is Othello. He's so happy to see Desdemona, and he says if he was to die now, he would be happy because his soul is so content. Desdemona is directly in love with him. This is Iago's line, and he's basically saying that Desdemona is absolutely in love with Othello. And it's important that this is recognized by Othello, that this is this two-sided love, and he's still going to mess with it, and he's still going to say to Rodrigo that he will still help him try and break this relationship up. Bragging and telling her fantastical lies. Iago claims this is how Othello managed to get Desdemona to love him, by bragging and telling her all these crazy lies. Handsome, young, and hath all the requisites in him that folly and green minds look after. Iago, sorry about the spelling mistake there, the H should be a G. Iago about Othello as well. He says Othello he's handsome, he's young, and so he can sort of get any maiden he wants, and he can lie. She's full of a most blessed condition. Rodrigo says this about Desdemona, which is really interesting because he says Desdemona's a moral, good lady. So as much as Rodrigo is slightly creepy, or quite creepy, in his pursuit of Desdemona, who has clearly no interest in him, he does admit, or he does recognize that she is this moral person, whereas Iago doesn't recognize that at the moment. Find some occasion to anger Cassio. This is Iago's big plan, and this is what he tells Rodrigo, because his plan is he's going to get Cassio drunk, and he tells Rodrigo to pick a fight with him. Find some occasion to anger Cassio. It's a really nice quote because there's no pronouns in there, so it doesn't become complicated in terms of figuring out who says who and whatever. So if you've watched the Integrate Quotes video, you'll see how pronouns can sometimes be an issue when you're trying to quote, because it really takes away the fluidity of the sentence. So this is quite a nice quote in that regard. He's rash and very sudden in color. Iago says this about Cassio, another great line. He says that he is quick to anger. A most dear husband. Iago admits that Othello is probably a very good husband. And then he says, I do suspect the lusty Moor hath leapt into my seat. Leapt into my seat. Iago says this about Othello. This is in his soliloquy right at the end of the scene, where he says that he's sort of giving reasons as to why he's doing what he's doing, and he's explaining to the audience his thought process. And he says that he suspects that Othello has slept with his wife. And this is the sort of opportunistic, villainous aspect of his character. Till I am even with him, wife for wife. He's like, I'm going to get revenge on him till we're even, wife for wife. At least into a jealousy so strong that judgment cannot cure. This is Iago's big plan. He's going to make Othello so jealous that his judgment is clouded, which is exactly what ends up happening. He talks about how he's going to get Rodrigo involved, and he calls Rodrigo the poor trash of Venice. That's a very nice quote because it's nice and simple, but it conveys a lot, because it conveys on how Iago sees Rodrigo. He just sees him as a pawn in his games. He doesn't see him as anything honourable, he is using Rodrigo. For I fear Cassio with my nightcap too. And now Iago is further giving himself reasons. He says he fears that Cassio's also slept with his wife. So I don't know what that tells you about Iago's thoughts on his wife, if he believes that Othello has been with her as well as Cassio. Makes the Moor thank me, love me, and reward me. So that's his big plan now. He's going to make the Moor, he's going to make Othello love him and reward him, and then he's going to make him so jealous that judgment is going to fall off the face of the earth. His ability to be rational is going to subside. Act 2, Scene 2, there are no quotes of importance in my opinion. Act 2, Scene 3. Iago is most honest, that's Othello. He's always saying things like that, and that's the theme of appearance versus reality, because Iago appears to be honest to Othello, but in reality he's not. And then we get this very interesting conversation between Iago and Cassio, and they're basically just saying how beautiful Desdemona is. She is sport for Jove, Iago says about Desdemona, like she's good enough for like Jupiter, the king of the gods. She is the most exquisite lady. She is indeed perfection. So they're talking about how amazing Desdemona is, and it sort of gives us this implication how she's very much sought after, and yeah, that sort of anyone would be lucky to marry her. Then this is one of the most used quotes, and it's a really good quote. I have very poor and unhappy brains for drinking. This is Cassio, and he says that he does not want to drink because he does not do well with alcohol. And obviously Iago knows this, and he's still going to convince him, but this is Cassio saying that he doesn't want to drink. He says, I am unfortunate in the infirmity and dare not task my weakness with any more. Cassio again says, no, I'm not going to have something to drink. I've already had a little bit, and I'm not going to task my weakness. I'm not going to test myself. I know that I don't do well with this stuff. And then Iago says he's going to make him full of quarrel and offense. That's his big plan. He obviously doesn't say it to Cassio. And then this is such an interesting conversation, I think, because it's between Iago and Montano. And this really paints this picture of Iago being such a sly, manipulative, clever villain, because he doesn't just have one story that he's telling. He doesn't just have one lie. He's literally telling different lies to different people. And I find that absolutely fascinating. And that's why we really have to have those soliloquies where we can understand what's happening in Iago's head, because he's literally telling a different story to every single person. And so now he's talking about Cassio to Montano, and he says he is a soldier fit to stand by Caesar, meaning he is an amazing soldier. He is honorable. He is so reputable. He is like such an honorable person. He's fit to stand by Caesar. I fear the trust Othello puts him in. Then he's like, I fear that Othello trusts him too much. And then he claims that Cassio is an alcoholic, which is not true. He says, 'tis evermore the prologue to his sleep. He says, every night he drinks himself to sleep. Would so much to cure him of this evil. And then he claims, I would do anything to cure him of this terrible alcoholism. And so do you see how he's putting this picture in Montano's brain? And later on, when Cassio is going to come in, when he screams, you rogue, you rascal, he has come in drunk, Montano has this whole story about how he's this drunken alcoholic, so he's going to react very violently to him because of this. Whereas if Iago hadn't spoken about this, perhaps he would have been he would have reacted differently to Cassio based on the man he knows. Go out and cry mutiny. This is an aside. Iago says this to Rodrigo once Cassio comes in and he's clearly being aggressive and he's drunk. Iago says to Rodrigo, go out and wake everyone up, right? Cause a disturbance. Cassio and Montano are involved in a fight, and Iago says, have you forgot all place of sense and duty? He says, have you forgotten yourselves? Like, why are you fighting? I cannot speak any beginning to this peevish odds, and would in action glorious I'd lost the legs that brought me a part of it. Iago, so dramatic. He says, I have no idea how this started. I would actually rather lose my legs because I don't want to be a part of it. So very dramatic. And he basically claims absolutely no responsibility in this, even though he has been the mastermind behind this. My blood begins my safer guides to rule. So Othello has been woken by the disturbance. He comes and he is extremely angry. He doesn't know what's happened. He's wanting to get answers out of them, but he's seen his lieutenant, one of his main, his main soldiers, has now gone and disgraced himself. And this is, he's very, very angry. And he says, my blood begins my safer guides to rule. He says, my rationality is ceasing. I'm getting really angry now. And this is important because that's one of our key themes, is this passion versus reason. And up to this point, Othello's been quite reasonable. He's been quite rational. And now he even admits he's becoming angry. So he's going to be ruled a little bit more by passion here. And what does Iago do? Once again, dramatic. He says, I had rather have this tongue cut from my mouth than it should do offense to Michael Cassio. Meaning, I'd rather have my tongue cut out than I should say anything bad about Cassio, which is utterly hilarious. Well, not hilarious, but quite ironic. But men are men, the best sometimes forget. And he tells the story, Iago tells the story, which Othello is going to believe straight away. He's not going to ask for anyone else's opinion. But he tries to make Cassio out to be good. So he says, and Cassio did this and this and this, like really bad. But, men are men. Like, we all make mistakes sometimes. Sometimes we forget. And Othello sees, and Iago is such a master manipulator in that sense, because he's put all the blame on Cassio, but at the same time he's made it seem like he's Cassio's friend. And even Othello says, you're making it light to Cassio. You're actually being nice to Cassio. You're trying to shield him. You're trying to protect him. And Othello sees through this, or he thinks he sees through this. He thinks that he's quite smart, and he says, Cassio, I love thee, but never more be officer of mine. So he completely believes Iago's story from the get-go, and he says, you are never going to be an officer of mine. So that's a really nice quote, where he's basically firing him. And then Cassio says, reputation, reputation, reputation. Oh, I've lost my reputation. Reputation is such an important theme in this play. Honor and reputation are really important, and for Cassio, that's his most prized possession. His most prized possession is his reputation. And so, it's not the best quote to use. I would use the next quote on the next slide to prove reputation, because if you just quote reputation, it's not very impactful. But I'll show you the next one that you can use to prove this theme of reputation and how much it means to Cassio. So here it is, where he says, I have lost the immortal part of myself, and what remains is bestial. Cassio believes that his reputation is the part that makes him human. He believes what's left of him now is just animalistic, because he's lost his honor, he's lost his reputation. And so that's a really good quote to use. It's the immortal part of myself, and what remains is bestial. So without his reputation, he feels like he's nothing. And Iago responds with something interesting. He says, reputation is an idle and most false imposition, oft got without merit and lost without deserving. And this is an important line if we're digging deeper into the theme of reputation, because Iago says reputation is such a, it's actually something false. It's not actually true. It's not a true reflection of who you are. It's something that others put onto you, and it can be taken away, or it can be put on without your permission. It's not actually a solid representation of who you are. And that's very insightful, because Iago's reputation does not match who he really is. Just like Cassio's reputation now, where he's lost his reputation, doesn't match who he really is. But definitely Iago's, because Iago's reputation is this honest Iago. And in reality he's not. And here Iago acknowledges that reputation is false. This comes back in Act 3 a little bit, when Iago and Othello are having a discussion. So keep that in mind. Sue to him again and he's yours. So remember, Iago has come across as friend to everyone now, and he's even friends with Cassio. And he advises Cassio that Othello will change his mind. You must just go plead with him. He says, mend it for your own good. Also ironic, because he's not actually mending it. He's not actually asking Cassio. He's saying to Cassio that you should go for your own good and try to get your job back. But in reality, Iago wants him to go beg, because it's going to serve Iago's plan. This is a really good quote. Our general's wife is now the general. When we think about influence, that's we usually think about, you know, Othello and Iago, and Iago and Rodrigo, and Iago and Cassio. But here's a little like a different version of it. I don't think there's enough information to write a full paragraph on it. But basically, Iago says that Desdemona is now actually the general because she has so much influence over Othello. So whatever Desdemona says, Othello will follow. And we can see that later on when Othello says, I will deny thee nothing, meaning I cannot actually deny Desdemona's requests because he loves her so much. And so here, Iago acknowledges this change, the fact that now Desdemona's married Othello, she actually holds a lot of power. And Iago advises Cassio, another great quote, confess yourself freely to her. So confess, and not just confess, but confide in her and ask for her help and ask for her to petition your case for you. I protest in the sincerity of love and honest kindness. Also really ironic, Iago says to Cassio, I am doing this because I love you, I am your friend, you can trust me. Cassio then says, honest Iago. And then Iago has this soliloquy. He actually has two soliloquies at the end of this scene, if I'm remembering correctly. He says, when devils will the blackest sins put on, they do suggest at first with heavenly shows as I do now. So he's concocting the next part of his plan. He says, when a devil is going to commit the worst sins, he always puts on this heavenly face. He always puts on this angelic persona, just as I do now. He's pretending to be this amazing person and this friend to everyone. And that's when he's going to commit his greatest sin. And she for him pleads strongly to the Moor. He says that Desdemona is going to plead with Othello that Cassio be reinstated. And Iago says, I'll pour pestilence into his ear. That's one of my favorite quotes. I think it's such a good way to describe the influence that Iago has over Othello. He's going to pour pestilence into his ear. He's going to corrupt Othello's interpretation of what this pleading means, where in fact it's really innocent, but he's going to make Othello believe that it's got to do with something else. Then he talks to Rodrigo, and Rodrigo claims he has no money at all. He has given it all to Iago. He's sold all his land. He's given all his money to him. And this is really emphasizes just how manipulative Iago is, because he's really done nothing to help Rodrigo's case or what he's promised Rodrigo. And Rodrigo is very gullible and just gives him all his money. And then Iago says something really interesting, because Rodrigo's like, come on, this is taking too long. I've given you all my money. Why is Desdemona not broken up with Othello? Why is she not my wife, sort of thing? Because that's the reason why he's been giving all the money. And Iago says, thou knowest we work by wit and not by witchcraft. He says, we work by intelligence, we work by intellect, we don't just work by magic. And that really gives us an insight into why Iago is so successful as this villain. It's because he's extremely smart. He's extremely clever. He realizes he's not just going to get his revenge in a single click or a single moment. He has to create this entire plot, this entire plan, using wit, using intellect, and then he's going to get what he wants. And Rodrigo doesn't understand that. Rodrigo needs to happen instantaneously. But Iago understands the complexity behind enacting revenge. So that's a really good quote to showcase Iago's sort of the intentional aspect behind his villainous acts. My wife must move for Cassio to her mistress. I'll set her on. This is back to the soliloquy. Iago says he needs his wife to be involved in this because Emilia is Desdemona's attendant. So he's going to need her help. He's going to set her on to this. He's going to make sure that she helps his plan, that she allows Cassio to see Desdemona. And then his plan, he may find Cassio soliciting his wife, and he's going to make Othello see Cassio and Desdemona together, and he's going to make him believe things that are not true. And then he says, dull not device by coldness and delay. He's like, all right, I've got the plan, let's get going. Let's not let speed be the problem here. Let's enact my plan straight away so that I can enact this revenge easily. I hope that was helpful. Please remember to watch the integrating quotes video for it to all make sense. Also, just a note, I haven't put any inverted commas in here, but obviously when you're actually using the quotes, you must use inverted commas to indicate that it is from the text. I hope that was helpful. Please like and subscribe, and I'll see you in the next video. Hello and welcome to another Tri-tutors video. In today's video we're going to be unpacking some important quotes from Act 3 of the play. Please remember to watch the video on how to integrate your quotes into your literature essays. But without further ado, let's get started. Act 3, Scene 1, and she speaks for you stoutly. Emilia says this to Cassio. And this is as Emilia and Cassio are talking because Cassio wants to talk to Desdemona, because if we think back to where we left off in Act 2, Cassio's reputation has been diminished. He has lost his position as lieutenant, and Iago has now masterfully, and slyly told him that he needs to go and beg Desdemona to speak on his behalf to Othello, and in that way Othello will revise his decision. And obviously this is part of Iago's big plan to make sure that Othello sees Cassio and Desdemona talking alone together, and that Desdemona seems to be campaigning for Cassio, and that's his whole idea, to make Othello jealous. So Emilia says to Cassio that Desdemona is defending Cassio, and Cassio is so desperate, he says to Emilia, "Give me advantage of some brief discourse with Desdemona alone." He says, "Please, can I speak with Desdemona alone to state my case?" And that's obviously exactly what Iago wants. Scene 2, easy, not much there. Act 3, Scene 3 is a really big scene. It's a lot that goes on here. I will do all my abilities in thy behalf. This is Desdemona to Cassio. She says, she hears his story and she's like, "I'm going to do everything I can for you, Cassio. I'm going to try and convince Othello to reinstate you as lieutenant and to redeem your reputation. I warrant who grieves my husband as if the cause were his." So remember, Emilia is Iago's husband. She's also Desdemona's attendant, so she's around Desdemona a lot. And she says that this whole issue with Cassio, that her husband, that Iago has been so upset about it, it's as though he was the one that caused the issue. So isn't that ironic? Because obviously he has caused the issue. So it's quite a funny line in terms of dramatic irony. In terms of the audience, we can laugh at that line, whereas the characters in the play don't know anything the better about Iago's true actions. "That's an honest fellow," Desdemona says this about Iago, so we can see that he's always called honest by everyone. "He's never anything but your true servant," Cassio says this to Desdemona. Cassio is a very loyal person. "If I do vow friendship, I'll perform it to the last article." Desdemona is also extremely loyal. She says, "If I have made you a promise, like I'll go to the ends of the world to make sure that it happens, and that I've kept my promise. For thy solicitor shall rather die than give thy cause away." Sorry, there's a typo there. It should be die. Desdemona says to Cassio that she will go to the ends of the world. It's just once again expressing that she's going to go to the end of the world to get this done. She says, "I'd rather die than sort of give up on you and give up on what I've promised you." "I will deny thee nothing." This is a really wonderful quote to use. Sorry, another typo there for 2, Othello to Desdemona, because Desdemona starts to talk about how Othello should reconsider his decision on Cassio, and Othello says to her, like, "You're not really being fair, because you know that I will deny you nothing. I cannot say no to you." So he doesn't actually say yes to reinstating Cassio, but this line shows how much Iago has accurately read the situation, in the sense of he knows how Othello cannot say no to Desdemona. "And when I love thee, not chaos is come again." Othello says this about Desdemona. He says, when I stop loving her, then it's like the world has gone into chaos again. So everything has sort of retracted, and so this just shows the extent of his love for her. "But for satisfaction of my thought, no further harm." So this is Iago to Othello at the start of this very big conversation, where we're going to have Iago convincing Othello in the most sly and manipulative way that Desdemona is cheating on him and that he should be jealous. And it's so manipulative because if you look at the text, he doesn't say anything outright. So like this line, he says, "No, I'm not asking, like there's no ulterior motive in my asking, just like for satisfaction, I'm just curious, like I'm not trying to." question anything. I'm not trying to harm anyone. And this is when he's like insinuating perhaps that Othello should be jealous. I know thou art full of love and honesty, and weight thy words before thou give them breath. Othello says this to Iago about Iago, and this is very true. He says, well, Iago, I'm going to take you seriously because I know that whatever you say, you think it through. So obviously the full of love part is inaccurate. Iago's not full of love at this point. He is manipulating Othello, but he does think through what he's saying because he is this very sly character. Othello says men should be what they seem. So Iago and Othello go on this whole talk about reputation when they're actually talking about this very important theme directly. And Othello says he wishes that men would be what they seem. He wishes that appearance reflected reality. Obviously, this gives us a little bit of insight because he wants this to be true. So he sees this in Iago when Iago's appearance does not reflect his reality. It is in my nature's plague to spy into abuses, and off my jealousy shapes faults that are not. Iago says this to Othello, and this is like why he's so manipulative. He literally admits, like, I am by nature very critical and suspicious, and sometimes I make mistakes in my judgment because I'm so quick to anger, sort of thing. And Iago literally says this to Othello. He admits this, but we'll see by the end of the act, Othello is already completely taken by Iago's slight insinuation of Desdemona's unfaithfulness. Good name in man and woman, dear my lord, is the immediate jewel of their souls. Iago says this to Othello, so here they're still talking about reputation, and this is really important because it shows that, because later on, Othello is going to be upset that Desdemona is being unfaithful or supposedly unfaithful because he is challenging his reputation, right? If his wife's cheating on him, that doesn't say a lot about him. So this idea that both men and women have this reputation to uphold, and he's like horrified later on because he's like, well, she's ruining my reputation, but she's ruining her own reputation as well. And Iago says to Othello in this line that the reputation, your good name, is the most important thing about you. It's like the most prized possession that a person has. Oh, beware, my lord, of jealousy. It is the green-eyed monster which doth mock the meat it feeds on. So that is the most famous quote for Othello, where he warns him, literally, he says, beware, my lord, of jealousy. It is a green-eyed monster that makes fun of the victims it devours. So he says, be wary of becoming so jealous so quickly because it leads to destruction. Poor and content is rich, and rich enough. Iago says this to Othello. He says, the person who's poor and contented is rich enough. So he's using such a sort of reverse psychology in this interaction because he keeps saying these things which he knows Othello's not going to listen to. And then after putting all of that out there, he has these little lines where he actually says what he wants to say and insinuates about what he, that Desdemona is cheating on him. She had eyes and chose me. So at this point in the scene, Othello is still being rational. He's like, hold on a second. She had eyes. She is the one who chose to marry me. And he says, I'll see before I doubt. Notice how that's going to change by the end of the scene. He says, I'm not going to jump to any conclusions. Observe her well with Cassio. Iago says this to Othello. This is a really nice line to use. He suggests that Othello just observes how she interacts with Cassio and then he can make a decision himself. And that's the whole thing. Iago just gives these insinuations, or he gives these suggestions and recommendations, and Othello comes to his own conclusions, obviously as envisioned by Iago. I will not have your free and noble nature out of self-bounty be abused. Iago says to Othello, I don't want your free and noble nature, meaning like your trustworthiness, to be abused. I don't want you to be taken advantage of. And he reminds Othello she did deceive her father once, which goes back to Act 1 when Brabantio actually sort of warns Othello and says, careful, she might deceive you in the future. Iago brings it back to that. She deceived her father, she may deceive you. My speech should fall into such vile success which my thoughts aimed not. So once again, this reverse psychology and the irony. He says, I don't want, my words to have negative effect, which is obviously the complete opposite of what he really wants. This fellow's of exceeding honesty and knows all the quantities with the learned spirit of human dealings. Othello says this about Iago. He says he knows a lot about the world and that he's honest and he is a good sort of observer of people. So half of that is true. He is a good observer of people, but he's not doing it in terms of honesty. That we call delicate creatures ours and not their appetites. So Othello says this, and he says that So Othello says this, and he says that we think that our wives belong to us, but really their desires are free. So now he's starting to become poisoned by Iago's thoughts. He's going to start thinking about it, and he's going to be like, hold on a second, maybe I should be suspicious about Desdemona. This was her first remembrance from the Moor. This is Emilia. So this is after Desdemona drops her handkerchief by negligence, by mistake, and Emilia picks it up and she comments on this handkerchief, what it is. This is very important. It's a very sentimental symbol of Othello and Desdemona's relationship. My wayward husband hath 100 times wooed me to steal it. So she relates how Iago has asked her so many times to steal this handkerchief. She let it drop by negligence, so she dropped it by mistake. She'll run mad when she shall lack it. Emilia says to Iago, when Desdemona figures out that she's lost this handkerchief, which Emilia has now stolen and given to Iago, she's going to go crazy. Trifles light as air are to the jealous confirmation strong as proofs of holy writ. This is such an interesting line. Iago says, because now he has this handkerchief, he knows he has this tiny element of proof that he can use to prove, in inverted commas, Desdemona's unfaithfulness. And he says that even just like tiny wisps of evidence are proof enough to a jealous person. So now he's made Othello jealous enough that just a little piece of proof is going to convince him that Desdemona is cheating on him. The Moor already changes with night poison, so he's already noticing Othello's change. He's becoming jealous. But with a little act upon the blood burn like the mines of sulfur. So once again, this idea of that through this poisoning of Othello and making him jealous, he's going to be able to easily manipulate him. Thou hast set me on the rack. Othello says to Iago, like, now you have sort of made me tortured by these thoughts that you've given me. Like, now I can't stop thinking about it, and it's sort of going along, and it's getting worse and worse. What sense had I in her stolen hours of lust? So now he's sort of like coming to the conclusion that yes, Desdemona must be cheating on him. And we can see both at the end of the act, he's going to become extremely violent. So he's getting to that point now. He says Othello's occupation is gone. He says my career is over, because he's like, well, if she's cheating on me, my whole reputation's gone. My entire understanding of like who I am is gone. So, and this is a very sort of sad foreshadowing, because this is going to lead to Othello's career being over. And he's conflicted. He says, I think my wife be honest and think she is not. I think she's honest, but then at the same time, I don't think she is. Iago says to Othello, you are eaten up with passion. A really good line, because if you think about themes, passion versus reason, Othello turns from this reasonable individual to this passion-filled individual who doesn't make rational decisions. Strong circumstances which lead directly to the door of truth. And then Iago says, this may help to thicken other proofs. So this is when he says, okay, here's a little bit of evidence. I'm going to thicken other proofs for you. I'm going to show you these. And as he said earlier, because Othello's jealous, he's going to believe these little tiny pieces of evidence in inverted commas, because they're not really evidence. So he says there are these flimsy pieces of evidence, but altogether they're gonna make sense. I'll tear her all to pieces. So now Othello becomes extremely violent, and he's going to take revenge on Desdemona. Did I today see Cassio wipe his beard with? Iago says to Othello, I saw that Cassio was wiping his beard with the handkerchief that you gave to Desdemona. It speaks against her with other proofs. Iago says, well, that in itself is maybe not proof, but together with all the other things, like, we've been observing her, we've seen that she's like campaigning for Cassio to be reinstated. Oh, these all work together, and maybe this is convincing evidence that she's being unfaithful to you. And Iago is so smart. He says he makes everything Othello's sort of fault, or not fault, but his he puts it under his accountability. He says, let him command, and to obey shall be in remorse, what bloody business ever. He says, I'll do whatever you say, Othello, because you're the one who's deciding all these like sort of negative acts. I will follow them because I'm like your humble servant. Within these 3 days, let me hear thee say that Cassio is not alive. Othello says to Iago, within 3 days, I want to hear that Cassio is dead. Othello calls Desdemona a lewd minx, and then he says, I will withdraw to furnish me with some swift means of death for the fair devil. He says, I'm going to go and think about some ways that I can go about killing this devil, meaning his wife, Desdemona. Scene 4. Desdemona says, tell him I have moved my lord on his behalf and hope all will be well. Desdemona says to tell Cassio that she has spoken to Othello about him and hopefully he will be reinstated soon. Then she realizes that she's lost her handkerchief and she says, I'd rather have lost my purse full of crucidos. So she says, I'd rather have lost like a purse full of money than lost that handkerchief. It was so important. No such baseness as jealous creatures are, as if it were enough to put him to ill thinking. And Desdemona says, well, if he was a jealous person, if Othello was jealous, then he would, jump to conclusions. Obviously, she doesn't know yet that he has become this jealous person. When Desdemona and Othello then meet again, Othello asks to see the handkerchief because obviously Iago has told him that he's seen Cassio with it. And Desdemona says, no, she's just misplaced it. It is not lost. So she does lie to Othello because she gets worried by his reaction that she doesn't have it on her. I never saw this before. Desdemona remarks about Othello. She's like, I've never seen him behave in this way. I am most unhappy in the loss of it. She's very upset that she's lost this handkerchief. They are all but stomachs and we all but food. So Emilia says this about men in general. She says they are stomachs and women are sort of food, and they can like eat and spit out and sort of do what they want with women's feelings and emotions, and they can act however they want and get away with it. I do beseech you that by your virtuous means I may again exist. Cassio once again pleads to Desdemona, please talk to Othello on my behalf. Desdemona says, my lord is not my lord, meaning I don't recognize him anymore. He has become this other person that is jealous, or maybe she doesn't know he's jealous yet, but he's angry and she's never seen him this way. Men's nature wrangle with inferior things, though great ones are their object. Desdemona says when men are angry, they usually are upset about little things, but really it's something big that they're truly upset about, that they're truly worried about. They are not ever jealous for the cause, but jealous for their jealous. Emilia says they're not ever jealous because of a reason. Sometimes they're just jealous for the sake of being jealous. Take me this work out. Cassio says this to Bianca, so remember that the handkerchief has been planted in Cassio's belonging, and he talks to Bianca and he says, can you please copy this pattern? I like this pattern handkerchief, please copy it. And he admits that he has no idea where it's from. He says, I know not neither, I found it in my chamber. I don't know where it's from, I just found it in my belongings. Please copy this pattern. I hope that was helpful. Remember, you don't have to study all of the quotes, just choose the ones that resonate with you, that are easy enough to remember. And remember that an optimal quote, I would say, is between 5 to 8 words. So you can, cut and choose which words or which parts of the quote you want to study. As I said, I hope it was helpful. Please make sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you in the next video. Hello and welcome to another Tri-tutors video. In today's video, we're going to be unpacking some important quotes from Act 4 of William Shakespeare's Othello. Please make sure that you watch the earlier videos on Acts 1 through 3, and also make sure that you have a look at the video on how to integrate quotes into a literature essay. Let's get started. Act 4, Scene 1. So Othello has been poisoned by Iago's thoughts now. He is absolutely sure that Desdemona is cheating on him, and he remarks she is protectress of her honor too. He's like, I don't understand how this could happen, because if she is cheating on me, she's not only challenging my reputation, but she's actually challenging hers as well. She is putting her own reputation on the line. They have it very oft that have it not. Iago says this to Othello, and he basically is remarking on reputation, and he says, well, reputation is not entirely accurate. Some people have a good reputation and they don't deserve it, or some people have a bad reputation and they don't deserve it. First to be hanged and then to confess. Othello says he is so angry, he's like, first we will kill Cassio and then he can confess, which obviously doesn't make any realistic sense, but it just illustrates how angry he is at Cassio and Desdemona. A horned man's a monster and a beast. So Othello says this, and this is once again the theme of honor and reputation. And he says that a man who's been cheated on isn't a real man. He's almost like lost this sense of humanity because he has been cheated on. It's such a terrible thing to happen to a man's reputation. While you were overwhelmed with your grief, a passion most resulting such a man. Iago criticizes Othello here, and he says, you have been so embroiled in your grief, in your passion, that you've become sort of less of a man. This is not a manly thing to do, to showcase your depression or your grief in this way. For I will make him tell the tale anew. Iago says to Othello he's gonna provide even more proof that Cassio is having an affair with Desdemona. And so he says that he was going to call Cassio and ask him to tell the tale anew of how he got involved with Desdemona, and Othello will be listening in. And Iago's big plan is that obviously he's going to not talk to Cassio about Desdemona because that has never happened, but he is going to talk to Cassio about Bianca, and we have a quote later on which explains why he's chosen to talk about her. But once again, in terms of the theme of masculinity, Iago says, marry patience, or I shall say you are an all spleen and nothing of a man. He says to Othello, like, calm down, be rational, otherwise I'm going to think less of you as a man. When he hears of her, cannot refrain from the excess of laughter. So Iago says about Cassio because whenever Bianca is brought up in conversation, Cassio cannot act sort of reasonably. He starts laughing, he doesn't take her seriously, and he mocks her. And so by Iago asking Cassio about Bianca and Othello thinking it's Desdemona, he knows this is going to make Othello angry because Othello still does love Desdemona on some level. Unbookish jealousy must construe poor Cassio's smiles, gestures, and light behavior quite in the wrong. Iago says this plan's going to work because Othello is so jealous and so consumed by passion that he's going to misconstrue Cassio's jokes and smiles about Bianca. I would have him 9 years killing. Othello says this to Iago about Cassio. He's so angry, he's like, I wish I could kill him continuously for 9 years. Let her rot and perish and be damned tonight, for she shall not live. Othello says about Desdemona, he says he's going to kill her. She will not live past this night. He says, my heart is turned to stone. He's become completely this different person to the guy we met in Act 1. The world hath not a sweeter creature. So this is sort of the contradiction, is because he's still like, oh my gosh, she's this sweet creature, like she's this beautiful woman who I'm in love with, but he's so angry that he is very much set on killing her. He says, I will chop her into messes. So he sort of goes between, how can Cassio treat her this way? She is like this amazing person and she's this kind and obedient woman, but hold on a second, she cheated on me, I will chop her into messes. And here Iago gives Othello, he gives him like suggestion on how to kill Desdemona. He says, do it not with poison, strangle her in her bed, even the bed she hath contaminated. So Iago says to Othello, don't poison her, rather strangle her in the bed that she has contaminated, meaning like the marital bed where she has compromised their marriage by sleeping with someone else. So this is sort of like a way to assert justice. Desdemona says to Othello, so once they meet up again, Othello strikes Desdemona and hits her, and Desdemona says, I've not deserved this. And this really showcases, I think, her sense of bravery or courage. Like, he's just hit her in front of all these people, and she's like, I have not deserved this. Like, I don't deserve your anger and your jealousy. Lodovico has come in because he's this messenger from Venice, and this is a very important quote in terms of reputation, because he sees Othello strike Desdemona and he says this would not be believed in Venice. He says Othello's reputation precedes him as being this honorable man of reputable character, and if he told everyone what happened in Venice, no one would actually believe him because Othello's reputation is so strong. And so you can see how it calls into a question this theme of reputation and should we actually believe in reputation, because clearly it's false. He says about Desdemona, like, truly an obedient lady, like what did she ever do to deserve that? Is this the noble Moor whom our full senate calls in all sufficient? Is this the nature whom passion cannot shake? Lodovico says this. He's like, is this the same person who Venice and the Duke and the Senate, who they trust so much to take care of this issue in Cyprus and to to command this army? Because it seems like this guy is ruled by passion and not reason. So once again, that theme of reputation called into question. Act 4, Scene 2, Othello now confronts Emilia and asks her what her thoughts are. Has Desdemona been cheating on him? And Emilia stands up for Desdemona and says, I saw no harm. She is honest. For if she be not honest, chaste, and true, there's no man happy. The purest of their wives is foul as slander. If only Othello would listen to Emilia, because Emilia says there's absolutely no way she's cheating on you. If she is not honest, if she is not being faithful, then she says, then no, there's been like no happy marriage ever in the history of time, because that's how honest she is. She would never cheat on you. Desdemona says to Othello, understand a fury in your words, but not the words. Sorry, it should be not know the words, but not the words. And Desdemona says to Othello, like, I understand that you're angry, but I don't understand why you're angry. I don't understand what you're telling me, because obviously she is innocent and she doesn't understand what why Othello is accusing her of this. Othello demands that she swear thou art honest. And she says, I am honest. And Othello responds, heaven truly knows that thou art false as hell. So he's become this completely different man, impeded by jealousy. O thou weed, who art so lovely, fair, and smells so sweet. Othello says to Desdemona, you're a weed who's pretending to be a flower, because you're coming across as sweet and innocent, but really you're evil. Would thou hadst never been born? And he says, I wish you had actually never been born. And he calls her an impudent strumpet. Desdemona says to Othello, she stands up for herself. She's like, by heaven, you do me wrong. Like, what is this? Like, you're accusing me of something absolutely bizarre. How come this trick upon him? Desdemona is so distraught after this interaction with Othello that she calls Emilia and Iago and asks for their advice. And Iago is so two-faced, and he's like, how can this trick come on him? Like, how did he start to think of this? How could he have believed such a crazy thing? And Emilia says this is some eternal villain. And she continues with her sort of idea. She's like, there must be this evil guy who's to try and get some office, have not devised this slander, who's trying to get some sort of promotion. So he's devised this sort of plan to slander Desdemona and to try and cause some trouble. The Moor is abused by some most villainous knave. So she says, obviously it's quite ironic, because she doesn't know that she's standing in front of him right now. It's her own husband Iago who is being abused, or who has abused Othello and made him, poisoned his ear with all of these lies. I do not find that thou dealt justly with me. So after this happens, Desdemona immediately leaves. Rodrigo comes in, and finally, like at last, long last, he sees that Iago has been manipulating him. Don't get too excited, because he's going to fall for Iago's manipulations again. But he's like, I don't think you have been dealing honestly with me. And this is a really nice quote. Your words and performances are no kin together. This is a really good one in terms of the theme of appearance versus reality. He says, what you say versus how you act don't match. I've wasted myself out of my means. Remember, Rodrigo has given Iago all of his money. He has no money left. So he's like, I've given you everything and you've not treated me fairly. You have not actually done what I've paid you to do. Scene 3. This is a conversation between Desdemona and Emilia as Desdemona is getting ready for bed. She says, mine eyes do itch, doth that bode weeping? She says, my eyes are sort of itching. Does that mean that I'm going to be crying later? So this is foreshadowing. Is a great price for a small vice. So now they're talking about having affairs, because obviously that's what Desdemona has been accused of. And Emilia says, well, maybe I would have an affair if it, suited my purposes. Desdemona says, beshrew me if I would do such a wrong for the whole world. She says, I would never ever cheat on my husband. Emilia says, it is their husbands' faults if wives do fall. Let husbands know that their wives have sense like them. She says that if a wife has an affair, or if there's unfaithfulness in a marriage, it's actually husbands' faults if their wives have an affair. And she says husbands should know that their wives are also human beings, that they also have sense like them. And then she has this wonderful quote. She says, And have not we affections, desires for sport and fragility, as men have? Then let them use us well. Else let them know the ills we do, their ills instruct us so. Emilia says, don't men should notice that women are also human beings? Don't we have the same desires? Don't we have the same sort of dreams and aspirations? And by that margin, don't we also make mistakes? And she says, well, if we make mistakes, or if we do something wrong, then they should know it's because their actions have prompted us to do so, or we have sort of followed their lead or how they have acted, and that's what has made us act in this sort of not, in a bad way. The bad things we do are just things that we've learned from them. I hope that video was helpful. Please make sure that you like the video and subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you in the next video. Hello everyone, and welcome to another Tri-tutors video. In today's video we're going to be unpacking some important quotes from Act 5 of William Shakespeare's Othello. Please remember to have a look at the video on how to write a literature essay, and also there's another video about how to integrate quotes. So going through these quotes, you'll be able to understand them in terms of what they mean and what themes and characters they apply to. But if you watch that video, you'll see how to select quotes to study and how to integrate them into your essay to make your evidence more meaningful. I've also done a model essay video for Othello where I've unpacked the topic and given you a sort of example or an exemplar of how you can go about answering that essay question. So I would advise that you look at those videos after watching this one. So Act 5, Scene 1. Fear nothing, I'll be at thy elbow, it makes us or it mars us. Iago says this to Rodrigo, so if we just cast our minds back, Rodrigo has just confronted Iago and said, what you've promised me has not really matched what's actually happening. When am I going to get Desdemona? I've given you all my money, sort of thing. Have you just betrayed me? And Iago manipulates him again, and he says, no, what we need to do now is we need to go and kill Cassio, and I need your help. And here Iago says to Rodrigo, I'll be at thy elbow, like I'm going to help you. I'll be right here as you try and kill him. I'll be your backup. And he says, it makes us or it mars us. Like this night is a big deal. It's going to determine whether they're successful or whether they're not. But truly, it's actually just Iago. Rodrigo doesn't really have much invested in this, and that leads to the next line. I have no great devotion to the deed, because he's been instructed by Iago to kill Cassio, and Rodrigo's like, I don't really want to kill Cassio. I'm not really devoted to the idea of it, but he's been manipulated so much. So that's a good quote to emphasize how manipulative, or the power of Iago's manipulation. Every way makes my gain. So Iago is such a mastermind that he's figured out that whatever happens tonight, in terms of if Rodrigo kills Cassio or Cassio kills Rodrigo, it's all to his gain, it's all to his benefit. Iago keeps his word. So Othello overhears some sort of disturbance, and he says, Iago's keeping his word, he's getting rid of Cassio for me, as they discussed. Brave Iago, honest and just. So whereas Act 5, Scene 1, Othello still has not recognized Iago's true nature. Thy bed, lust-stained, shall with lust's blood be spotted. So now Othello is planning on killing Desdemona. Well, he's been planning for a while, but now he's actually committed to the deed. And he says that he's going to kill her in their marital bed because she has, destroyed sort of their marriage contract. And so it's only fitting that she should die in their marital bed. A very valiant fellow. So Lodovico says this about Othello, once again emphasizing this theme of reputation and honor, which we're going to see comes crumbling down in Act 5, Scene 2, once, which is quite ironic because Othello's entire madness is about protecting his own reputation and his honor, and he's going to land up losing it as a result of this crazy jealousy and obsession with maintaining and protecting his honor. We did a very valiant fellow. Oh, inhuman dog, this is Rodrigo, one of his last words as he dies. So he cries out, oh, inhuman dog. He's finally realized Iago's true nature. I do suspect this trash to be party in this injury. This is Iago about Bianca. He's got his way, or he's very close to getting his way. Othello is killing Desdemona. He's got rid of Rodrigo. Okay, he hasn't got rid of Cassio, that's for sure. But he then ropes in Bianca, who is if you remember correctly from like previous acts, who is a prostitute who's in love with Cassio, because she comes running in, and he tries to blame the whole Rodrigo's actions on Bianca, even though no one really even suspects him at this point. He's still trying to pass off the blame and cause drama. Guiltiness will speak, though tongues were out of use. So this is still Iago talking to Bianca. I am no strumpet, but of life as honest as you that thus abuse me. This is Bianca, and she says, and she actually says this in regard to Emilia, because Bianca can be seen as a sort of contrast to Emilia and Desdemona, who are these virtuous, wealthy, or not wealthy, but maybe upper class women. And Bianca as a prostitute is maybe lower on the hierarchical like class system. But she says, I am no strumpet, like I am just as moral, just as virtuous as you are. And so that's a really interesting point, this theme of, once again, bringing up this theme of honor, theme of reputation, what your name says about you, who you are, and, maybe it's not entirely accurate in terms of your title or your status being true to who you are. This is the night that either makes me or fordoes me quite. Iago. That's a really good quote, because this is sort of the culmination of everything that he's worked towards. All of his different manipulation strategies have all culminated this moment, and he recognizes that either he's going to fail really miserably or he's going to be extremely successful. Act 5, Scene 2. I'll not shed her blood. So now Othello is actually in the bedchamber, and he's going to kill Desdemona. But he says he's not going to shed her blood, and even though it's a really interesting sort of thing that's going through his head at the moment, because he still believes that Desdemona is good, and he does love her, and he thinks that she's pure, and that's why she has this idea like he doesn't want to shed her blood. But at the same time, he's 100% certain that he is going to kill her, because he's been poisoned so deeply that he feels like it's an obligation at this point, like he's obliged to kill her, even though he maybe doesn't want to. She must die. I mean, that's very indicative of actually he does have a choice, but in his mind he doesn't, which is interesting. When I've plucked thy rose, I cannot give it vital growth again. Now, this is a really important quote. It's sort of easy to gloss over it, but I think it's really significant, because often you'll get an essay about, is Othello responsible for his own fate? Is he the one? Can we blame him for what happens to him? Is his tragic demise his fault? Or is it Iago's fault? Or is it Cassio's fault? Who is it? Whose fault is it? And this, if you do want to prove, remember, you can try and prove anything as long as you have the right justification. That's what's so amazing about English. When you write an essay like this, you don't have to argue. You can argue for and you can argue against. And you can get good marks either way as long as you justify it appropriately. And so this quote is, if you ever want to prove that Othello is responsible, or that he understands his actions, this is a great one, because he basically says that when I have killed Desdemona, I know that she's not going to come back. So he recognizes the finality of her death. And in that way, he is really aware of what he's doing by killing his wife and what repercussions that might have. And he can be held responsible. He's not, he is in a jealous rage, I think that's fair to say, but he is still aware of his actions and their consequences. And he can be blamed. So that's, if you do want to prove that it's Othello's fault, then you definitely can use that quote. The sorrow's heavenly, it strikes where it doth love. This is once again his sort of mixed feelings. He's like, I sort of, I still love her, and then that's why his sorrow is so great, because he must kill her apparently. I would not kill thy unprepared spirit, nor heavens forfend. I would not kill thy soul. Othello says over here that he demands Desdemona that she prays for forgiveness, because at this time and in this sort of religious space, if you were going to die, you don't want to be dying doing something, you want to have atoned for your sins before you die. So he doesn't want to send Desdemona to hell, so he tells her to confess and to ask for forgiveness so that she can die and go to heaven. So he says he's not that bad, right? He says that he's going to give her this opportunity to pray. Why should I fear? I know not, since guiltiness I know not. Desdemona says this to Othello. She says, I don't know, I'm not guilty at all. I haven't done anything wrong. They are loves I bear to you, Desdemona says to Othello. She's doesn't understand what she needs to be upset about, or what she needs to be asking forgiveness for. Some bloody passion shakes your very frame. This is such a great quote in terms of the theme of passion versus reason, because Othello is not thinking reasonably. He is being driven by passion. Remember at the beginning we saw him being quite a rational, reasonable figure, and then he morphs into this extremely passion-filled, jealous person. And so Desdemona comments on Othello how he's completely consumed and engulfed by passion. For to deny each article with oath cannot remove nor choke the strong conception that I do grain withal. Thou art to die. Othello says it to Desdemona. He basically says, even if you deny every single article of this, even if you deny every single aspect of the truth, or of what he thinks is the truth, he will still kill her. So even if she proclaims that she is innocent, he's still going to kill her. And that's the theme of fate versus free will, because we can argue that Othello does have free will in this instance. Like, he can choose. He doesn't have to kill her. He doesn't give her an opportunity to even say, that she didn't do it. He's not going to listen to her. He's not going to give her that opportunity. And then it's perhaps this theme of fate, in the sense that once Iago has put it into his head that she is cheating on him, he can't let go of that. He's just consumed by this jealousy. It's Desdemona's fateful ending. O perjured woman, thou dost stone my heart. And so here Othello says to Desdemona, and this is really a nice quote, because it shows his transformation as a character, and he's basically saying that she has turned his heart to stone, that he has become maybe more cynical, and now he's so ready to kill her, and he sort of blames it on her, it seems like, in this quote, which is pretty insane. Then he actually kills Desdemona, and then he remarks, I have no wife. So he comes to the realization that he has killed his wife. O heavy hour, methinks it should now be a huge eclipse of sun and moon, and that the affrighted globe should yawn at alteration. So Othello says this after he has this whole statement, or this part where he talks after he's killed Desdemona, and he says, and this just really shows his mixed feelings, because he's like, I feel like there should be a huge eclipse of the sun and the moon, like something major should happen in the world to commemorate or just to signify the death of this amazing woman, Desdemona. So it's a bit ironic, because he has just killed her and that's why she's dead, but he thinks that something exceptional should be happening because this amazing woman has just died. O falsely murdered, a guiltless death I die. So Desdemona says these words as she is dying, and she says that she has been falsely murdered. She's been murdered for no reason. She dies a guiltless death. She's innocent. And then Emilia is overhearing this because she's come into the room, and she says, and Desdemona then proclaims, nobody, I myself, when she's asked, who did this to you and who is to blame, and she says, no one. No one's to blame. I myself am to blame. And so she goes to her death saying that she's the one responsible for her death, even though she's definitely not. And she's been falsely murdered. And Othello's reaction to that is not like, oh my gosh, I actually killed her and now she's dying and it's my fault and terrible. He says, she's like a liar gone to burning hell. 'Twas I that killed her. So he says, she's lying as she's going to hell. I was the one who killed her, and she's now telling you that it's her fault. Like, I killed her, she's a liar. So he's really still consumed by this rage. So he's sort of going from, feeling a little remorseful, but then he flips back very strongly to being extremely jealous and rage-filled and violent. Thou art rash as fire to say that she was false, Emilia says to Othello. And now we see a really different side to Emilia. She's really going to stand up for Desdemona, and she is going to criticize Othello. And she says, you are crazy if you think that she did not love you and that she was false and that she was cheating on you. Othello says to Desdemona, thy husband knew it all, that it was your husband who told me this, Iago. And Othello continues to talk, and he says, an honest man he is, and hates the slime that sticks in filthy deeds, which is obviously not true, but Othello says to Emilia about Iago that he's this good man who doesn't like any sort of bad deeds. Villainy hath made mocks with love. Emilia says to Othello, she recognizes what's happened. And this is a really great quote, because it just basically summarizes the plot line in terms of a villain has made a mockery of your love, has taken your love and, completely destroyed it. May his pernicious soul rot half a grain a day. He lies to the heart. Emilia says Iago is lying if he says that Desdemona is cheating on you. He's lying through his teeth, sort of thing. Continuing on, I care not for your sword, I'll make thee known. And here we see Emilia as a really brave and courageous woman. She says to Othello, I'm not afraid of your sword, I'm not afraid if you kill me, I'm going to make it known that you killed your innocent wife. The Moor hath killed my mistress, and she screams out that he has killed Desdemona. I told him what I thought, and told no more than what he found himself was apt and true. And this is, once again, one of my favorite quotes, because Iago comes into the room and he's obviously confronted by Emilia, and he says, I didn't tell Othello I didn't tell him to kill his wife. I just told him what I thought, and he then embellished what I thought, or embellished my few comments, and he found what he thought himself to be true. And it's such an interesting quote because obviously, we can't argue. We cannot not argue that Iago is the villain. But if we look at how he manipulates, he doesn't, he's not audaciously commanding Othello to do bad actions. He subtly manipulates him, and ultimately it's Othello's decision. It's Othello's understanding of what Iago has said, and it's Othello's insecurities and weaknesses that drive him to act as he is. So I definitely think an essay about the fault can really be a mixed response in terms of a paragraph on Othello and how he's responsible for his own demise, and a paragraph on Iago as well, or maybe flipping them around. Iago first, because that's the sort of obvious or overt way in which Othello's downfall is reached, but then a second paragraph about how Othello is the one who actually acts on Iago's interpretation. I will not charm my tongue. Emilia now is like on a roll. She's saying all the truth, and she says, I will not be silent. I'm going to tell the truth. Your reports have set the murder on. She says to Iago, your words and your interactions and your involvement has made this murder happen. I'll kill myself for grief. She is absolutely heartbroken. Thou hast killed the sweetest innocent that ever did lift up eye. Emilia says to Othello, she is angry, she is vulnerable, or maybe not vulnerable, but she's being incredibly sincere at this point, and incredibly brave as well to be talking to these people like this. She says, you have killed like the sweetest, the most innocent person ever. Thy match was mortal to him. Gratiano is in the room, and this is just a quote about a plotline that Brabantio has died, that Othello and Desdemona's marriage really was the tipping point for him, and he's actually died. I found by fortune and did it give my husband. So Emilia says that she found the handkerchief by luck. She gave it to Iago. He begged of me to steal it because he has been begging. Iago then screams at his wife and says, villainous whore. And now Othello finally realizes that Iago is evil, and he says, are there no stones in heaven but what serve for the thunder? He says, is there nothing that's going to strike from heaven to kill Iago? Because now he's really angry. He's finally understood what's going on. And in this commotion, as Emilia is trying to speak, Iago kills his own wife, Emilia. He hath killed his wife. Montano sees this and he says, notorious villain. He calls Iago notorious villain. So that's a sort of nice sort of contrast from the beginning, honest Iago, and he becomes this notorious villain. So if you want to talk about, transformation of reputation, or how reputation is flexible, we can talk about Iago, how he goes from honest Iago to notorious villain. I speak true, one of Emilia's last words. She says, I speak the truth. And then we have the value of the truth over lies or over manipulations. That's another great theme to think about. And Emilia is definitely a symbol of the truth. That was Othello. Othello recognizes that what he has done has completely taken away all of his honor, all of his self-worth, all of his reputation, everything that he has. And he even says that here was Othello, like he's no longer the same person anymore. The Othello that he was, who had all these, who had this amazing reputation, who had all this honor, who had all this success, it's a past life for him. He has now done something so insane and so villainous that he can never recover. For naught I didn't hate, but all in honor. And this is a really interesting quote as well, because Othello recognizes what he's done and how terrible he has acted, how terribly he's acted. But he then comments that I did nothing in hate, but all in honor. And that is true. As much as Othello has done terrible things, he's killed Desdemona, he has, caused havoc, all because of his jealousy. He says he did it all in honor. He wanted to protect his honor. He wanted to protect his reputation. He was never doing it out of hate. And that speaks to sort of his mixed response with Desdemona. Like, he loves her, but he still feels obliged to kill her. And so it's a really interesting dynamic, and it calls into question, once again, this theme of honor and reputation. How much value or how much worth should we put into that theme? How much can we trust reputation and honor? How much, or what lengths do we go to in order to preserve it? How important is it? I never gave you cause. Othello asks for Cassio to be brought in, and he apologizes to Cassio. He says, I do believe it, and I ask your pardon. And Cassio says, never gave you cause, meaning I never gave you a reason to hate me, which is very true. It's all been in Othello's head all this time. Your power and your command is taken off. Lodovico says to Othello, all of your military status, everything, it's, you have no power now. You have done something so incredibly inhumane. Set you down this. Othello then says, he has this sort of final speech, and he asks for them to write down the fact that he was, and as Cassio remarks later after Othello kills himself, he was great of heart. He says, please remember me for all the amazing things I did, for the amazing reputation, the honorable deeds that I did. And also of this, that the fact that he has ruined this all, but don't just remember me by the fact that he's caused all this commotion and he's killed his wife and he's resulted in many other deaths. He says, rather remember me for what I did beforehand as well. Don't forget about the good stuff that I've done, he's basically saying. And that's this theme of, once again, this reputation, honor keeps on going, even the legacy after death. He doesn't want to just be remembered for his failure, his one major failure. He wants to be remembered for all his successes as well. I hope that you found that helpful. Please remember to like this video and subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you in the next video. Hello and welcome to another Tri-tutors video. In today's video, we're going to be going through a model essay for Othello, a model literature essay. Please bear in mind that you should watch the literature essay skills video beforehand in order to fully grasp what I'm talking about here, because I'm going to be referencing sort of the technique that I would suggest to write a literature essay in this particular video. Also, please note that different teachers teach this section differently. So there are different styles of literature essays. So please be aware of that. Obviously, always follow what your teacher has said, because they have primed you in the way that they want you to mark and the way that they're expecting the essay to be produced. So take a few of the lessons that I'm going to go through, but also discard those which don't coincide with your teacher's particular style. So please remember that. So as I said, please go watch that literature essay skills video, because I'm going to be referencing it. So if we look over here at our topic, and I've adapted this topic from a past matric paper, Shakespeare explores the dark side of human nature by focusing on the deplorable qualities displayed by certain characters. These qualities are responsible for the destruction of characters in Othello. Assess the validity of this statement with reference to at least two characters and themes. So the big thing is, once you get your topic in the exam, is not to freak out about it, because sometimes you're going to get a topic that's really simple, really easy, you've been preparing for it, and then you get a topic like this where at first it seems like this is so bizarre and this is complicated, and really if you just spend 5 minutes actually unpacking it and reading it more closely, it's not as difficult as it may seem. So this is something that I followed even when I was at university studying English, is I would be very careful to allocate myself time to reading the question and to planning it, to unpacking and then actually to subsequently planning it, because that was going to give my essay direction and purpose and structure. So As first, it does seem very hectic. Remember, whenever they say assess validity, you always need to, or typically the answer is yes, it's valid, and you're just explaining why. So what we need to do now is we need to go with a pen or a highlighter or a pencil, and we need to unpack what specifically they're asking us. What information do they want to see? And it's really important to do this because, especially if you know your play very well, then you might fall into the trap of just writing out the story or just writing out what you think, or you're just writing out a whole bunch of information because you want to show all that you've learned. And that is really, really not what we're looking for here. Remember, a literature essay is an argument, so you must only include relevant information. Once again, go to that skills video to understand that in more detail. But let's have a look over here. Shakespeare explores the dark side of human nature by focusing on the deplorable qualities displayed by certain characters. They are responsible for the destruction of the characters. So, in a literature essay, you're typically not just going to have one thing to focus on. You literally have two, sometimes three things. So I've noticed my two things that I'm working on here. Number one, deplorable qualities. Number two, destruction of characters. And they've actually even specified to refer to two characters and themes. Even if they did not specify that, definitely try and do a character or a theme per body paragraph. So I'm looking here and I've decided, okay, I've got to define a deplorable quality and then how it leads to destruction of a certain character. So I'm going to come up with two deplorable qualities and then how that leads to the destruction of two different characters. So remember, each body paragraph, it's not just one thing. It's not just a linear argument. There's usually two concepts at play. So now that I've understood it, I can get into the next stage, which is planning. So planning is absolutely essential. It's something that you need to practice. It's really a skill. You can't obviously spend too much time on planning in an exam situation, but you need to plan at least what your characters and your deplorable quality is going to be for each paragraph. You also need to write out your quotes, and so I've also got some quotes videos. So please have a look at those in helping you understand what to quote, how to quote, etc. And so you need to ensure that you plan what quotes you're going to use and which deplorable qualities and which characters destruction you're going to use. Remember, in your body paragraphs, you need to use peel, point, explain, example, or evidence link. So see the other video for that. Now, the reason why planning is so important is because you can see it's featured in the introduction. In the introduction, you have to have a clear direction of where your essay is going. You cannot be guessing at this point. This is not a novel. This is not supposed to leave me in suspense. This is a critical argument. So by reading your introduction as your marker, I should have a very clear understanding of what your argument is and also have a roadmap as to what is going to come next. So I always start off with in, and then the playwright, and then the play. So in Shakespeare's Othello, and now I'm going to rephrase the question and put it into an argument. You can really use the same words as a question. You can just mix them around a bit to ensure that it creates an argument and not a question. The inferior qualities of human nature are explored through the character and plot development. So I've made a general statement, and now I'm going to, it sort of started off my argument, and my next sentence is going to elucidate my argument further. These deplorable characteristics of human nature ultimately result in the demise of the characters in the play. Do you see how I'm not being secretive or subtle or even clever about my argument? I'm going straight to the point, using the words of the question, telling the marker straight what I am arguing. And then the last sentence in your introduction, this is where your planning is key, because I actually have to tell the marker what I'm going to talk about in body paragraph 1 and body paragraph 2. The concept of revenge results in the destruction of Cassio's reputation, and the theme of jealousy contributes to the demise of Desdemona. So do you see how there I've got my two body paragraphs already laid out? Now, something to note is a literature essay can get to sound quite repetitive if you don't have a good vocabulary. So always try, obviously, to use a better vocabulary and to avoid repeating yourself But because of the nature of it, where we keep wanting to go back to our point, we keep wanting to go back to our argument, it's okay if it's a little bit repetitive in your point and your link in your body paragraphs. So just bear that in mind. And if you are a stronger student, then you can go ahead and use different vocabulary to help you out. But if you are a weaker student, my personal advice would be is to rather sound a tiny bit repetitive than be vague on what your argument is. Make sure your argument is really, really strong in your essay and throughout, in your introduction and throughout your essay. So moving on. Now we're going to get to body paragraph 1, and we are going to see the use of Peel in this paragraph. So our first sentence is our point. I'm going to say my point of my paragraph and link it to my argument. The human tendency towards revenge is examined through the temporary demise of the character of Cassio. So it's very clear there. I've used my deplorable quality, revenge, and then I've used which character's demise it leads to, Cassio. So because of my vocabulary, I haven't had to repeat deplorable quality. I could say the human tendency. But do you see how it's still the point? I still have those two key factors. I've still referenced the question. And now I'm going to get into what I like to group together as the EE, which is the explaining and the evidence. Now I pay very close attention, because I'm not retelling the story, but I'm using examples from the story. And so I've taken an event and I've condensed it into a sentence and made it as though it's a fact and not as, okay, now I'm going to tell you the story of Othello. So pay close attention to that every example that I'm bringing, every reference to the text has, it's there to prove this ultimate point that I'm making. And I'm going to keep linking back to this point sentence. Also note the use of the present tense and the integration of quotes. Iago's disappointment in not being promoted to the role of lieutenant prompts him to scheme to get revenge on Cassio, who has managed to attain the position. Iago believes that he is worth no worse a place than Cassio and seeks to incite the theme of revenge to quell his disappointment. Despite Cassio's proclamation that he has very poor and unhappy brains for drinking, Iago convinces Cassio to drink and schemes with Rodrigo to provoke Cassio into a fight, which will damage and ruin his reputation. Cassio subsequently loses his position as lieutenant as well as his honor. The loss of his reputation diminishes Cassio as he mourns the death of the immortal part of himself. Iago's retributive plot, which stems from severe resentment, causes Cassio to wallow in despair and presents Iago with another opportunity to embroil Cassio in his ultimate revenge scheme against Othello by advising Cassio to plead with Desdemona privately regarding his job title, whilst manipulating Othello into misconstruing the conversation. And then, apologies, I've written embroils instead of to embroil. So that's my EE. So I've explained myself. I've explained how this concept of revenge has led to Cassio's demise as a character. And remember, you always want to be asking the question of how, or answering the question of how, not what. So did you notice I didn't tell you what happened? I told you how revenge caused Cassio's demise. And now my last sentence, I'm going to use my linking word, which is thus, and I'm going to conclude this paragraph by linking my point of the paragraph to the point of the essay. The disgraceful quality of revenge is thus responsible for the destruction of the character of Cassio. So maybe to you it sounds repetitive, but this is a key part of the paragraph of the literature essay, is a linking at the end. Moving on to the second body paragraph, where I've got a new character and a new deplorable quality. Furthermore is a nice way to link the two paragraphs together if you're continuing on the same track. If you are providing a counter, then you need to use however. Furthermore, the theme of jealousy is also prevalent in the play and represents a key deplorable quality of human nature. Jealousy is responsible for the destruction of the character of Desdemona along with her and Othello's marriage. So I've used two sentences here, but that's okay as long as it's right at the beginning there. I've got my deplorable quality, I've got my character's demise. Now I'm going to answer the question of how I came to that conclusion. And I'm going to present my opinions as facts because I cannot use personal pronouns. Iago manipulates Othello in his ultimate quest for revenge by inciting Othello's jealousy. Also just notice the use of formal language. Even though Othello is warned that jealousy is the green-eyed monster, Othello is moved and poisoned by Iago's words and is compelled to observe her well with Cassio. As Iago suggests, Othello's honesty, integrity, and trusting nature are overtaken by his jealousy with regard to Desdemona. He misconstrues Cassio and Desdemona's interaction as threatening his reputation and honor, and becomes extremely jealous to the point where he brutally murders his wife Desdemona without credible evidence of any misdemeanor. And now I'm going to use my linking phrase to start off my last sentence. Therefore, it is evident that jealousy is significant in the destruction of the character of Desdemona, as Desdemona's reputation is questioned as Othello makes it his mission to prove her unfaithfulness. So that last link, I'm linking it all together. It's very academic, the language that I'm using, and I've presented my argument in my point. I've explained it and given evidence, and then I've linked it all together at the end to further reinforce and highlight and amplify my argument. So moving on to the conclusion now. So now that I've taken the time, I've proven everything, I've gone through the point, the example, the explanation, the evidence, the link. Now I just have to conclude. And the conclusion is really quite simple because it's quite similar to the introduction. However, it is an integral part of your essay, so you need to ensure that you do it properly. The conclusion just has to be around 2 sentences, and you're going to restate your argument and restate your points. And obviously you want to try and do this in a different way. So you don't want to be too repetitive. So if you can find some synonyms, a different way of saying it, then that's marvelous. The inferior side of human nature is vividly portrayed as Shakespeare utilizes the themes of revenge and jealousy to drive the plot and character development of the play Othello. These deplorable qualities ultimately depict the demise of Cassio and Desdemona. Now, looking back on this now, I think I could have said the deplorable qualities of... Oh no, I already did it. Sorry, I said theme of revenge and jealousy in the first sentence, and then I said my 2 characters in the last sentence, and you see how my argument is there. I said the inferior side of human nature and contributes to the demise of the characters of Cassio and Desdemona. I hope that's been helpful in terms of giving you an idea of the expectations of a literature essay. Remember, different teachers do teach different varying styles, but I hope that that's made sense to you and sort of put that literature essay skills video in a bit of context. Please remember to like the video if you found it helpful and to subscribe to the channel. I'll see you in the next video. Hello and welcome to another Tri-tutors video. In today's video we're going to be unpacking some of the key characters in The Handmaid's Tale, looking at some descriptions of them, but also some important quotes to include in your literary essays. So remember to go watch the videos on the skills required to write a literature essay, as well as the short video I did a few weeks back about how to integrate quotes into your literature essays, because that will be helpful as a premise to this content. So our first character is obviously Offred. She's our protagonist. We are hearing the story from her perspective, so she's the first person narrator. I obviously cannot go through everything in one video, so I'm just going to try and do the highlights of each character, especially Offred. There's so much to say about her. The dystopian events unfold through her eyes. She tells her story using numerous flashbacks and by directly addressing the reader. And so this creates suspense, but it also creates a sort of fractured reality, what emphasizes the fractured reality that Offred experiences. She is seemingly passive, but I would argue that she's quite resistant in her thoughts. And the big thing with Offred is the question of whether she is a resistor or whether she is an enabler of the society, whether she just gives in. And you can obviously argue either way, because that's the beauty of English, in that you can argue in whichever direction you choose, as long as you have substantiation, and you have substantiation for both. But I would certainly argue, while she seems to give in to the society, through her relationship with the commander, through not openly, or as we would expect, openly resisting, and we're going to discuss open resistance with Offred when we get to her, but she is extremely resistant in her mind, because she's supposed to be indoctrinated in her mind, but she does not lose sight of her sanity, unlike Janine, who loses her sanity and completely gives in to the society's demands. So I definitely would argue that she is resistant in her thoughts. She thinks things against this dystopian world, and she also keeps her memories close to heart. She doesn't forget about her loved ones in her past life. She still keeps that connection with her old life. And that's a form of resistance in this really hectic society. She is obviously the handmaid for Commander Fred and his wife, Serena Joy. She's haunted by a past. Her memories and her love keep her from losing her sanity. She has secret meetings with the commander where they play Scrabble and talk. She values his companionship to an extent. She has a strong attraction to Nick and sleeps with him at Serena's request. She has a somewhat ambiguous ending. It's suggested that she's taken from the commander's house by the resistance, but it appears that it's the members of the Eyes who take her away. So the thing with this novel is that there's a lot of ambiguity to it, and a lot of, not everything is clear cut, and so we have to come to terms with that and understand the ambiguity in its own right. So some important quotes relating to Offred: worthy vessel, that's obviously related to her role as a handmaid. And something really significant about this novel is you see all the different characters, and in this dystopian world, this dystopian society, they are all seen for just one aspect of their humanity, because that's what dystopia does. Dystopia takes this idealistic framework and it corrupts it in some way, and what you're left with is a loss of humanity, and we'll discuss this more in the themes video. But just something to remember, that each of these characters, you'll see like there's only one thing that's important by the society, one thing that's valued, and the rest of their humanity is not valued, is sort of criticized or put aside or ignored. The amount of unfilled time, the long parentheses of nothing, that's talking about all the boredom she has as this handmaid. She's not allowed to do anything. Holding out her arms to me, being carried away. So this is her haunting past, where her and Luke and their daughter try to escape. I would like to steal something from this room. It would make me feel that I have power. I want to be valued in ways that I am not. I want to be more than valuable. I repeat my former name, remind myself of what I could do once, how others saw me. I believe in the resistance as I believe there can be no light without shadow, or rather no shadow unless there's also light. And that's really significant, and we'll talk about it more when we get to themes. But this idea of no matter how restrictive a society is, there is still going to be a form of resistance. There will still always be that light. There will still always be a glimmer of hope. What I coveted were the shears. I didn't want to live my life on her terms. I envy the commander and his pen. It's one more thing I would like to steal. So this desire to steal something is this desire to have some sort of power, or even just to be seen, because as a handmaid, she's really not seen or noticed. And so I step up into the darkness within, or else the light. So there's that ambiguity again between, is it darkness, is it light? Is she being taken by the resistance or by the Eyes? I wish the story were different. I wish it were more civilized. I wish it showed me in a better light, if not happier, then at least more active, less hesitant, less distracted by trivia. That's a really important quote, and for those of you who have read The Great Gatsby, you'll know the whole dilemma about the first-person narrator and whether this narrator is reliable or not. We are obviously hearing this, and we have a framework for it in terms of there's a framing device that these are a series of tapes that we are listening to, that Offred has recorded. We don't know exactly when she recorded it. We're assuming it's afterwards, so that maybe would give us an understanding that maybe it wasn't such a bad ending after all. But there's a lot of unknowns regarding the narration, but this sort of quote tells us that this is a clearly, it's a catalog story, or I've lost the word now, I found the word, it's been curated for our ears. So as much as we want to believe everything Offred does, we also have to be understanding this is a first person narration, and we know ourselves, like when we tell a story, we can often tell it and it is we embellish it in some way. And so this quote can do two things. It can either show us, okay, this story may be flawed, it maybe didn't happen exactly like this, maybe it's just interpretation, or it could actually indicate to us this is actually quite truthful, because she's being truthful and she's saying, I wish I actually had done something more, I wish I didn't present me in this light. So it's a bit of a tangent. I don't think that asks such a complicated question, but Offred is a really fundamental character, and just like the Tempest, where I said that it's difficult to, all these different characters, it's difficult to write whole paragraphs on them. I would definitely recommend that you look at each of these characters in relation to Offred. So you can have a paragraph on Offred, and then you can have a paragraph on like Offred and Commander Fred, Offred and Moira, etc. So Commander Fred, he's an important and powerful man in Gilead. He's married to Serena Joy. He conducts secret meetings with Offred under the claim to make her life more bearable. And he gifts her with illegal materials. And here are some nice quotes. He has something we don't have. He has the word. I'd like you to play Scrabble with me. If anyone asks, tell them you're an evening rental. So he's a really interesting character. And I think his whole relationship with Offred is up for debate, up for discussion. You can go either way and say either, he was being honest and truthful and he just wanted to help her, or he was, had some ulterior motive and he was exercising his power. What's important is this quote, if anyone asks, tell them you're an evening rental, and this is when he takes Offred to Jezebel's. And it's significant because you see that this theme of resistance, and even the society who's the people who the society is supposed to be serving, like Commander Fred and Serena Joy, they both do things that go against the society. But the thing is, they're not going to pay the repercussions. They're not going to have to pay for the consequences of this resistance that they do or that they enact. And who is on the chopping block? Offred's on the chopping block. These lower class people are on the chopping block for their actions against the government that's supposed to be serving them. I hope that makes sense. The next one is Serena Joy. She's a former television star. She's married to the commander. She busies herself with hobbies such as crafts and gardening, and she's quite condescending towards Offred. And a nice quote is, she was a malicious and vengeful woman. Now, she's a really interesting character because she acts as a foil to Offred. And as much as she is terribly mean and condescending to Offred, you also have to understand that she was once this person. She had a life, just like Offred. She had a completely different life before the regime took over. And she was this vital, lively television star. And now she's the sort of shell of her former self because she's unable to have a child, or she's been told she's unable to have a child. And that is significantly, it's very, very much, demotivates her, or it takes away a key aspect of her confidence, because women in the society are deemed valuable by their ability to have children. And so just understanding Serena, you can obviously understand her in a very negative way, but you can also understand if you're going to be a little bit more sympathetic towards her. But importantly is that there's a transformation in that character as well, of what she was before the regime took over and what she is now. Moira, such an important character. I would definitely try and write a paragraph with Moira and Offred together, because I think she's a form of inspiration for Offred, but she also is a foil to her, because we see her, she's definitely an embodiment of resistance. Offred's outspoken college friend, a fierce feminist and a resistor of the new ways of Gilead. She escapes from the Rachel and Leah Center and ends up working as a prostitute at Jezebel's. Offred is saddened by her story, as Moira seems to have accepted her entrapment and has not continued to openly strive for liberty. She's definitely a realist. And that ending where, Offred turns back and says, I never saw her again, and she's very upset by Moira's loss of any sort of striving for her freedom again, is really quite depressing, and it really shows the effect of the regime and on society, how it can crush people. What's important with Moira as well is this is a character that Offred knows before the regime takes over and also after. So it's really, you can see the changing in their relationship. It mirrors the times. Friendships were suspicious. Had a mechanical ability. She used to fix her own car, the minor things. Moira had a bad reputation. She is a cunning and dangerous woman. Moira had power now. She'd been set loose. She'd set herself loose. Moira was like an elevator with open sides. She made us dizzy. Already we were losing the taste for freedom. Already we were finding these walls secure. That's such a good quote. That's when she escapes from the Red Center, and Offred remarks about like all these girls, all these future handmaids looking at her like they had already started just to accept their lives and what they were going to be. And Moira is someone who refuses to do that. I don't know how she ended it, or even if she did, because I never saw her again. Alright, Offglen. Now, Offred is Offred's shopping partner. She's part of the Mayday resistance. She kills herself to avoid capture, and she sort of acts as this companion to Offred, and she's almost replaceable because, like, a few days later, there's a new Offglyn. What's important about Offglyn is to understand the resistance, because I think we're very judgmental of Offred and, you know, like, what did she really do? Yeah, what resistance did she actually form a part of? But her talks with Offglyn, and when they're by Soul Scrolls and they're talking, I mean, it seems very trivial, but really this is a big form of resistance. This is something exceptionally brave and courageous to do. It's very dangerous to even have these conversations. And so Offglyn is also another form of like inspiration for Offred in not just accepting the status quo, not just accepting what's expected, but trying to live within the society to protect yourself for survival, but also looking beyond. The Marthas are the dutiful servants of the noble families. Remember, everyone in the society has their place. If they don't have a place, they're sent elsewhere. And then you have Offred's mother, who is sent to the colonies. She is an outspoken feminist. Remember, this novel was written in the 1980s. So Offred's mother is a radical, outspoken feminist from the 60s and 70s, where the second wave of feminism was taking over the world. She's sent to the colonies after change of power, and this is the difference, I think, because there's a lot of similarities between Moira and Offred's mother in terms of them both being sort of feminists and radical and, you know, just outspoken, independent women. Moira still has the ability to have children. She's young, so she's taken to be trained as a handmaid, but Offred's mother, she's lost that one aspect of her use, in inverted commas, and so she's sent to the colonies. They don't want to deal with her, obviously, all of her thoughts and her political and radicalized nature. Well, I don't know if it's radical, but I think it's radical in this society, obviously, to have women have any sorts of rights whatsoever. And so she's sent to the colonies. And she has a lot of nice quotes. One of them they aren't a pattern women, except they're better at fixing cars and playing football, just what we need for the improvement of the human race, right? And then here we have this when Moira and Offred meet up again at Jezebel's. Moira says that Offred's mother landed up in the colonies, and Offred's relationship with her mother is another one of those things that's sort of ambiguous. We don't know the full story. It's almost like her relationship with Luke. We're like conflicted as to, or she's conflicted about it, but it is ultimately her mother, and she cares for her deeply. And she says, "I think of my mother sweeping up deadly toxins. I can't quite believe it. Surely her cockiness, her optimism and energy, her pizzazz will get her out of this. She will think of something." So you do see that Offred does appreciate her mother. She looks up to her. She's also a form of inspiration for her. She is someone like Moira who just manages to be independent and get things done. And I think Offred herself, maybe before the takeover as well, she's not as independent or confident as her mother and as Moira, but she has to sort of grow into that aspect of herself. That's just an opinion, though. Nick, he works as a driver and a gardener for Commander Fred and Serena Joy, and he's Offred's love interest. And from the beginning, one of the very first descriptions of him, his cab is tilted at a jaunty angle. Now, that may seem very trivial, but it's really important in a society where you have to conform, and any sort of little thing that you do that's out of place is cause for great concern. So that's sort of a little bit of foreshadowing that he's going to break the rules in some way. And Offred is taken by him, and he's taken by Offred. Luke. So Offred's husband before Handmaid days, he cheated on his first wife with Offred. He's the father of Offred's daughter. Luke and their daughter haunt Offred's thoughts. Offred is unsure about what happens to him, whether he was killed, captured, or managed to escape, because remember, they tried to escape once the takeover occurred. We have a very ambiguous feeling towards Luke, very conflicted and ambivalent, because he is seen to, he had an affair, and sometimes the quotes like this one about patronizing Offred seem like this is not the greatest guy, but at the same time there is a lot of love between him and Offred thinks about him often, and she really, that's how she stays sane, is trying to think of him and the life that they had and their daughter. So definitely I wouldn't argue it's all negative at all. I think it's definitely positive, and this relationship keeps her going. This quote comes when they take away the women's rights to have a bank account, and she's like worried, and he's like, don't worry, like, you know, I'll just pay for everything. And she's like, already he's starting to patronize me. Then I thought, already you're starting to get paranoid. So that's just the beginning of the end, almost the beginning of the end of life as they knew it. So next up we have Aunt Lydia and Aunt Elizabeth. They are the ladies in charge of the Rachel and Leah Center. They undertake their roles of re-education extremely seriously. Aunt Lydia is the one who has most of the quotes. Aunt Elizabeth is obviously a part of the whole system, but Aunt Lydia seems to be the main player. They utilize violence and brutality. They have absolute and utter control over the women at the center. They teach a distorted version of Christianity. Offred shares their disturbing teaching epigrams throughout the novel's flashbacks, so she recalls what they say, how they try to re-educate these women, and what she thinks she's supposed to believe, or what she knows she's supposed to believe in this society. Aunt Lydia leads the salvaging, and Moira escapes in Aunt Elizabeth's clothes after disarming her. So this is really, you know, these characters are really pivotal because you've turned women on women. So these are women who are teaching other women to sort of degrade themselves, or not to degrade themselves, but dehumanizing these women and making them only about their childbearing qualities and disregarding everything else about them. So it's really pertinent and really quite depressing, in my opinion. Why expect one woman to carry out all the functions necessary to the serene running of a household? It isn't reasonable or humane. Your daughters will have greater freedom. I just noticed the typo there with carry, it's a double R. And they've just, these, you know, maybe it's not Aunt Lydia and Aunt Elizabeth, maybe they've been indoctrinated themselves, but they teach this belief that this is good for these women. These women should be living this life according to sort of the Handmaid's Guide, or how the society has deemed it appropriate for them to lead their lives by just focusing on childbearing, that it's more honorable, it's a way for them to sort of atone. What we're aiming for, says Aunt Lydia, is a spirit of camaraderie amongst women. We must all pull together. So it's really deep, deep, deep indoctrination, and it's very much about the role of women being different to the role of men, which, if you think back in history, that's how it was, and in our current times we're trying to shift that, and then in this dystopian reality we go back to that idea of men and women being very, very much different. Janine, or Offred, a woman who attended the same training as Offred at the Rachel and Leah Center. She has a child as a handmaid, but it's revealed that the baby was not fathered by a commander, so that's obviously quite disgraceful. And she loses her sanity. So I always think of Offred as a resistor in terms of Janine, or in terms of Offred, because Offred keeps her sanity, which is really important, and it's her way of resisting their regime and the ideas that they are making her follow. Whereas you see the dangers of what you know, the Rachel and Leah Center can do to someone. It can really degrade them and take away their humanity and their sanity. And lastly, we have the professor at the end, who is going through these tapes and who is analyzing it. So he analyzes and interprets the tapes of Offred's story in the future. He studies Offred's story as a true historical narrative, and he implores for Offred's tale to be understood rather than judged. So quite interestingly, this sort of approach to understanding Offred's story is quite similar to how historians today study, you know, pieces of literature from other time periods, trying not to impart or embellish or see through the lens of modern society, but rather assess the historical narrative as it was in that time. So I mean, you can talk forever about this whole framing device within a framing device of how, what comment does that make on our society, in the sense that we don't put our own moral values onto history. So it's a whole nother thing that could be unpacked, which I'm not going to do right now because I don't think it will be tested in that much detail. We must be cautious about passing moral judgment upon the Gilead, and surely we have learned by now that such judgments are of necessity culture specific. Our job is not to censure, but to understand. I hope that video has been helpful. It's just the tip of the iceberg, just a brief recap of all these different characters and some important quotes for you to use. Please make sure to like the video and to subscribe to the channel. I'll see you in the next video. Hello and welcome to another Tri-tutors video. In today's video we're going to be unpacking some of the key themes with regard to the Handmaid's Tale. Please make sure that you check out the characters video that I made earlier, because in that video I've alluded to some of the key themes. Themes are really important to understand because they often form the basis for literature essays, and my advice would be is as we go through the themes, think about the characters that relate to these themes so that you have something to talk about and something to frame your argument with. So I've compiled a list of different themes or different ideas that come up in the text, and I've also provided some key quotes that you can use to substantiate any argument you make regarding these themes or key concepts. The first one compiles a whole bunch of different sort of concepts to do with context, the will of the many over the will of the few, dystopia, and the dangers of centralized power. So remember, dystopia is a utopia that has gone wrong in some regard. So it's meant to be this idealistic society where everyone has their place, but obviously it does not turn out that way. And a key aspect of dystopia, if you read a lot of dystopian novels, is you will see that there's this lack of humanity to the characters, that you're only seeing the characters or the people or human beings in one dimension for one aspect of their identity, and you don't realize them as a full, complete human being. We also see the dangers of centralized power in The Handmaid's Tale, and we see this divide between, is the government ruling for the will of the many or rather the will of the few? And often what they campaign to be is, for the will of the many and for the benefit of the many, but really it is only benefiting a small part of the society. What's dangerous in the hands of the multitude, he said, with what may or may not have been irony, is safe enough for those whose motives are beyond reproach. A rat in a maze is free to go anywhere as long as it stays inside the maze. In the past, this would have been trivial enough remark, a kind of scholarly speculation. Right now, it's treason. They suspended the Constitution. Newspapers were censored and some were closed down for security reasons. They've frozen them. Any account with an F on it instead of an M. All they needed to do was push a few buttons. We're cut off. Humanity is so adaptable, my mother would say. Truly amazing what people can get used to, as long as there are a few compensations. So really wonderful quotes over here. The idea that newspapers are censored, that the Constitution can be suspended, this just shows that humans can, really take on all this power, and centralized power can be extremely dangerous because with the press of a button you can deprive 50% of the population any sort of autonomy or respect at all. And the idea of freedom, governments will claim that their people have freedom, but you have, what is freedom? Is it freedom within a certain maze, within a certain set of boundaries? The loss of humanity. She could not walk for a week. It was the feet they do for the first offense. They didn't care what they did to your feet and hands, even if it was permanent. You can't have them taken out. Whatever it is must be carried to term. Most of the time they aren't needed at all. They're only allowed in if it can't be helped. Maybe it's about who can do what to whom and be forgiven for it. So the loss of humanity, which you can sort of equate these quotes with violence as well. The first few quotes talk about Moira's punishments for trying to escape the Red Center and what they do to her, and how there's absolutely a lack of humanity or respect for a human being. They will physically torture you. And remember, they don't care about the handmaid's feet and hands because it doesn't function to serve them in terms of their main purpose in life, which is to bear children. The fourth quote, you can't have them taken out, whatever must be carried to term. That has got to do with, if a handmaid does become pregnant, they are not allowed to, even if there's some sort of deformity or something wrong with the child, they have to carry the child to term. So we can notice the relevance of the story within today's climate. Most of the time they aren't needed at all. This was talking about the doctors who were standing outside when Gilead was having a baby. They are not to be called in unless it's very, very dire. And this just shows the complete loss of humanity in a society. You're not even going to have doctors to help this woman give birth or to be there to check that she's going to be okay. There's these other laws that have, superseded this basic sense of humanity. Trust and betrayal. The moment of betrayal is the worst. The moment when you know beyond any doubt that you've been betrayed, that some other human being has wished you that much evil. So this is when Offred is thinking back to how her, Luke, and her daughter tried to escape, and how someone ratted them out, someone told on them, and they were, they were sort of captured. And well, we don't really know what happens to Luke and her daughter. We have an inkling what happens to her daughter. We don't know what happened to Luke, and Offred is captured and taken to be trained as a handmaid. So that idea of trust and betrayal going hand in hand with trust. Love and companionship, it's a lack of love we die from. So there it was, out in the open. His wife didn't understand him. Something to fill the time. He occupies space. He is more than a shadow. To him, I'm not merely empty. What he wants is intimacy, but I can't give him that. So love and companionship is a really important theme, because we need to look at the commander's relationship with Offred and whether he is a true companion or not. And that's up for debate, and you can argue it either way. And I think it's something that Offred does enjoy her time with the commander, because it's a way to fill the time, because she's incredibly bored. She just has to sit in her room a lot of the time and absolutely do nothing. And so it's a way for her to fill the time and have some sort of connection with someone, because the only other person she really has a connection with is Offred, but they have to sort of whisper under their breaths. And she makes those comments as lack of love we die from. And then that point of his wife didn't understand him, that shows the strain in the relationship between the commander and Serena, and which is quite interesting. I think we spoke about it in the characters video as well, but this society is supposed to be serving them, and yet they are going and they are resisting aspects or laws or rules of that society. And so really, who is the society working for, if it's not even, fulfilling or satisfying the commander and Serena? Memory, our happiness is part memory. All I can hope for is reconstruction. The way love feels is always only approximate. And this is, so all this memory, we spoke about this in characters, in the character videos with Offred. All these flashbacks, all these memories that she has are significant. They keep her going. They keep her motivated to survive, and they fuel her sense of passive resistance or resistance. Revolution and a new world order. I don't have those things anymore, the clothes and hair. I wonder what happened to all other things. Looted, dumped out, carried away, confiscated. So I think a theme that links to this is the idea of loss. Because Offred and all these different characters, they've lost any vestige of their old lives. And that's what's so significant about the relationship between Moira and Offred, is it's something that transcends the takeover of power and this revolution. The limitations of power. For every rule, there is always an exception. This too can be depended on. Whatever is silenced will clamor to be heard, though silently. Behold, behind this particular door, taboo dissolved. And so this is also linked to the theme of resistance, the limitation of power. Power cannot triumph everything. You can have the most shocking and restrictive regime, but there will still be a glimmer of resistance. No matter what happens, no matter how many shadows there will still be that light. And we can see in the society that for every rule, there is an exception. So the commander breaks rules, Serena breaks rules, every single character breaks a rule at some point. Religion. Ordering prayers from soul scrolls is supposed to be a sign of piety. So that just shows the distortion of religion and Christianity, and the distortion of knowledge and the indoctrination. So if you just purchase some of these prayers from soul scrolls, then you are holy. You don't have to really do anything, and that's sort of the epitome of the distortion of a religion. Gender roles and the meaning and purpose of life. About looking at her body, Offred says, I don't want to look at something that determines me so completely. That is such an interesting thing, because she has been completely dehumanized just to produce a child. That's her only fundamental one and single only purpose in her life. And so looking at her body, she doesn't like it, because it's not something that she feels like she controls, because she really does not have control over her own, over herself and over her body. But also it's something that determines her so completely. So that's a really nice quote there. This is not recreation, even for the commander. This is serious business. The commander too is doing his duty. So this is talking about the ceremony, and it's talking about like Offred's entire purpose in life is to produce a child for Commander Fred and for Serena Joy. The next theme is the dangers of humanity, and this is a lot of Aunt Lydia and Aunt Elizabeth. You are a transitional generation. They will accept their duty with willing hearts because they will have no memories of any other way, because they won't want things they can't have. Here, Aunt Lydia is speaking to the women she is training at the Red Center to be handmaids, and this is really scary, and that's why I've labeled it as the dangers of humanity, because it's the power of humanity to indoctrinate and to make these, statements that she's basically saying that their daughters, that the next generation of handmaids will not know any better but the confinement with which they've been given. And so humanity, we have this incredible capacity to do a lot of good, but we also have a very dangerous side. The oppression of women and double standards. If I let the noise get out into the air, it will be laughter. Most of the stores carrying things for men are still open. It's just the ones dealing in what they call vanities that have been shut down. It's only the women who can't, who remain stubbornly closed, damaged, defective. The problem wasn't only with the women, he says. The problem was with the men. There was nothing for them anymore. Nature demands variety for men. It stands to reason. It's part of the procreational strategy. It's nature's plan. So this oppression of women and the double standards, very relevant in today's society as well. This line over here may not seem to fit into this, fit into anything really, but this is offered in her room, and she's scared to laugh, and I think that just really shows the oppression of, any sort of feeling or emotion that she's allowed to express. Speaking about the changeover, she says all of the women's stores, the ones that apparently only selling vanities, were shut down, but all the men's stores of the same variety are still open. And then a key thing with this is that it's never assumed to be the man's fault why the wife cannot be pregnant. It's always just the woman's fault. And obviously that leads to, Serena having to convince Offred to sleep with Nick, because there might be actually something wrong with the commander. It may not be Serena at all, but Serena is blamed for it, and that adds a little bit of a sympathetic element to her character, but it's always the women who can't, so it's always the women's problem. And the commander says these last two lines about the nature of men and women, and he says that women are suffering in the society, but men are really suffering in the society because there's no sort of desire for the women because of the new rules, which is deeply problematic to say that the men are suffering more than the women in Gilead in society. And then the last line, which is something very commonly heard but an extreme double standard, the idea that men need variety and they need to sleep with many women, and women are not the same like that. They have no sort of desire and they should not indulge in that. The next theme is very important: re-education and indoctrination, knowledge and its link to power. The Bible is kept locked up, so the servants wouldn't steal it. It is an incendiary device. Who knows what we'd make of it? The sin of reading. I knew they made that up. Sometimes you can find things out on birthdays. Moira was like an elevator with open sides. She made us dizzy. Already we were losing the taste for freedom. Already we were finding these walls secure. Books right out in plain view. No locks, no boxes. No wonder we can't come in here. It's an oasis of the forbidden. I was evil, but I didn't feel evil. So Offred's, she keeps her sanity, she keeps her memories, she shows us this through her flashbacks, but she still cannot deny the impact of indoctrination on her. So she, as much as she resists it and she does think of her past life and she finds comfort in that in some regard, she is still heavily indoctrinated, and we can see who the people she interacts with and how she positions herself to society, how she's supposed to behave. So knowledge is definitely linked to power. The Bible is kept locked up. The commander's office has all these books, and it's just fascinating to Offred. It hasn't seen them for so long, and she loves playing Scrabble because it's actually using her mind and it's using her knowledge and it's using some sort of skill which she's been deprived of for so long. The idea that knowledge can be incendiary, it can cause something major. I mean, this is obviously, if you think historically of, the advent of the printing press and how that changed knowledge forever, and it changed hierarchy forever because, in Gileadian society, we've sort of gone back to that hierarchical stage of not everyone has access to knowledge, so therefore the people with knowledge are powerful. I knew they made that up, so even the sense of like these characters, they are aware that this is made up, but there's this element of fear that is so incredibly crippling that they can't do anything about it. And this line about Moira, I used it in the character of Moira as well, but I repeated it here because it's such a fascinating simile, because it speaks about how they envy Moira and they just look at her in such awe because of what she's able to do. She's able to resist with all this integrity and all of this passion. And Offred notes how her and the rest of the handmaids in training, we were already losing the taste for freedom. We were already finding these walls secure, meaning like this indoctrination was already getting to them and they were already becoming sort of complacent, and Moira was the only one sort of fighting against that. So you can see the power of indoctrination and re-education. Sorry, just before we move on to the next thing, you can also see this theme with regards to Janine and how she completely changes, and her horrific sort of presentation of her rape story at the Red Center, and also how she loses her sanity at the end of the novel. You can see her degradation due to this theme of indoctrination and re-education. Moving on to power versus powerlessness. To refuse to see him could be worse. There's no doubt who holds the real power. It's a bargaining session. Things are about to be exchanged. She who does not hesitate is lost. I'm not giving anything away. Selling only. Apologies for the typo there, in about. Now he's compromised himself. It's as if he's offered me drugs. After a request like that, there's always a next time, whether you say yes or no. So this is a key aspect if you want to prove that the relationship between the commander and Offred is sort of, it's non-real, it's fake, it's just a power play, because really there is the power versus the powerful versus the powerless, and Offred is clearly powerless with regard to her relationship with Serena and with the commander, and so anything that she does according to their wishes is not any form of resistance on her part. As much as she'll get into trouble with Serena if she goes and meets with the commander, she will get into maybe more trouble if she doesn't meet with the commander. So if you want to prove that, maybe she's not entirely resistant at all because she just has to follow, the things that she does against the rules, like sleeping with Nick and having this relationship with the commander, it's all because she is powerless. She has to listen, even though it might put her at a disadvantage and it might cause her to actually suffer in the long run and to deal with the consequences, whereas the others will not deal with them due to their status in society. Suffering, this links to the loss of humanity, talking about Moira's punishments. She could not walk for a week. It was the feet they do for the first offense. Apologies for the typo there. They didn't care what they did to your feet and hands, even if it was permanent. Pain marks you, but too deep to see. Then we have a very important theme. I keep saying that, but these are also quite significant. Sanity and the power of the mind. The mind is a site of resistance. The things I believe can't all be true. Sanity is a valuable possession. I hoard it the way people once hoarded money. I save it so I will have enough when the time comes. Otherwise, you live in the moment, which is not where I want to be, but that's where I am. There's no escaping it. Time's a trap. I'm caught in it. I would steel myself. I would pretend not to be present, not in the flesh. And this is the idea that I really want you to consider and to contemplate, is that Offred's mind is the site of her resistance, that the fact that she maintains her sanity and that she's able to resist the full overwhelming effect of the indoctrination, the fact that she's able to think critically in a society that has been trying to re-educate her not to think critically, not to think at all really, but just to be and just to exist. She lives in her imagination. It's a coping mechanism. Well, not necessarily her imagination, but in her memories and in her flashbacks. And I think that's a really significant theme. And it's one where, her resistance is not overt, it's covert. And a lot of it happens in her mind. She recognizes that she can't, all the things that she hears cannot actually be true. She is aware of her situation, and awareness is sort of the first step towards, awareness and understanding of your situation allows you not to just get, caught up in it. Control and the life or role of the handmaid. I am too important, too scarce for that. I am a natural resource. worthy vessel. I am leading a pampered life. The bell that measures time is ringing. Time here is measured by bells, as once in nunneries. The door has no lock. There are no razors. Hair must be long but covered. At testifying, it's safe to make things up. It's safer to make things up than to say you have nothing to reveal. It was my own fault. I led them on. I deserved the pain. Each month I watch for blood, fearfully, for when it comes it means failure. I have failed once again to fulfill the expectation of others, which have become my own. This is supposed to signify that we are one flesh, one being. What it really means is that she is in control of the process and thus of the product. We are containers. It's only the insides of our bodies that are important. Usually we walked with our heads bent down, our eyes on our hands, and our eyes on our hands or the ground. I'm the vehicle for her hope. We are for breeding purposes. We are two-legged wombs. That's all. Sacred vessels. Long-sleeved even in the summer to keep us from the temptation of our own flesh. This rope segregates us, marks us off, keeps us from others, from contamination by us, makes for us a coral or pen, saved by childbearing. So lots of different things going on here, but it's talking about the role of the handmaid, and there's some wonderful quotes you can use there. Really nice and simple ones, not too many pronouns. This idea that there's sort of this irony because they are so important to society. They are this natural resource, they're the sacred vessel, but yet they're treated so poorly. They're treated as though they're not even human beings, that they're just this vessel, just this container. So there's a deep irony in that. The door has no lock and there are no razors because they've had such problems with handmaids committing suicide and trying to injure themselves to get out of this dreadful situation. This idea that their bodies must be covered, it's only the insides that count, this idea of resisting temptation, because an idealistic society, if you think about the idea of utopia or this idea of civilization, is that you are removed from desires because that's seen as somewhat animalistic. This idea that this is a really important part of the quote, obviously you don't remember this entire quote because it's far too long, but this important part, I have failed once again to fulfill the expectation of others which have become my own. And that's also that idea is she's in control of the process and thus the product. So Offred's child will not be her child, it will be Serena's child. And she realizes that, and she realizes when she sees the blood, when she knows she's not pregnant, that she has failed in her duty, and in failing in her duty, she's failed in the duty of others and in the expectation of others. So this interwoven nature between the characters, that what one character does has an effect on the other character, is significant, but also it just shows that she is not even a human being herself. She's not treated as a human being with a life and with dreams of her own, or even a life of her own. She is the property of somebody else. So lots of different, these quotes are really good ones to take note of because they will come into play in literally any essay, no matter what the topic was. The inflexibility of roles versus the interchangeable nature of identity. In this house we all envy each other. So this is a bit of a deeper idea. It's not necessarily like that important, but it's quite significant that in the society we spoke about, everyone has their role and it's one role that is all consuming. But it's also, so there's like an inflexibility in that, but then also there's this interchangeable nature because these people remember a life before this complete transformation. So, there is this inflexibility and this is my role, this is what I must do, but there is that recollection of what they used to be before. Freedom. There is more than one kind of freedom, said Aunt Lydia. Freedom to and freedom from. In the days of anarchy, it was freedom to. Now you are being given freedom from. Don't underrate it. So this can definitely fall under the indoctrination one. This is one of my favorite quotes because it really shows the extent of re-education or doctoring a certain approach to life. And here she's trying to convince these women that they have this freedom from all these terrible things that women used to face in society. In the days of, she calls them the days of anarchy. In the past, women had freedom to do whatever they wanted, but now they have freedom from all of these terrible things that they are supposedly, by being handmaids or living in this Gileadian society, are protected from. So you can just see the levels of manipulation and distortion of reality. So here are another few themes to think about. Appearance versus reality. So that links to, Offred's character, how she appears to be versus what she's thinking in reality. Resilience. So Offred is an extremely resilient character. Moira is resilient. So many different characters are resilient in their ambitions. They, well, not ambitions, but in their sort of will to survive and thrive in some way, shape, or form. Passive versus active resistance. We've discussed that a lot. Ambiguity, the unknown, and concealment. A lot of this novel is about these ambiguous ideas. The unknown, we don't know what happens to this character, we don't know what happens at this point in time, we don't even know certain people's names, we don't know Offred's real name. And that ambiguity leads to this sort of chaotic, or not necessarily chaotic, but this distorted version of reality that we're dealing with. The pursuit of progress, and what human beings will do in order to attain progress, and progress in inverted commas. What does progress actually mean? What does a civilized, in inverted commas, society mean? What are we trying to produce, and how are we going about that process? What is this utopia that we're actually trying to create? Class and status, and how this is decided. So obviously the reason why Offred is a handmaid is she married a divorced man. So thinking about the connotation of status, the connotation of class, how these things are decided, what the double standards are in terms of that decision, and ultimately going back right to the beginning, who does it benefit and why does it benefit them in that way? I hope that was helpful. Please remember to like and subscribe, and to check out the characters video on Handmaid's Tale, as well as the literature essay skills video and the how to integrate a quotes video. Thank you so much. See you in the next video.
Hello and welcome to another Tri-tutors video. In today's video I'm going to be unpacking the section Transactional Writing with regards to the Matric IEB syllabus, so what your expectations are for a transactional piece and how I would approach writing a transactional piece of writing in an exam situation. I would definitely recommend that you watch my video about how to prepare for paper 2 in general, so please have a look at that, and then if you want a more specific guide to transactional writing, then this video is for you. So in your paper 2 for English, question 6, question 7 and question 8 are dedicated to transactional writing. Question 6 is a compulsory question, so you have to answer that question. There's no option. Question 7 and 8 though, you select which one you want to write on, which is quite nice because you get to select the format that suits you better, or that you're better at writing. However, they're typically about the same topic or around the same theme or idea. So you get a text and it would be about a theme, and then question 7 maybe is you have to write an editorial, and question 8 would be you have to write a eulogy. So same topic, but you get to select the format that suits you best. It's 20 marks each, which means that it's 40 marks in total, which is 40% of paper 2. So the essays are definitely really important, and you need to start with the essays, but transactional really offers you a great opportunity to up your mark, and it's a whole 40% of the paper, so it is pretty important. And so with each of your transactional pieces, you don't just get, okay, write an editorial on this and this topic. They usually give you a text, which is really wonderful because it allows you to sort of put your mind into that headspace. Often transactional writing questions are based on current affairs or some sort of big issue that we've all sort of encountered and we're all familiar about, but the text offers us a different perspective on that, which leads us into the question. But do keep in mind, this is very different from paper 1. Paper 1, when you receive a text, you have to really analyze the text, and because it's a reading paper, this is a writing paper, and so you don't have to actually use the text in the answer, and if you do, you really shouldn't be using it a lot. You should just be using 1 or 2 aspects from it. So the texts, just remember, they are there for inspiration purposes and to guide you in the right direction. So I always joke to my students that I don't really care about their opinion in any space in English, any question except for transactional writing. Now obviously I'm exaggerating a little bit. Obviously you do have those questions where they ask, they want to see candidates' own voice and things like that. It's like even your essays and paper 1. However, all of those sections are all about, you have to justify from the text that you're given. So in an essay, when they say in the rubric they want to see candidate's own voice, they mean how has the candidate interpreted the literature, how have they interpreted the text. Whereas transactional writing is all about students' personal voice, and it's all about originality. So I actually want to hear from you. I want to hear your personal stories, your personal perspectives. In saying that, though, it is still an English paper, and so therefore you need to make sure that you are still justifying and motivating your ideas. So you present your opinions and your thoughts, but it is a formal academic test/examination environment, so you need to make sure that your ideas are insightful and not superficial. Remember that originality is really key in transactional writing, and it's a sort of fun line to balance, because you want to be original in the sense that you want to be authentic and tell a personal story, or not really a story, but have a personal spin to what you're saying. However, you must make sure that it's still relevant to the text. So you need to interpret the topic, you need to be original in terms of what you include. However, you must make sure that it still matches the topic and the task that you have been given. So if you've watched any of my videos, then you know how important I think it is to not just jump into an English question, but to take your time. Obviously, you don't take all your time. You don't have a lot of time in paper two. But to take a couple of seconds or a couple of minutes to ask yourself some questions, and specifically in paper two, because theoretically you're only answering 4 questions, right? 2 essays, 2 transactionals. But they obviously are a lot of marks, and it's a lot of time that you're dedicating to that. So take a couple minutes before you start writing to actually plan out what you're going to say and what your transactional piece is going to be about. But in order to plan, you actually have to understand what the marker is looking for firstly, and secondly, what the task is actually asking you of. So there's a couple of components which you're going to get into in the next slides, but just as a sort of preface to that, think about a couple of things as you are studying for transactional, and when you get your transactional task, maybe during reading time, ask yourself these questions. What is the intention or purpose of this piece? Who am I writing to? What should my piece be about? Should it be formal? Should it be informal? What's my plan? And usually for an IEB, the 6 formats that you do have to study, you usually have to follow the structure of an introduction, 2 body paragraphs, and a conclusion. So you need to plan what you're going to put into each of those paragraphs. We're going to get into all of these in more detail, but these are sort of preliminary questions that you need to ask yourself before you just jump in and start writing and it becomes sort of disorganized chaos. So number 1, the first thing you need to consider is your content. And so you're going to get marked on your content, and the content needs to be derived from the topic. So the topic is going to tell you what your content is, or what your task is, and you need to make sure that your content matches that. It needs to be organized and intentional. It needs to be clearly aligned with the topic, so it must be purpose driven. You must prove your argument. It must be insightful and original, and incorporate perspectives on current affairs if relevant. So what this means is, if you get a topic or you receive a topic in your transactional, you need to think about, okay, what must I say that's going to add to this topic, or that's going to flesh this out and provide insight. So if you have a personal anecdote that you have, a little personal story that you want to share about that content, this is your time to do it. This is your personal voice. This is when you're using I, me, and my. So you use that sort of personal narrative. If you feel like it relates to some current affairs topic in a very organic way, then this is where you can use it. Your content, though, needs to be organized and intentional. So what that means is, I think sometimes what I see is people really focus on the essays, and then they leave transactional to the end, and then they just sort of do a brain dump and they just write a whole bunch of different ideas. You need to organize what you're going to say. So you need to approach this like a mini essay almost. So you have an argument, meaning you have a task, you have an intention. Once you've figured out your intention, then you can go ahead and you can actually say, all right, so this is going to prove that intention. That's my body paragraph 1. Body paragraph 2, this is how I'm also going to prove that intention. And the conclusion, I say, okay, this is my intention. I hope that I've sort of persuaded you in that way. When we go into the different formats, I'll explain to you more, because every single format has a different sort of intention, and obviously it's going to be linked to different content. The next thing you need to consider, which you don't really have to think about when you're writing an essay, is audience and format. Because in an essay, you're writing to your English teacher, you're not allowed to use personal pronouns, you're not allowed to use contractions, you have to be very, very formal. But in a transactional, you are going to get a bunch of different, you have 6 different formats or, styles. And so you need to think to yourself, okay, who am I actually writing to? Because who you're writing to, who your audience is, determines your register and your tone. If you're doing a speech to your peers, then your register needs to be more informal. Yet it must still be proper English. But if you are writing a letter to the editor, your register should be very formal. So you have to figure out your register and your tone for each of the texts, and not even just the text, because you could have a really formal speech or you could have a really informal speech. So it really depends on the content as well, what the task has said. Using the correct formats really leaves your marker with a good impression that you have an organized structure, that you've studied, that you understand what the format is requiring. So So definitely make sure that you study your formats and you put those on the page. I always try and follow the essay structure in transactional writing for IEB because I feel like it offers the most succinct and sort of clear piece of writing. So using those same essay strategies, but with a twist of you're writing to a different audience now. Perhaps you can be a little bit more informal, you can use some personal anecdotes, things like that. And then the third thing you need to keep in mind is the language. This is not to be underestimated. You need to try at all costs to avoid spelling and grammar mistakes. And I know that that's tough, especially after writing 2 lit essays. And now you get to transact and you have to still be thinking. But really pay attention to that, because if you have lots of spelling and grammar mistakes adding up, it's going to cost you some marks. Use language and register appropriate to the intention and classification of the piece. So this links to what we said earlier about audience and about tone and register. So you're not going to be using any sort of informal colloquialisms if you're writing a letter to the editor. However, if you're writing to your peers, then maybe you should have some sort of, I wouldn't say slang, but you would have some sort of more informal way of addressing them, right? So instead of saying like, if you're welcoming parents, like welcome parents to whatever. But if it's your peers, you could say like, hi everyone. So just understanding what the topic is asking. Do you see what I'm saying about actually sitting there and analyzing your topic in reading time, or even just before you write, taking 3 to 5 minutes, understanding the requirements, planning it out so you actually know what this whole intention is. It's going to help you stay so much more focused and intentional as you write. Integrate advanced vocabulary. Whenever teachers see advanced vocabulary in your work, trust me, we get excited. So make sure that if you have some cool vocabulary that you're thinking of, put it in, if you know how to use it correctly, into your work. It's really going to elevate your work. So let's have a quick look at the rubric, which is on the IEB website. You can go to the marking guidelines for paper 2 and you will see this transactional writing format. So both of your transactional pieces are marked according to this, and as you can see we have 2 columns. So firstly, you're getting tested on your purpose, audience, and content. So this includes specific purpose of task, response to the requirements of question, manner in which the structure and content responds to purpose and audience, individual voice. And so let's read the first one, the best sort of response that you can give. The purpose of the task is fully met. Specific requirements of the task, varied, flexible, are met. Sophisticated cognizance of audience. Writing suggests that this is a piece of work that is significant, has depth and breadth, impressive detail. Ideas fully developed, or ideas developed fully. Organization of thoughts is impressive and superior, resulting in writing that is compelling and striking. Individual voice, highly original. Supplied text is only used as stimulus. So let me break that down for you. As you can see, they use the word purpose. They want to see that you've actually answered the question of the text. Secondly, it's the fact that you've taken these ideas and you've developed them fully. So you've provided depth and breadth to your argument or to your purpose. So you haven't just attacked it on a superficial level, and you haven't decided to attack every single possible aspect. You've just selected, I would say, probably 2 really key factors for 2 body paragraphs, and you've really developed that thoroughly, explained it. You've shown personal voice. It's compelling and striking. It makes me, as the marker, want to read further. It's original, so it's got this personal spin to it. It's not like everyone else's interpretation. And the supplied text is only used as inspiration. You haven't just taken the text and copied it. You will get significantly penalized for that. And then that's 10 marks, right? So you have 10 marks available for purpose, audience, and content. Then on the other side, we have 10 marks allocated for language and register. So you see, if you forget about your language and you just write in a hurry about content, firstly, you're not going to do very well in the content because it's not going to be structured and organized. But secondly, you're going to be putting 10 marks up for grabs for language that, you're not going to be getting those marks for. The ability to use the mechanics of language, the ability to manipulate language conventions to suit the purpose of the question, the use of appropriate register to match purpose and audience. So if we look at the top response, impressive, highly sophisticated use of language convention, elegance of style, tone and mood appropriate to the task, plays confidently with language usage, thoroughly engaging, virtually error-free, diction is highly sophisticated. So what this means is that you have taken your topic, you have understood your topic, you've understood the intention and the formats and the requirements and expectations of it, and you've used appropriate language to substantiate that. So if you're writing a speech to your peers, you've used engaging words to get them interested, to get them excited, you've used informal language. But if you're writing letter to the editor, you have used this highly sophisticated tone, then you've used really formal register, so you've met those requirements. Also, as you can see, your diction is highly sophisticated. So you've used advanced vocabulary, you really pushed the bounds in that regard. And then virtually error-free. This means you've paid attention, you haven't used a comma splice error. It means you have made sure, capital letters, not writing sentences. I think some students I've seen, they just write one sentence for the whole paragraph. They just use a bunch of commas. No, keep your sentences short, or not short, but of a reasonable length so that it makes sense. And you've I think with the language, what you should think about is, can my marker easily read this? Because a big thing with language is it often impedes, so it makes it more difficult for your marker to actually understand your content. So sometimes your content can be amazing, but your language is so difficult to read because you have just one sentence as the whole paragraph, or you've overused a certain word when you're repeating yourself a lot. So make sure that your language does not impede your content, that it actually helps your purpose come through. So in terms of the 6 main formats that they typically ask, you have your formal letter or your open letter. So remember, in terms of format here, you need to have your address on the right hand side. Then you have to have the address of who you're writing to on the left hand side. At the bottom of your address, you're also going to have the date. Then you would skip a line and you'd write dear, sir or madam, because a formal letter or an open letter is extremely formal. So you need to make sure you address the person appropriately. They might tell you who you need to address. Then you would skip a line and you would do the heading, which you would underline. So the title of what you're going to say, you would skip a line, and then you'd go into your essay or your mini essay-like structure. So I would say introduction, skip a line, body paragraph 1, skip a line, body paragraph 2, skip a line, conclusion, skip a line, and then you'd end off with yours faithfully and your full name to show that this is a really formal letter. And remember, in matric finals, you should not use your own name. You should try and keep it anonymous. So use some sort of common name to end off your letter with. Remember, a formal letter can be a letter to the editor, and any sort of formal letter is directed at a particular person. An open letter is also directed at a particular person. However, an open letter is intended to be read by everyone. So it's something that you could perhaps even post on social media, and you've addressed it to someone specifically. Maybe you've addressed it to the president, but everyone can read it. And so just keep that in mind, the different intentions of a formal letter being directed at a particular person, whereas an open letter still being directed at a particular person, but it is with the intention that everyone's going to read it and sort of understand what you're saying. Remember, the key thing with transactional writing is, and for a formal letter and open letter specifically, is to express your opinions or your ideas in an academic way. So for a formal letter and open letter, I don't want to see any contractions in your language. I want to see very clear stance. In the introduction, I want you to state your purpose for writing this letter. Why are you writing this letter? What is your intention? In your body paragraphs, you need body paragraph 1, you need a distinctive point. Body paragraph 2, you need a distinctive point, and you need to explain that. And so if you want, you could even think of how you would write an essay and use the sort of peel structure. And have your point as the first sentence, and then do your explanations and your elaborations and your examples, and then the last sentence you would link and say, this is why this is significant in this regard. So that's body 1. Body 2, a distinctive point. Don't repeat the same point that you've said, but the point must still match the intention of the piece. And then lastly, the conclusion. In the conclusion, I would, for any sort of piece of transactional writing, obviously you don't want any new information, but you would need to sum up what your intention is, what your purpose is, what your argument is, and if you can, provide some sort of thing for the reader to do afterwards, so to prompt some sort of action. I feel like that's a really nice way to conclude a transactional piece, to really get the person motivated to act upon your request or to act upon what you have asked them to do. So keep that in mind. With regard to the essay-like structure that I keep talking about, I keep saying you need 2 distinctive points. You need body paragraph 1 distinctive point, body paragraph 2 distinctive point, and that is true. Sometimes though, it's a bit difficult to find 2 different points. So then what I would say is try and look at the problem and then the solution. So this is a nice way to view it. So for instance, if you are writing a letter perhaps to your local newspaper, letter to the editor about the impact of load shedding on students. In your first body paragraph, you could perhaps write about the problems of load shedding. So all the different things that students struggle with load shedding, such as not being able to study late at night, being late to school because of the robots being out. And then the second body paragraph, you could perhaps talk about potential solutions that your community can offer or that the government should be listening to mitigate this issue. So that would be an example of how you could use the problem solution style, still using Peel and still making sure your introduction and conclusion are matching the same expectations as before. Moving on to the email. The email is very similar in intention to a formal letter. Maybe it's a slightly more informal, but it still can be pretty formal. Remember here you have to have 2. You have to have the email address from, the email address, subject, what your subject, what your heading is. Then you typically skip a line, dear, address whoever, or whomever, skip a line, your intro, body 1, body 2, conclusion, and then you're signing off at the end, your greeting. Email is written to someone specific, so make sure that you make that intention very well known. A speech is a really nice option because there's not too much to remember with the format, but as I said, speech is really variable in terms of being formal or informal, so really have a look at your audience and see who your audience is. So with a speech, it's always nice to give a title to your speech, maybe even say who it's by, and then you do a greeting. In your introduction for a speech, if you can figure out some way to be creative or to catch people's attention, that would be amazing. If you can't, that's okay. Just get straight into the introduction, make it very clear, but you need to try in a speech to make it as engaging as possible. So if you know a cool quote off by heart, or if you want to use some other technique to get people's attention, use that, but don't focus too much on that. Focus more on the writing. I think that's something to remember with transactional writing in general, because this is more writing that we do, that we would sort of do on a daily basis, right? We'd write emails, we'd write speeches like normally, whereas we wouldn't really write essays. We sometimes want to make it more informal, or maybe more like everyday life. But keep in mind, this is still an English test, or it's still an English exam, so it still needs to meet those basic requirements, but it has a little spin of sort of the everyday or realism attached to it. And then you can always end with thank you. A eulogy is a speech that you would say at a funeral or at a memorial service, and typically when the IEB asks eulogy, if you've noticed in recent years, they don't typically ask it for a person, but they'll ask it for an idea, and so it can be a little bit, it's more like, flexible in that regard, so you can really be creative when they give you a eulogy topic that's based on, maybe they're eulogizing an idea or a old piece of technology or something like that. So you can be a little bit more flexible with that and original. So keep in mind that originality is really going to set your transactional pieces apart. A blog is typically informal, and a blog is typically associated, or it's typically directed towards people of your own age. So remember, for a blog, you're going to have a blog name. So come up with a cool name. I always like to use something with alliteration. And then you would actually have the title for this particular blog post. You remember you need to put a byline, so who it's by, and you can also put the date and time that it was published, and you can end off a blog with a nice little informal thing like "see you in the next post," speaking directly to your readers in that regard. That's also quite nice with transactional writing, is that you're able to speak directly to your audience, whereas in an essay you always have to sort of be sneaky about that, not using any sort of direct pronouns. So it's really quite nice in a transactional writing piece to directly address who you're speaking to. And then an editorial is typically written by the editor of a newspaper or a magazine. And this is about a particular event. It's usually not really an event, more like a sort of current trend or current issue in the media. And remember, the thing with editorials is all these previous ones we've been speaking about, they all use like I, me, and my pronouns. Editorial, you need to use we, because you're talking on behalf of the publication. And so this needs to be extremely formal as well, just like a letter would be, because you are, representing the publication and you're talking about some sort of key, issue. So make sure that this one is extremely formal, just like a formal letter. So in general, please keep in mind that transactional writing is about expressing yourself, but it must be in an academic way. So express your opinions, express your ideas, but with motivation, but with justification, and with elegance. Thank you so much for watching. I hope that you found this video helpful. Please remember to like the video and subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you in the next one.